It's only just begun. It's only just begun. It's only just begun.
This is it, Jack.
It's only just begun. Apparently, we haven't managed to go live on Facebook.
Okay. Well,
apparently, it was deleted. Was it deleted?
No idea.
I don't know. We're not live on Facebook, unfortunately, but
never mind. We're here on YouTube.
We're on YouTube.
Wow.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. Here we are, part 3. We're a long way in now. We are a long way in. We are part 3 of the 24-hour stream, and we're good. We are good, aren't we?
We are good. We're so goddamn good, Jack Reeve. We really, really are. Ladies and gents, I've got special something for all of you watching now. There's 93 of you. I've got something for you.
Okay. What's this?
Right, guys. As you all now see on the Talk Norwich City Twitter account, there is a new pinned tweet. Okay, you see that?
Yeah.
It's called The Final Stretch, Part 3, pinned tweet. Retweet the hell out of it now. Jump on Twitter and back it. Retweet it. Reply to it. Make as much noise as possible. Now, I was kindly donated these player cards, signed Emi Buendia player cards. Now, I'm going to be giving away all 4 of these Emi Buendia cards to to 4 lucky people that retweet the Talk Norwich City Part 3 link. Okay, so all you need to do, head over to the TNC Twitter account right now, retweet the Talk Norwich City pinned tweet right now, and you will be entered into a competition to win this. It's as simple as that. There's 4 to give away. I want to give them away to you guys because you absolutely deserve it. So get behind it, and you might win an Emi Buendia signed card. 30 of you have already retweeted it. Let's go for more. Let's go for more. We want more. Let's strive for greatness, people. This is the final stretch.
Yes.
This is the sort of motivation I want. You can do it. Love that. Oakley, yellow and green love hearts. Love that as well. It's 2 in the morning. Hang on a minute. What's that Lily Allen song?
Don't know.
2 o'clock in the morning. Conversation got boring. I said you're going to bed soon, so I snuck off to your bedroom.
Oh,
and
wow.
Just wait there. Is it 2 o'clock in the morning? I don't
know. It sounds good though. Sounds good. Right. Has Brazilian Canary got the new link?
I think so.
Okay. Well, just tell him 5 minutes and we'll come to him because you need to go sort yourself out, don't you?
Well, yeah. Hang on a minute. I'll just say to Brazilian 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Right, 2 minutes. I'm just going to go and sort myself out.
If you've got any friends that you know are watching on Facebook, for some reason it's not wanting to go live on Facebook, so get them on YouTube. That's where the magical happens anyway.
By the way, people, you are retweeting this big time. Already over 50 retweets. Absolutely phenomenal. Wow. You know, if you can't donate now, you've already donated loads. Just retweet that tweet. It's the only thing I ask of you now, because we need as many Norwich fans in as possible for the home stretch. It's really, really important. Jack, I'll see you in 2.
See you in 2. See you in 2. Right. Big Davey. By the way, guys, all this staying up is making me realize how decent the MLS is. I will admit, I don't think I've ever watched an MLS game. I don't think I've ever watched an MLS game from the start to the finish. I will admit that. Hang on a moment. I'm having real issues with Facebook. Hang on. Okay. Right. We're still good. I need to get into MLS, but I'm never usually up at this time in the morning. Big Davey. So there's no reason for me to be watching. Oh my goodness. I'll keep this on screen for when Chris comes back as well. Dean, $100. Oh, wow. I've so lost track of where we're at with money being raised. Okay, boys, we're in the home stretch now. I'm going to finally crack open some moonshine and toast the work you've done here. Well, if I had a moonshine, Dean, I'll get my little cocktail glass, pineapple glass, and I'll drink some blackcurrant squash to that. Another remarkable Dean Simmer at the back stick, pelting one in at pace. That's all I'm saying. Like a postman, delivering daily, hourly, stream by stream, minute by minute. Brilliant work, Dean. That's going in the kitty, my friend. Thank you so much. 3 favourite pubs. Yes. We had a super chat in the last stream. My 3 favourite pubs. I think the question was in Norwich. Belgian Monk is up there. I like the Murderers. And what's the other one? I like the Rush Cutters on the river. That's nice as well. Here he is. Chris is back. Chris, we have to show you this donation we've had, mate, from Dean Simmer. $100 in the kitty.
Wow, Dean, thank you so much, mate. That's absolutely unbelievable. Really appreciate it, mate. Dean, like, you have been incredible. Thank you so much. That's another step towards, well, we've already smashed our target. So I don't know what to say anymore. I'm indebted to you, Dean. I think you're an absolute legend, mate. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Carrots. I think carrots are going to get me through.
Carrots.
Average has. Easy work, brothers. Let's keep up this energy. Chris, we're on the home straight. We're 16 hours deep. We are thick in it now.
We are. This is the time to shine. This is the time to shine. Loads of love coming in on Twitter. We're about to be joined by Lucas, the Brazilian Canary, as well. Wow.
Nice. Here he is. Oh my God.
Oh my God. This could be something special. We wanted,
you know what, people?
We wanted him to bring the energy. He's about to bring the energy.
Choking on a carrot.
Come on, Yellows! Good night, everyone.
Lucas, never have I needed a man more than you right now.
Well, I told you I will bring energy and entertainment too.
Amazing. And let's get a few more donations in before we get Lucas properly up and running. Philip Villa fan here. Well done on getting promoted. Looking forward to 6 points. Only playing. Keep going. It's 6 p.m. here, so we'll check back soon. Thank you, Philip. John Massey, was it over the 95th minute when Tim Close headed home and equalised against Ipswich? Let's go, boys. Keep up the brilliant work. Lucas, how are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm fine, mate. I'm being so grateful for everything that you have been done for the community. It's amazing, your job. I was following all the day during the live streams. Sometimes I need to make little breaks, but I'm really glad that you are doing that because it helps a lot of people. And people like me that lives in Brazil and probably other global Canaries that not have a way to help other people like you are doing now. So I'm really glad. I'm really fine. And to be honest, if we win the title today, I was like Kenny McLean celebrating during the live, but I think for the copyright sake and other things, we avoid that today.
Definitely. So what's where are you first of all in Brazil? Let's attack that. What's the time with you?
I live in Rio de Janeiro and it is 10 p.m. here in Brazil.
Okay.
It's a nice and cold night here, so perfect to drink.
Okay. And talk us through the game. What's a game day like for you, Lucas? Right, Norwich kickoff at 3 traditionally, so that would put. Are you watching it you're watching it in the morning then, aren't you? When Norwich kick off.
Yes, it was 11 a.m. here in Brazil. To be honest, I was pretty confident during the game because sometimes you just feel Norwich will win. It's funny because this team is so united together playing, and it really makes me confident. So we lost two of our 3 last games, so the squad needs to prove themselves to say, hey, we are promoted, but we are not still in a hangover. And well, we did really well. Team Crew was amazing today, saving that penalty. I love Team Crew. I'm missing Pookie scoring because I want he makes more story for the club because he is already in the top 10 all time scorers for Norwich City. So for me the game was pretty Norwich style, you know. You start scoring, you concede, but you still winning the end.
Yeah, definitely, mate. The Brazilian Canaries, right? So I obviously know you very well. I don't know any other Brazilian Canaries, but we have seen an abundance of Brazilian Canaries flood into TNC this season. Now, I assume that this is all because of you.
Yes, kinda. My hair is really messy. It's kind of because sorry, there is many Brazilian Canaries that joining in our group or in our Brazilian group, and every time we have live streams, I share all the links in our WhatsApp group, and we have a kind of 20 Brazilian Canaries. But there is some people in Brazil that are watching you guys and following me because they want to bet on Norwich. So we are kind of helping two sides, you know. I don't know the part in the betting. I don't know nothing about that. But the Brazilian Canaries, we are growing more and more in the past years. We are really thinking about make a group and travel together, but it's really difficult in that moment, you know. But who knows? In the next 2 or 3 years, we can do something like that to bring every Brazilian Canary to Norwich. It will be amazing.
Lucas, there's a lot of love for you in the comments section, mate, and I'm really looking forward to sharing that with you. David Berman, the man with the best cocktails, says good setup, Lucas. Yeah, talk us through the setup, Lucas. You got some flags behind you, haven't you? The Norwich City Brazil flags, etc.
Yeah, mate, you have no idea. I just take all my treasures of Norwich because I have programs that Dave McNally and John Lally sent me all way back then in 2011. Wow. John Lally was the first person in Norwich that talked with me about the club, about the Global Canaries stuff. I have a bunch of things here. I have a little plaque that one of mates in the Brazilian Canaries group. His name is Francisco. He made for everyone those plaques. I have many shirts, and most of that shirts I got from other Canaries in England and other parts of the world that wants to give me as a gift. I have that Grant Holt mask. That one was in 2011 too, but I have no idea how I get this one. I don't remember.
Lucas, I really want actually before I go to you, Lucas, Jack, if we read out these super chats, £5 from Clay George, very kind. Matt, £10. Brilliant. So massively appreciate all of your comments, guys, and all of your charitable donations. We massively appreciate it. This is amazing. Totally Tete says, Lucas, I love you. Andrew Bullock says, loving this watch along. Love it. Thank you very much for your £10 super chat. Lucas, tell us the story, please. How did you become a Norwich fan? And tell us about your epic journey from Brazil to Carrow Road, because I remember when that all happened, and it obviously made the news here, and the Norwich fans kind of took you under their canary wing, so to speak, and welcomed you with both arms because you're such a lovely guy. So tell us the story. How did you become a Norwich fan? How did you get to Carrow Road? And what was that experience like?
Oh, I will open a beer for that. My Lakens. So, mate, everything started when I was just a kid. I have only 10 years. Was in 2005. I was watching Norwich playing against Man United, and Dean Ashton, that was here, scored with Liam Mackenzie the goals in that match. But yeah, and in that specific match, I was just searching for something to see in my TV. I was just a kid, you know. I was waiting for my mom and my dad to go to my grandmother's house, and I stopped in this channel and I was watching Norwich play, but I didn't know the name Norwich. I just love yellow, so I look into yellow and say, "Oh, good. Let's see what happens." And Norwich win, and that atmosphere in that game is specific. I try to sum up because it's a long story, but in that match, the atmosphere, people almost go into the pitch to celebrate that victory because I didn't know in that day the importance of that winning, but. Norwich in that day was celebrating a lot because we are fighting against the relegation. So when I saw the fans in that match, I'm talking to myself saying, "That's football. That's roots football." And in Brazil, some years, sometimes you think that's not like that anymore here. But in some cases, we still have that roots football that people really celebrate, almost invade the pitch to celebrate with the players. And back in that time, it was really common, that kind of celebration in Brazil, and it really makes me feel similar with Brazilian fans. And then I started to search more about the club. To be honest with you, I didn't know the name in that year, and I just searched for the Little Canary FC, but in Portuguese, Canarinho FC. And Google shows me the Norwich badge, and I fell in love because there is many things that makes me and Norwich together. Because my grandfather, he rescued some birds. That is really interesting one. And the first bird that he rescued and gave me to take care of was a canary. Yeah, I swear to God, it's a real story. And I have the canary before knowing Norwich. So it was since the beginning that I was involved with the club. That's why I say that was meant to be. I'm being Norwich fan. And then after some years in 2009, I started to make content for the club because I was really superstitious in that time. And I saw Norwich in the third division, the League One in that time. And I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" And I know it's just a superstitious thing, but I say to myself, I will start to make content for this club. And because of that, it will bring luck, and they will be back to Premier League. Well, Ada Lambert just happened that time, so I start to believe in myself on that.
Oh, mate.
And then, mate,
Lucas,
sorry.
Lucas, no,
Okay.
don't say sorry. We want to hear the full story. So this is why you fell in love with Norwich. Now we want to hear about how you got to Carrow, that epic journey. But before we do that, let's just quickly go to the comment section because there's some amazing comments in here. Bon dia, Lucas, says Colin Cunningham. Callum says, what's Lucas's favourite player? Lucas, who's your favourite Norwich player now and in history?
Now Timo Pukki, in the history, Grant Holt.
Oh, so you knew straight away. You love a goal scorer.
Yeah. I love them. Grant Holt is the mainly man that makes me love even more Norwich. He's that goal against Everton, when that we win, I think was 3-2 in the last minutes. Oh my God, that goal! I still dreaming with that because my house, I almost destroyed my house in that day celebrating because it was crazy moment. In the Premier League also, so it was amazing.
Lucas, we've got another comment. This is a really interesting point. We've never had a Brazilian play for us, and Norwich City have obviously disclosed that they have invested in a lot of South American scouting now. That's going to be a very exciting moment for you, isn't it? When Norwich City sign a Brazilian player, I feel like your brain is just going to explode.
Yeah, to be honest, when I was younger, I sent an email for the club asking for me playing for free to Norwich. Because I love to study about the history of the club. I make podcasts about the story of the club and many things about that because I want to other Brazilians know about the Norwich story. And back in that time, I was playing football. I was in the how can I say it, in the under bases category of Flamengo here in Brazil is a football club, and I really had that dream to be a player. So I was thinking, well, why not sending me email? David McNally responded me on Twitter, and he take it like a joke, but I was really serious about that. But anyway, but it's sad because Norwich have so many things related with Brazil. But I think one day we have a Brazilian player playing for Norwich, mainly in that number 10 position. It will be amazing have a Brazilian play in that position because we need that. Dowell is doing a great job, but he is not a really player, a player number 10, you know.
Interesting.
He's not that characteristic player. It's difficult to find one.
Yeah, Lucas, we'll get into the current team. Right, so talk, actually, hang on a minute. We've just got a charitable donation coming from Cole Harvey very late on into the evening. You are a hero, Cole. He says, I lost my dad to this cruel disease. His last game at Carrow was the Millwall game in the previous promotion. What a game. That was live, the show. Let's keep living this dream. OTBC, RIP, Michael Harvey. Bloody hell. Cole, you're going to make me cry this time of night, mate. Cole, that's unbelievable. Thank you so much. And I'm really sorry to hear your loss. And how special is it that you'll always associate that Millwall game with him, though? That's very special. And thank you so much for your kind donation. Lucas, how the hell did you get from Brazil to Norwich? Go.
So in 2018, I was already established in the social media with Norwich City Brazil and stuff. And people in 2014 make a little campaign to the club, bring me to Norwich, but it never happened. Okay, fine. The years passed. The years was coming, and in 2018, I received an email, and they just was inviting me to the Global Canaries, and then I was, it's like the national team calling you for football team. You need to go. There is no way to say no. And then I just planned myself always possible. I was finishing my college in that moment. I was in a really bad job, but I managed myself to save some money to make my trip. And thank God, everything was really great. And when I arrived in Norwich, Neil Howe, by the way, a huge hug for Neil Howe. He's a great friend. My football dad, like he said, he helped me a lot when I arrived in London, and he brings me by car to Norwich. He have a lot of footage of me looking around the road. The second person that I saw in Norwich was Michael Bailey. He was using a flip-flop with a Brazilian flag. So again, was meant to be, mate. And when that week, to be honest, was all about me. It sounds strange, but feels like everything was inclined to help me to make this dream come true. And it was more than a dream; it was like a fairy tale, because I many times I keep dreaming about this and imagining things, how it could be, who I will talking to, but I will never get what I got in life. And when I arrived in the car road the next day, they say to me, "Oh, we have a tour for you." Oh, a tour? Okay. And then they show me all the stage on the car road. I was so amazed. Like I was even joking, like I'm like a little kid in the Disneyland, And I was, oh my God, it's real. I need to touch the grass to realize that moment. And after that, they bring me with the other Global Canaries into a little reunion that we have with some directors. Stuart Weber was there. I think Tom Smith was there too. And somehow Grant Holt just appeared. So again, my dream was coming true like a fairy tale. because I never imagined in my life that I will be able to meet Grant Holt. He really is a legend to me, because he he helps me to construct that love that I have for Norwich. And I got signed shirts. I have two here. I can take pick for you after the explanation. And I meet Dally Smith, and she was so amazing with me, because she was the first words that I remember that she told me was, "Oh, you are the guy from Brazil," and she opened her arms to me, and we hugged each other. Was really great, because it's so much love that I didn't expect that. And it was not just in the club. It was not just the directors, the even Daniel Fark I talked with too. It's amazing. And what was not just then, the fans in now parts of the city. I was walking around with Neil, and people just stopped me to take photos with, like a celebrity, and I was just a Norwich fan, but that lives in Brazil. So, mate, I have a saying for myself that every time that I achieve a goal, I need to create another goal. So in that time, I not achieved a goal, I achieved a dream, and then I need to create another dream. And for everything that I live there in Norwich, uh, mate, I don't know how I explain it in words. I just know how to feel about it. But it's like I was meant to be in Norwich forever. It's like my real city, my real place, my real home. I really want one day, and I will make my better to do that. To one day live in Norwich, because I want to be part. I want to be with you guys in the pubs or celebrating Carroll Road. I want that so much, so much. You have no idea how much I desire that. And one
Lucas,
day, I hope it will be coming true.
Lucas, I that was epic, and your story of coming to Norwich inspires me to this day. And the reason why I connected with you on a human level, mate, is when I saw you take your journey from Brazil to Norwich, I really had an instant intrinsic understanding of just how much it meant to wear the famous yellow and green. And I think a lot of people in the UK take it for granted. I know this through when I've been to Zambia and I've given the kids in Africa yellow and green Norwich City shirts, and I can just tell just how much the club means to you. And what you've said there about Delia and Daniel Farker and Stuart Webber all welcoming you, like, that's our club, that's what we do. And mate, if you get here to the UK one day, you are welcome with open arms. And honestly, everyone in this stream, seriously, everyone, look at all the comments now. Look, Adam, amazing story, what a man. Floda, top man. Lucas, there's so much love. Get this man to Norwich. Look, Lucas, I think it's very special. I think you are, mate, you're just a top man, and I love your story, and I love the fact that you're so grateful to just have a shirt, to meet these players, to go to Carrow Road. Mate, you absolutely deserve that very special moment when you finally made it to Norwich. I don't know about you, Jack, but it actually sort of made me quite emotional, actually.
Yeah, well, I remember meeting Lucas on that day. More from that journey, Lucas, but like I imagine back in 2005 when you say, you saw Dean Ashton and Mackenzie against United, it must have been really difficult to follow Norwich back in them days. I mean, I know that we're, occasionally on telly, but at least now you've got social media and such. How often were you getting to watch Norwich back in 05?
So in 05 was really hard to do that because in the beginning I didn't know the name, so that's a really difficult task. Yeah. But when I learned it, to be honest, I was just hopefully trying to watch on TV something. I was just a kid, 10 years old, and I really don't know much to how to find that. In 2009, I was with a better internet, And then the first thing I remember that really how I was arriving from my school, and I remember, oh, now I can find I can search about Norwich, because my mom tell me that they will upgrade the internet here. And when I arrived, I start to searching in Wikipedia. I learned that this website of Norwich is canary.co.uk, and when I got that starting point, I learned that Norwich in their website, they show the live tweets, like the tweets,
Yeah.
when we have that the in live commentary. That was the way in that time, and some illegal ways too, but I prefer to not mention it.
Lucas, Chris has just found this photo. Remember this? Me and you at Carrow.
Yeah.
Now, you may have already said, mate. What game was this that you got to see? Because I can't remember off the top of my head.
Oh, was in the Global Canaries Day, was during the match against Wednesday, that Vrancic goal. Oh my God.
But was it that game, was it?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
And if the Global Canaries was able to receive people in this year, we should have seen that 7-0 against Ruddersfield. What an amazing match we was. Mate, if I'm in Carroll and Norwich win by 7-0, the next day I wake up in the roof of the Carroll.
Amazing. I love that photo. It was so good having you over, and it was so nice to see, the Canary family really, putting their arm around you. Bevan says, love you boys. Everyone appreciates what you do. Your family should be very proud of you both. Top lads, keep up the good work. Thank you, Bevan, for your kind words. We've also got Liam Betts, who's donated £10 to Big C. Thank you, Liam. Robin Frost, who's in Australia, 25 Aussie dollars. The Super League 6. Kings Lynn, Wroxham, Galston, Fakenham, and Sydney FC. Thanks very much, Robin. Lucas, what have you made of this season, mate? Because, the Premier League was disappointing, and I suspect as a fan in Brazil, you have a lot of friends who support, the bigger clubs in England, your Man Uniteds, your Chelseas of the world. So Norwich getting to the top flight is a big deal wherever you are, but especially in Brazil, where maybe Norwich is starting to get a bit more coverage on the mainstream channels. Such a disappointing season, followed by what has been a miraculous campaign.
Well, in Brazil, Norwich is covered sometimes, and when we got coverage is always when we are doing good in the championship. But the problem is the commentators is really bad when we need to talk about the information about Norwich. We need to tweet then everything, because they say some nonsense about Norwich that drives me crazy. But anyway, being that apart, the people here that support other clubs, well, we still have those that are truly fans of Manchester United, Liverpool, Chelsea, and that big six clubs. But the most part of them is just because they are popular clubs, they are marketing global clubs, And to be honest, mate, these guys that support those clubs just a bunch of young lads sometimes that never play football maybe, and they just support some team because of some player, and or because that team is playing Champions League, or because in FIFA. We need to learn to know that people still do that, will be doing that in the next years, because it's normal, I think. Unfortunately for us that love the football the way it is, that involves supporting, loving the club, and celebration, because the football is about us, the supporters. Imagine a club like Liverpool that joined this nonsense Super League without their fans in a normal situation, without the pandemic. They will be nothing, mate, because the fans are the soul of the football club. Without the fans, the club is nothing. In money, in the football, in many places. We need to be huge in that point. And Norwich is gigantic with about fun. When you talk about fans, love, and everything, Norwich is an example. And unfortunately, this is not we have no media covering that part in Brazil, and it's kind of putting on my shoulders to say, hey, it's not like that. And I try my best to let people know what Norwich is and what we provide for our fans. Mate, I was tweeting and posting some things on my Instagram saying that Dilia, for me, she needs a statue in the Carrow Road. She really needs a statue over there because what she had done for Norwich is amazing. And she keeps the tradition. She not sold the club for any crazy, this men that have big companies, uh, she really cares, mate, and she has already advantage age, and and it do not matter for she will be doing her best for the club always. And I was able to saw that with my own eyes when I was when I was in Carrow Road during the Global Canaries. So that's the difference that we have for Norwich, and not only England, but in every part in the world, we can see Norwich is different because of the funds. And unfortunately, we need to know how to live with those fans that just support because the team is popular.
I love that, Lucas. I love the fact you're flying the flag for Norwich City over there and trying to combat what we in England we call them glory hunters. But as you now know, there'll be a lot of proper football fans, very sadly, that support the what we're calling the greedy six over here, that will go and support their local team now, which they should do. They should support a team that actually cares about their fans. I love where you've gone there. Lucas, one of the things that Jack said is I'm really interested to get your take on this season's squad. And where do they rate in terms of, since you've supported the boys, where does this team rate in terms of like your all-time Norwich teams? Because there's some legends really appearing now. You've got Tim Krul, Emi Buendia, Timu Pukki, like some top proper Norwich City legends now coming through. What do you make of this team compared to the teams that you've supported Norwich throughout the years?
Okay, that's an interesting question, because I was talking with other Brazilian Canaries about that, because we have a common question that is Pukki and Buendia or Grant Holt and Houlihan. And for me to choose that, we need to compare the time in the Premier League. Holt and Houlihan probably has less numbers, but they stay at more time in the Premier League. So for me, the time in the Premier League makes that team better than we have now. But we have all potential to be the best Norwich team in this decade, I think, because Pukki is breaking record. Buendia is amazing, and if we are able to keep them on the team and bring more defenders, I will call that we will make Skip continuity on the club. Mark my words.
Oh,
I asked for Mourinho.
Lucas, obviously you've got your really unique, lovely story about how you became a Norwich City fan, right? But we are seeing week in, week out, whether it be Brazilians or Argentines or Chileans becoming to support Norwich City. What's pulling them to support Norwich? Obviously, you've got your brilliance, but that's very unique to you. What's the appeal to others?
Oh, that's an interesting question too, because I already got a question, but with a reply about that. I never tried to be a character or, just a web person, but people say that I have a different charisma. And I didn't know that, because I just trying to be myself. I already talk about some things like that with Chris, because I'm a really positive guy too, and I'm trying my best to help other people. And I really bring love to everything that I do. If I'm doing a job, I will give all my best. If I will not give my best in that job, I will don't do that job. You know, uh, if I'm supporting Norwich, I will give all my love for that club because it's my club. If I'm helping a friend to do anything, I will do my best because you need to give your best to do things. And I think that is a way that makes me have this characteristic charisma that people say. And I'm just people say that I'm really nice guy, but I'm just being myself. I just think if some person do that with me, I will like it or not. If I will not like it, I do not do that thing with other person. That's my main thought when I will do something too. So it's a way of life. You need to think about others like was yourself in their place, because in that way we'll be able to think how you can be the best person for that job, for that club, for that other person, being a friend or a person that you just met. It's tough when you need to do that, not by in a natural way, because it's always you're always learning. But when it is part of you naturally, it's easy and you didn't realize that you are doing that. So I think that's it. That's the difference. But I'm really being honest. That's the only way that I can describe how I can be different, because I don't know. I just an arch fan Brazil.
Oh, mate, that's brilliant. I absolutely love that. We've had another donation, very kind one, Aussie dollars from Samuel Corby. Going good, chaps, doing great work for this community and the Big C. Thank you so much. Some very kind comments coming from for Lucas, the Brazilian Canary. By the way, go and follow Lucas if you haven't already on Twitter at Norwich City FCBR. Alison Reeves says a very positive attitude. And what's this one, Jack? Wow, what a donation.
Yeah, Lee over in Australia. On behalf of Canaries Down Under, I want to thank you both. There's Lucas. So many have been touched by this. I lost my mum to cancer a few years back, and the Big C was our charity of choice in her honour. I'm loving watching this from afar. Chat soon, Lucas. Yeah, I think Lee and Lucas know each other from Worldwide Canaries. So, Lee, massive thank you for your donation, and I'm sorry to hear about your mother, but I'm glad it was her charity of choice. That's huge for them guys. Lucas, how many other international Canaries have you been able to meet through Twitter, through your trip to Carrow Road? Them kind of experiences.
Wow, that's a lot, because I met the I think was the New York Canaries. I don't know if have more than one in United States, but I'm pretty sure it was New York Canaries. I met the North Ireland Canaries when I was going my first away game in Stoke. That game was amazing. In the pre-match, people celebrating over there was amazing. What more? Japanese Canaries, German Canaries was with me almost all time during that day, because they was able to being named the community fans of the season, something like that in that day. And me and the German Canaries was able to do that. I think Scottish Canaries too. It's really tough to remember everyone, but was a bunch of Canaries from many parts of the world. It's amazing how Norwich really, really take care of their fans.
And how wonderful is it that, we know as Norwich fans that we've got people all over the world fighting in our corner, right? We've got Brazil, America, we've got South Africans on later, we've got Americans on later, Australians coming on, Brazil, Argentine Canaries in the comment section. Lucas, do you feel like a lot has been gained for you from Norwich City fans, that sense of community?
Yes, and not only just from the club, but from you guys and other channels and other Norwich fans that just embrace us. You all, not you and you and I mean Chris and Jack, not just you two, but everyone that know us, the Brazilian Canaries, in social media. Everyone just say nice things. Always asking when are you will be back here. I need to pay a pint for you. And by the way, when I was there, I didn't pay didn't pay for any pint that I drink. So was crazy there. My English was perfect.
Absolutely brilliant. A few lovely comments coming in. Over 2/3 of the way there. It says Rossi, we are fighting on. What are we? We are 17 hours in now. 17 hours in. Lucas, I hope my line of questioning is okay. And of course, your day job. You're a journalist day to day, aren't you?
Yeah, how can I say it? Because here in Brazil, when you got is former the word? I don't know the correct word for that. But when you finish college and you are a journalist, here in Brazil, we have a category called social communication. Then you can work with many things related with communication. Journalism is one of them. So I am part journalist, part designer, and part social media of in Portuguese it sounds better, but in English is G show. It's the entertainment page of Globo. It's the local channel, and I'm being contracted for that until June, and I'm doing that since last year, and it's a really great job. It's not like talking about football because it's way better, but sometimes someone needs to say that the artist. Going to the beach, we have that kind of news.
Harry asks Lucas, what Brazilian would he sign for Norwich City? We've already mentioned that we haven't had a Brazilian play for Norwich City. Now, you will know more about the Brazilian talent. So let's find a player that's within our price range and would be willing to play for Norwich City, Lucas. Anyone that we should keep an eye on?
Wow.
Who's that guy? Neymar? He's quite good, isn't he?
Mate, how much is the budget for me?
Oof. Let's say let's say 20 million.
20 million pounds.
Yeah, pounds.
So I will go for Everton Ribeiro from Flamengo. He's a playmaker. He should be good for Buendia position if one day we need to sell them.
Okay. What's his name? Everton Ribeiro.
Everton Ribeiro is yes.
Everton Ribeiro. Okay, let me write his name down.
Give it to Stuart Webber.
Yeah,
my football manager.
To be fair, should I message Stuart Webber now? He might be pissed off messaging him at this time.
His phone going off at
do that in Portuguese.
Yeah, I'll just say, look, Lucas, the Brazilian Canaries, been on Stu, and he said to sign this man. You never know. Oh my God! Wow, really kind donation from the Argentine Canaries. You guys
Hermanos.
Season for the first time in 7 years. I really felt like I was watching Norwich games together with other fans. Can't wait to visit. Yeah, look, and for anyone in the UK that's watching, I'm really pleased that this has been brought up, and thanks so much for that super chat, Argentine Canaries. I think a lot of people based in the UK won't realise actually. These watch-alongs and just the fact that we've all been watching it together on the internet is actually brought the global Canaries closer to the UK-based fans. And I think that's an incredible opportunity and a real lovely thing. And Lucas, I think it's probably fair to ask you this question. Do you think that this season has brought you closer to the club and closer to the fans than ever before? Do you feel closely connected to the club this season?
Yeah, because of this distance things, we need the only way we and the Argentine Canaries, the Chilean Canaries, the only way we have is from internet. But really feels like we are being part in real life, not just in web, in virtual way. This season, many things about Norwich, and not just the watchalongs and the interaction with the Norwich fans that lives in England, but also the fight for be back in the Premier League. That one was the main thing that I think united everyone to push the club back, because was a feeling when we got relegated, at least for me, that it was not fair. We play really bad, but feels like we should have more in that season. And when we got relegated, we already feel like we are going back to Premier League, like a yo-yo, Okay, haha, yo-yo club, haha. Okay, but it was really like that. By the way, some that popular teams that have some of these fans always talking shit in my DMs. But okay, I always send a photo of me using my Norwich shirt, saying, "Hey, my club recognized me, and you and yours."
Yeah,
so
it's
a good proper response for those people, and I feel that union that we have for make Norwich go back to Premier League make us even more familiar with the club, with the sentiment to be supporting the club, and also the fans, you guys, everyone involved really help us a lot.
I'm sure everyone in this watch along, Lucas, will be following on Twitter if they've not done it already. Make sure you do that. Let's just quickly get some donations up on screen. There's been a couple of new ones at 10 to 3 in the morning now. Goodness gracious me. Shout out to my cat, Sal. He died last Friday, so promotion was very bittersweet. Perched on my lap, watching the watch along. He was the yellow.
Oh.
Kenny, that's lovely. And I'm so sorry to hear that. It's such sad news, and I love how you said he was a yellow, and I'm really sorry to hear of your loss, Sal. Kenny, I'm sure Sal was a lovely cat. I empathise with you. Thanks for your £5 super chat. Robert Fenn with the £10 super chat as well. Just finished work. Good to see you still going strong. Also, big up to all the donations to the amazing Big C. Lots of love for the Norwich fans out there, the best fans in the world. I'm sure Lucas would agree with that one. Lucas, I need you to. I think we need some energy from you. So, as the Brazilian Canary, what can you do to give us some energy, please?
Well, I was prepared for that because I translated On the Ball Seat in Portuguese. I can sing with you in English.
Yeah.
And then I will sing in Portuguese. Maybe you can try it.
Let's do it. So what do you want us to do?
Sing with me in Portuguese. You want to try it? It will be crazy.
Why not? Let's do it. You go first.
Okay.
One line at a time.
Okay. I will sing in English first. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you do that. Give us some energy, and once we've got the vibes off you, we can. Yeah, we can play into that.
Lucas, you do it first.
Okay. Kick it off, throw it in, have a little scrimmage, keep it low, splendid rush, bravo, win or die, on the ball, City, never mind the danger, still on, now's your chance, score, City, yellows. Oh, I love that song.
Brilliant. Right, that's got me going. Nice.
Yeah. Portuguese, let's go.
It will be weird for you.
Okay.
I don't know the rhyme if it will be good, but let's do it.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Vamos lá para o campo. Temos mais jogo. Queremos foco e muita raça. Bravo é vencer ou morrer. Vamos pro jogo, City. Nada mais importa, é nossa chance. Olha só, é gol. City.
Lucas, now I don't want to butcher that. That is sensational. If I tried that, I think that would tip me over the edge.
Lucas, and for the people watching, Jack is going to be cutting together a 24-hour highlight reel. That is going in the highlight reel. That was absolutely iconic from you. That's the content that we needed. Lucas, you've given us so much energy there. Thank you, my man. And you've almost finished your shift, so thank you very much. Lucas, have you got any final words for the Norwich fans?
Well, I have. I just want everyone to keep safe, stay strong. I know it's a difficult time. Pandemic is not what we want, but we need to live with that, and we need to make the better with that situation. You know, it's difficult, but we need to, because we need to pass it, to make it, to go over it. You know, and do not. Be negative. It's really difficult not be negative with that our situation, but still try to believe in everything that you want to do, because, well, I was just a kid back then, and I always feels like I was involved with that club and Norwich. Not only football, but in my life, Norwich changed many things, because I hate stud English, the language. But because of Norwich, I learned English by myself. Because of Norwich, I learned how to do web design. I mean, graphic design. Because of Norwich, I got to be a better person to speak with other persons, because I want to talk about Norwich, and I want to be a journalist because of Norwich. Because my dream now, remember when I say, when you got a dream done, start another. And now my dream is to work with Norwich one day. I don't know if it will be with Jack and Reeve and Chris Reeve, or if it will be with the club, or if Michael Bailey will reply me on LinkedIn. But you need to believe in what you want and do that with love, because it will happen. In a way or another, it will happen. Just try to see things with the better way, and try to do your best. And if things do not go the way you want to, don't be sad. Just recover yourself and do it again in another way, that you'll be able to got your objective. So that's I want to say, because many people say things like that to me mainly when I was in Norwich. I don't know, I don't remember the name now, but one person specific say, "Hey, Lucas, I was 2 years without watching or going Carrow Road, watching a game in TV or going Carrow Road, because when my dad passed away, I lost my faith in football, you know, the feeling to be supporting the club." And when you got here in Norwich and I saw your story, that sentiment, that feeling to be a fan come back. And mate, I didn't plan it. I never thought about that when I was planning myself to be in Norwich. I never think about being inspiration. I just was being myself. I just was fighting for my dreams. So fighting for your things that you love makes other people receive that love too, in many ways that you maybe never realize, but it's really happened.
Lucas, that is honestly, that I don't know about you, Jack, but that's inspired me and will inspire so many other people. Lucas, you are a bloody hero, and mate, that's really got me going. That's given me energy. You've jumped on in the UK now. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, mate. So what you've done in this last hour is absolutely heroic, mate. You're a legend, and I'm sure everyone watching this stream now will go and follow at Norwich City FC BR on Twitter. Lucas, what a man. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a lovely evening, and I will speak to you very soon, my friend. And I cannot wait for you to come back to Norwich.
Thank you too for inviting me. It's always a pleasure being part of everything. It's related to Norwich. If you need me to come back here, just text me. I will be watching always. And well, I have some beers and a day off next day in Monday, so I'm totally free for going back.
Lucas,
Lucas.
Thank you so much.
Lucas, we might need you. Thanks so much, mate. Have a good night. Well, good day.
On the ball, City!
Hey, what a bloke.
legend.
What a bloke.
What a legend. Unbelievable.
Wow. Needed that, Chris. Hit a bit of a slump, feeling like I'm coming out of it again now. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, well, I've replaced my chair. My back,
Okay.
was going.
Yeah.
And it's just I need to read this, but I'm a
Yeah.
bit anxious about reading it because I think I might cry.
Okay.
But
Well, I can read it if you want.
let's try anyway. Jeffrey has donated $100 to the Big C in honor of my mom's 75th birthday today. Lost my dad to cancer 8 years ago. Will double my donation if the Philadelphia Phillies win tonight. Brackets, gotta find some way to make baseball, interesting. Can't wait to get back to Carrow next season with my son Noah. Jeffrey, you have just helped so many people that are affected by cancer and their families. Jeffrey, you are a hero. Thank you so much. I absolutely salute you. And I'm so sorry to hear that you lost your dad to cancer. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, Jeffrey, thank you so much. When you are over here at Carrow, give us a shout, mate. Liam Betts, boys, gonna have to call it a night. If it wasn't for my daughter, would stick right through. Love this club, love this channel. Jack, your dad, Chris, your mum would be proud as punch. Keep going on the ball, City. Liam, thank you, my friend, and thank you for sticking until 3 o'clock in the morning. Andrew Lewis says, I'm not sure if I'm a bigger fan of TNC or the club. Oh, heck, I love them both. Great work for Big C. I love this, Chris, because we're starting to see a lot of Americans come in now due to the time zone. So the Americans can get us through the early hours. Also, Susanna George is still going strong. Wow. She loves Lucas. We all love Lucas. And still over 200 people tuned in this evening, Chris.
Now, ladies and gents, boys and girls, I am delighted to say that our next guests are arriving. And I say guests because there are going to be 2 screens on show here. Now, earlier, unfortunately, there was some poor connection issues with the New York Canaries. And I'm delighted to say that we are now going to the United States of America very shortly, speaking to 2 of the New York Canaries. Delighted to get them on to see what they make of this season and why they support Norwich and so on and so forth. So many of you love Lucas. The comments are coming in for Lucas. Man, so positive, so uplifting, so happy, so content. Loves Norwich City. Oh my god!
And Average has. I've seen you in the comments since 10 a.m. Average has. I have. I recognise it. We are in. We got 7 hours left. I can't work how long. How long have we been live for? 8 hours, 16 hours, 17 and a bit hours we've been live for, which is marvelous. Right? Should we cross over to New York City?
I think it's time to bring on New York.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let me just do a little stand up and stretch, mate.
Yeah, I agree. Let's do some stretching.
Stretch for Dave. Oh man. Okay, got a second win.
Come on. We can do this. Keep going. Come on.
Okay. I really hope Dave's got the energy. I really hope he's going to bring something.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Jack. New Yorkers always bring their own game.
Oh God, I really hope Dave's got it.
They're full of energy, those New Yorkers, and especially I tell you what, do you know what I need right now? That American spirit injected in me.
Yeah.
I cannot wait. Here we go, ladies and gents.
Man, I've got there's a problem. I'm from Lowestoft. So I need to inject some Lowestoftian energy instead of. I mean,
Dave.
They say you only need to be in New York for kind of 6 weeks or so before you become a New Yorker. So maybe.
How long have you been there, Dave?
I've been here for about 3.5 years.
Okay.
But Ryan should be joining as well, who is a genuine Yank. So he'll bring all of the positivity and stuff, and I can just bring you guys down. I need some of that Lucas kind of energy to be perfect. Oh yeah.
Look, we're. What's the time with you guys? Is it 11?
It's 10, 10:05.
10 o'clock. Okay. Yeah.
So
First of all, Lowestoft to New York. How does that happen?
It kind of happens in a bizarre way. It happens via Warsaw, Warsaw, Copenhagen, Brussels, and then here. So I've been here for 3 years working. Yeah,
with work.
But yeah, I don't think there's many Lowestoftians here.
No, I can't imagine there are. What do you do for work, Dave?
So I work at the UN. I work for Amnesty, so for the human rights charity at the UN. So like, yeah,
Okay.
I moved over here kind of about 3.5 years ago. And the first thing, in actual fact, it wasn't the first thing I did when I came over. Friends did it for me before I even came over here, was finding the kind of whether or not there was a Norwich City fan group in New York. And there was.
Amazing. And at Lowestoft is a unique place because you've probably got a 50% split of Norwich fans and Ipswich fans, right?
Kind of.
Yeah. So which made you choose the right side of things?
Family and everything.
Right.
Well, I'm north side anyway. I'm actually from Dundaston, so I'm kind of like halfway between Lowestoft and Yarmouth. But family, going way back, have all been Norwich fans. So like we've got kind of family season tickets in the Upper River, I'm afraid. But like so whenever I'm actually back in the UK, I'm kind of always in the Upper River.
We might have some. We might have now a genuine Yank come in. Let's see if he can talk. He was having some volume issues.
Oh, he was. It was his computer that was problematic earlier, I think.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Here we go. Here comes Ryan. I'm going to add him now.
What's going on, guys? Can you see and hear me this time? There we go.
Hey, Ryan.
Yes, Ryan, we need this American spirit right now, my man. How are you? Talk to us. Give us some energy.
I'm doing great, man. I'm happy to see that we're just on the cusp. Had a bad feeling it wasn't going to happen today with the black kits on, but glad we were able to at least get 3 points today. Hopefully Saturday we'll be popping some more champagne.
Yeah, I hope so.
Talk to me about this. Talk to me about this pub, please, Ryan. Because you lot look like you're having the best time of your lives today in that pub.
That's just an ordinary Saturday for us, thanks to Jack at Football Factory. And that was, you guys didn't even get to see the whole thing. We were tucked away in one of the corners. There's about what would you say, Dave? 15 or so different televisions on in there.
Yeah. Kind of down in the basement.
Yeah.
So
just for football. He doesn't allow any other sports to be shown.
Good.
So we've got it's the Football Factory, and then you get a particular segment of that pub for the New York Canaries, right?
Yes, correct.
I see.
And we'll move next season. We'll move out of Championship Corner, which is where we are at the moment. We'll move into Premiership Square.
Yes, we're going to get our own promotion next year back to the Premier League side of things.
And we'll be on there. We'll have decent streams as well.
So do you get summoned when we get relegated then into the Championship? You get summoned to the basement, do you?
Well, it's all in the basement, the Football Factory, but he's got a main section, and then kind of flanked on both sides, there's, a slew of 5 or 6 televisions, and one side's more, championship row, and the other side is the overlap of the extraneous Premier League matches that are taking place.
Okay, right. I want Ryan and Dave to show us where you are at the moment. So, Ryan, it looks like you've got a little Norwich City shrine behind you. Give us a spin of that, mate.
Before we go to this, you have to know that essentially Ryan single-handedly keeps the club shop going. Like I think he.
Morning, Ryan.
Have you've changed into Cruel there now, right? Yeah.
I did. I had to after today.
You had to put Timmy back on. Yeah.
Go on then.
I'm trying to do this on my phone, so I'm having a bit of a difficulty here. But
nice poster that. Nice poster, Jack. Look at that poster there. Oh wow. Look at this.
Stunning, that. Absolutely stunning.
The shrine to Norwich City. That's
and then this is from
oh yes.
This is cool. This is cool.
What a
that's
shot.
The canvas. That's from the FA Cup match away to Spurs.
Oh wow! Was that the one? Was that the win? Yeah.
Yes, that was the win. That was the FA Cup win. That was the beginning of my trip back in March before COVID hit.
Wow.
I flew over. I saw that match. I got a tour of the new Spurs stadium. Then went up and toured Carrow Road. Went down to Nottingham and saw Forest play Millwall. And then the founder of NY Canaries, James, met up with me again, and we went and saw them lose to Sheffield United that Saturday. And then we parted ways, and I saw the Manchester Derby Sunday before flying home Monday, and then football was canceled on Tuesday.
My goodness.
So it was perfectly timed.
You got in at the last minute, Ryan.
I did.
Fair play to you. So, Dave, let's see where you're set up. Let's see the flags around. Give us.
So I'm not in my flat. I'm on the balcony. So I put the bunting up especially. You know,
Nice.
the bunting was gonna come up for getting the title today, but like I put it up anyway. So you can kind of see New York.
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then
nice.
over there to you can kind of see. Actually, that's towards. Hi Ryan, you're over there. It's over to the Queens, so you can kind of see the river. And that's hang on, which building is it? Is it that horrible one there? Yeah, that horrible one, kind of tower you can see there. That's the Trump Hotel.
Ooh.
That's the one we can like send.
Yeah.
So Ryan,
they might have renamed it by now, actually, but yeah.
Ryan, we've got Dave's story about how he became to support Norwich City. You're born and raised in America, I assume.
Yes, in New York. Yeah.
So how do you come to support Norwich City?
So it was actually a decade ago now. I spent the fall semester of my senior year of college abroad in what my school advertised as a philosophy program in London. Only after we signed up, we found out that we would be at the University of East Anglia, which I learned was not really that close to London. And a buddy of mine who's a Spurs fan had really started to watch football that year, so I was watching with him before we went over there, and I saw a few matches that year while I was in Norwich and fell in love with the club. I got home in December. They got promoted in April or May that year, and we were already sharing, because at that point in time, before NBC had the coverage here, Fox did, and before Spurs were Big Six and before they were a Super League club, they were never on television, so we had to share the cost to stream their matches on Fox. So Norwich got promoted, and now my money was allowing me to see Spurs and Norwich matches, and here we are 10 years later.
I think there's a lot of stories of Americans that come to University of East Anglia and then go to the game. I didn't realise that they were publishing it as London, but there we go. If that's what got you over here, then brilliant. Quick shout out to Marco Palm, who's donated to the Big C. I was one of those who pushed you towards the 24-hour watch along from very early on. I've been enjoying since the first minute. We were pushed through the early hours, although Jack's 98-year-old neck and sleeping habits worry me. They worry me as well, Marco. You are not alone. You're not alone. Lads, I find it sensational, right? We've had, obviously, you guys on tonight. We've had the Brazilian Canaries on. We've got the South African Canaries on coming on later. I just find it remarkable, right, that you two have been brought together, and if it wasn't for football, you would have never have met. It's as simple as that. And these communities, despite Norwich being a relatively small club, they exist all over the world. How brilliant is that?
It's truly incredible. And I mean, that's one thing. I mean, we really didn't have the opportunity to show you guys at the Football Factory today, but that kind of embodies it, especially when we watch matches there, especially last year. If anybody's followed the New York Canaries Twitter, we try and get a photo at every match. And, every week you see, at least during the Premier League, you saw a different group of people, because back before coronavirus, anybody visiting from England, whenever they're coming to watch football, they're coming to the Football Factory to watch it. And, it's not just us. It's filled with supporter groups for Chelsea, Newcastle, Leicester, and, even non-English leagues. I mean, there's a huge PSG group there as well. It's a haven. It's an amazing place.
Definitely.
So is that
and like basically you're there every week, pretty much. Like you're basically there every Saturday, like at differing times. Like sometimes it's in the Premier League. Do we go back to some kind of 12:30 UK kickoffs and therefore 7:30 in the morning?
Yeah,
probably. I have a feeling there will be a few, as long as it's not.
So they're the fun ones. They're the really good ones when you're actually up at 6 to kind of go to the pub. Is fun, but there you really see the hardcore. As Ryan was saying, it's like certainly brought us really close together, which has been great. And then also you get to meet kind of really great fans of other clubs. Not necessarily, except Leicester, not necessarily the Premier League clubs, because they're all a little bit But certainly the kind of the other championship clubs. Yeah. But,
and Dave, I imagine for you, mate, like you said, you've obviously travelled the world with work, but being able to find these pockets of community must be incredibly comforting for you.
Yeah, because like I mean, particularly coming from East Anglia, you don't tend to immediately bump into people and stuff, and it's kind of like it's great to have this way of actually kind of meeting people, either from or have some kind of connection or some kind of love or some kind of to where you actually come from, and then the added bonus of it being about football as well and the football club that you love. So yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna chuck something into the ring here, right? It's time for a quick fire round, okay? And I'm going to ask a question. I'm just going to put a question in there, and we'll start every time. We'll start with you, Ryan, for the true Yank energy. And I'm not sure how long this quick fire round is going to last because my brain is absolute mush, and it's going to be off the top of my head. Okay, so question 1: who is your favourite goalkeeper, Norwich City goalkeeper of all time, Ryan?
Before the last 2 years, it would have to be Ruddy, but Krul is definitely giving him a run for his money now, especially after seeing him live in the FA Cup.
Wow. Yeah. Dave, who are you going for?
I'm going totally old school and going Chris Wood.
Okay. Oh, wow. Dave, that's a long time ago.
I know.
I mean, that's impressive.
I'm digging.
You're aging yourself, Dave.
Are you not picking Johnny over Chris Wood?
No, but I think purely because that was the first squad that I ever remember watching, and therefore it has a real kind of like emotional. And he was damn good. Come on, England goalkeeper. Come on.
Okay, right. Next round. Your favourite defender of all time, Ryan. Go now.
Oh, favorite defender. Hanley's a tank. Especially, I wasn't a fan of his at the beginning. He really won me over. I didn't respect him early on, and he's definitely grown for me.
Oh wow, he's gone Grant Hanley.
Really? Hanley? No, go Maxi.
I was leaning more towards center back. If we're gonna go, are you going any back at all?
Any back, yeah.
I think actually I'll say centre back. Actually, now you said it, we'll stick with centre backs.
Okay.
Go on. Let's hear it, Dave. Who's your favourite centre back?
No, I can't do it.
You just can't.
You have mushy brain. I have completely mushy brain. I can't remember what I did this morning, let alone
Well, I tell you what, our new favourite centre back is Ben Gibson because he donated £500 towards the Big C today.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I saw that on Twitter earlier. Cheers, Ben.
Absolute legend for that. Right, boys, let's move up the pitch then. Favourite midfielder of all time? Go. Ryan. There's a right answer to this, by the way, Ryan.
Wes for me.
Wes,
good man.
Yeah.
Wes as well? Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no,
Okay.
I'm going to say Mario just because Mario actually said no. Wes.
Love that. Okay, there's 2 more questions to the quick fire round. Striker of all time. Go. Ryan, let's hear it.
I mean, Holt was my origin story, but I mean, I love Timo Pukki, so my closet's littered with Pukki kits, including a Finland kit for him. So,
wow, he's moved from Grant Holt to Timo Pukki. Wow, and a lot of people will, I'm sure, be making that move. Dave, is it Holty? Is it Holty or is it
Pukki? Or is it someone else? I would still stick with Holty, I think.
Yeah,
I think I still stick with Holty. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see next season whether
I mean to the striker point
can get beyond the first kind of 4 or 5 matches, and
I can tell you who my first striker kit was, and it wasn't Holt.
Who was it?
What was it?
When I came aboard our first Premier League kit, there was a white and black kit. And when they first put it on sale, there was an expensive new signing that they were willing to print for you for free. So I have a lovely Ricky Van Wolfswinkel kit sitting in my closet.
Excellent.
I've got that as well. I think that's so better than any kit ever.
You fools, you fell for the
I dare you to wear it next week. Wear it next week when we get the title. Come on, do it.
I tell you what, that'll be worth a lot of money in years to come, Ryan.
No, there's so many of them. Like,
yeah. I remember that printing offer because it would have cost like 20 odd quid to get all the letters.
Yeah, I just put a Teddy kid in the card and it cost like an extra 14 pounds and his name's not even that long.
Right, last question. Favorite Norwich City manager of all time? Ryan.
Barca.
Barca, no debate.
No debate about it at all. No debate. I'll do whatever I can to make sure he signs an extension. I'd give him a lifetime appointment if I could do that right now. I want Barca ball for life.
Wow.
Love that. Dave.
I kind of agree, but again, for kind of like for historical sentimental value, probably would go for Mike Walker 1, first time around. Yeah, as kind of
That's that.
Or just like really show age and go come back. But yeah.
Mike Walker's a hell of a shout.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a yawn from you there, Jack Reeve?
That was a yawn. Don't worry, fear not.
Oh.
Look, we've got what 6? No, we've got 8. I don't know how long we've got left. We've got a while.
Go to VAR. Let's see if it was a yawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go. Thank you to Kieran in the chat. Boys, you could be incredible. Not just over the last 17 hours, but over the course of the season. Thank you for bringing us together at 3 p.m. on a Saturday, and keep up the amazing work. You're nearly there. We are nearly there, Kieran. Thank you so much for supporting us. A big thank you to NRG Field from Evanston, Illinois. Can I get a shout out for my kids, Jaya, Mira, and Milo? Keep up the great work. Of course you can. Hello to Jaya, Mira, and Milo. And one final one from Jonah. Have to chime in for the North Carolina Yellows. Cheers to you boys up north. I had to make sure I got in a little donation parts 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much, Jonah. There's a lot of American, like not just New York Canaries, but a lot of Norwich fans across America, aren't there, gents?
American Canaries.
There are, yes. American Canaries has sprouted up over the past few years. One of their founders is down in Texas.
There you go. So if you're watching from America now, jump on board American Canaries.
Absolutely. I think there's about 450 or so people.
Wow.
Yeah,
I think registered to American Canaries, something like that. I think he sent an update today.
Yeah, he put an update up there today.
In America over this side, hop and kind of and get in touch with the American Canaries.
That's remarkable. Where have we got? Luke is saying big kisses to all the down under Canaries. Lots watching Australia at the moment. We're seeing the different time zones pass through at this point. Gents, we've got Leah Lee. Great to see so many of the American Canaries on board. Mark says, but that's an international account. What? Talk us through it.
No, that's Mark. That's Mark. Yeah. That's American Canaries. That's Mark.
That's Mark.
Yay. That's our man, Mark. Cheers, Mark.
Gents, talk us through a standard 3 o'clock British time kickoff match day for the New York Canaries. What do you do? What do you get up to?
You want to go first, Dave?
No, you do it.
Okay, so I mean, 3 a.m. The 3 p.m. kickoff for us is 10 a.m. So I'm out for those in America that are familiar with New York. I'm out in Queens, so I'm in another borough from Manhattan. So I got to be up and on the road, on public transit by about 8:30. Takes me about 45 to an hour. Try and make sure I get to the pub with time to spare before kickoff. So I'm usually in there between 9:30 and 9:45. Wow,
brilliant! And Dave, what does your normal journey look like before you kick off?
I'm as you can see, I'm now living in Manhattan. So it's actually super easy. It's like it's about a 15-20 minute walk to the pub from here. So I just walk down Fifth Avenue, Bosh. You're there. I used to live in Brooklyn, so that was kind of slightly more complicated and involved getting a ferry. But so that could be a little bit kind of earlier. But yeah.
Do you know what? One of the biggest regrets of my life was not making the time to go to Football Factory when I was in New York about 3 years ago now. I had
come on.
I know. I know.
We were there.
And I tell you what I did. I went to see, but I tell you what happened. There was some last-minute tickets that came up for New York City versus New York Red Bulls. It was the derby game. I was like, I've got to go to that. I've got to go to that. It's a really good atmosphere. But honestly, boys, and I know this sounds really weird. You might be thinking UK is really cool. New York for me. Jack, have you been to New York, by the way? Have you been to New York? Oh, mate, what the hell are you doing?
No.
You've got to go. It's absolutely phenomenal. I loved going to New York.
You guys have to get here.
Yeah, we did.
Did you? Yeah. Did you go? Was the derby up at Yankee Stadium or over at Red Bull Arena?
Yankee Stadium.
Yankee Stadium. Okay. At least that was slightly better to get to.
Although it's quite funny because some it's really interesting because some of the UK fans always talk about like the American fan chants because like they're like bouncing up and down and they've got their flares and everything. And in England, but it's really interesting because then you watch on YouTube American YouTubers like talking about the English fans and their chants. So it's like we both envy each other, which is kind of weird, I think. But do you guys when you watch soccer in America, what do you think it's quite a way off football in England, or like how does that look like to you guys?
Do you want to go? I can answer this if you want, Ryan. Because actually, both me and Ryan go and watch NYCFC up at Yankee Stadium. The season actually, the season started again last week. For me, it's a little bit like watching a totally different game. It's a little bit like going and watching Lowestoft Town. It's kind of it's all a little bit like hoof. Oh, hang on a second, someone's got the ball and they're quite close to the goal. Oh, are they going? Oh no, they've actually put it in somewhere. So it's a little bit kind of, but actually it's kind of quite exciting because you never quite know what's going to happen next. Now this is kind of changing a little bit now because there's kind of like there's a little bit more kind of tactics involved. They're keeping the ball on the floor a little bit more and a little bit more of that. But like it's kind of there's very little possession football, I'd say. Like it kind of changes really, really quickly and can kind of go anywhere. So essentially you're watching football, but it's not, you don't go in expecting, this is going to be like watching Premier League, Championship or League One. It's going to be, a little bit different from that. Right.
Yeah, it's still quite not up to snuff. It's not European football yet. And I mean, for Dave and I, being in New York and having tickets for NYCFC, the unfortunate part is our home matches, as you saw, Chris, are played at Yankee Stadium, and that pitch is actually technically not quite within regulation. It's actually narrowly smaller than what's legally acceptable. So for anybody who's familiar with a novice FIFA player, it's basically like watching the ball fly up and down the pitch. And it's just straight back and forth. There's no side-to-side movement. It's a pretty vertical game on that pitch. So, I mean, as much as I enjoy going to matches, when I'm watching NYCFC, I much prefer watching them away from home on a regulation-sized pitch where you at least get some sort of glimpse of actual football.
Wow, there you go.
The great thing, and I don't know if you experienced this because you went up to Yankee Stadium, but the great thing about watching football here is that you can basically stand at the bar overlooking the whole pitch with beer in hand throughout the whole match. So that makes it a completely different experience from back home.
And if that's not going to get you guys to come back here, I don't know what's going to.
Like a $15 Yankee Stadium beer, yeah.
Well, there was a rumor for a Talk Norwich City on tour, wasn't there, Jack? We just need to find an American sponsor, hint, Hoffer and Webb, to pay for our flights. So fingers crossed we will make it there.
Well, I said earlier on the stream, I would love to come and visit some, you guys and Canaries Down Under and the Brazilian Canaries, because I just love the fact that, although you're not in Norfolk, you're not in Norwich, you've been able to create this community, and that's what football's all about, right? Win or lose, yes, emotions will change, but you've got that overriding thing all the while that that you've got each other, and I think that's such a wonderful thing. So I would love to come and experience it because it would be a big change for me as well.
Ryan, talk us through the Tim Krul GK jersey, please. Why are you such a big Tim Krul fan?
Well, I mean, I recall him back in the World Cup days. I remember watching. That was still kind of early days for me, watching with my buddy, and I was kind of confused as to why they'd be subbing a keeper on in the 119th minute. And then when I saw what he did, I was aware of him then. And then when we signed him and everybody talked about how over the hill he was, and then seeing what he did for us, and then finding out the other day when I don't know, did he just turn 34 or he turned 33? Whatever it was, it's very close in my age. And knowing people were calling him over the hill a few years ago made me, kind of have another look at life, wondering if that means I'm over the hill now also.
Oh, that's brilliant! I love that, and it's a strong kit, that one.
Yeah,
quite goals in the Premier League with that one.
It's keeping me awake looking at that.
So I have the light blue one from last year, and this year, since Aero has such consistent sizing, we've been in touch with a bunch of wonderful people at the club who helped us with sizing this year. And when I ordered my medium yellow home kit, they told me since the sizing measurements online seemed off, they suggested an extra large kit would be a medium. So I went and ordered a light blue home keeper kit in an extra large, and it looked exactly as you would imagine, like a dress on me. So we found a proper home for it, and then I finally ordered the orange one, and unfortunately by the time I ordered it, they only had smalls left, so it's a bit snug on me, but it's lively. It's a great color, and I like it a lot.
Well, yeah, there you
and
go.
It completed my rainbow. I officially have a Norwich kit in every color to complete the traditional rainbow now.
That's amazing. You're right though. The football kit sizing is an absolute nightmare. Like a medium is I'm usually a medium. Sometimes it's very snug. So no, I am. Sometimes it's very large.
Like last year's medium fits like this year's small, and the sizing measurements online do not dictate that. Speaking of which, who are you guys expecting our new manufacturer to be?
Yeah. Come on, tell us.
Well, we don't have any insight on that. I mean, there was everyone.
I'm hopeful it's Hummel. I know it probably won't be because I can't get that lucky. I got married in February, and if it was Hummel, I'll probably be divorced by August. So for my marriage's sake, let's hope it's not Hummel.
Yeah, I don't think it will be Hummel, but I know there's a lot of people that are hoping it will be.
What's really interesting, gents, about the kit manufacturers, and I didn't actually know this until I think it was this season that Ben Kensel, the COO, told me. The reason why we're with Araya is that they pay us to wear their kit, right? So if we want a Nike, an Adidas, possibly even a Hummel, we would have to pay them to wear their kit. So as a self-funded football club, that has had to be the way it's worked. If Araya are going to pay us to wear their kit, why wouldn't we do it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Particularly at the time when we first signed on with Araya. Now, I understand now Norwich City, part of, in my opinion, a marginal gain of actually signing a top quality player is an attractive brand. And let's face it, Araya isn't an attractive brand. It's not. It's just not. And, I've been very vocal about the away kit this season. I think it's an absolute disgrace. I really don't care saying it. I mean, I know we're wearing blue and white now, but you can't make a blue and white Norwich kit. That's a red card for me. You're off. So quite frankly, I'm happy for anyone to take the Norwich City kit as long as they never release a blue and white kit ever again. That's what I think. But hopefully we'll find out some intel on who the next manufacturer will be. I am led to believe that the contract is up as rumoured. So maybe we will see something exciting for the Premier League. And I expect to see you New York Canaries wearing it with pride in the football factory.
Oh, we'll have it as soon as it's released.
I tell you what, though, I really love the kit that you're wearing now, Dave. I think that is a bang. I think that is a bang. I really do. I really rate that kit. I think they got that bang on the money. It's cool. It's modern. It reminds me of It's kind of like half Gunny versus Ipswich vibes when he completely missed the ball. I like that though. So there you go.
Yeah, that's my favorite kit. I was wearing that with Vrancic on the back in the Football Factory this morning.
Yeah, I remember seeing it. Here's a little question coming in from Matt. Now he says, Matt, I want a Soto kit. Fill us in on Sebastian Soto. Sebastian Soto isn't a man I know much about, and all I hear and see is just praise for him. Ryan, what do we need to know about him?
I got to be honest, you got to ask Dave more so than me, because as an American, I know full well how atrocious our soccer team is here, and unfortunately, haven't been worth watching very recently. They've been incapable of qualifying for the World Cup, so Soto, frankly, has been the only thing keeping me in touch to it, but I can't really give you much there.
The men's team over here is pretty shocking. The women's team is amazing, but the men's team is shocking. So no, I mean I've been hearing the same things in terms of positivity about Soto, but like I haven't actually seen the evidence. But,
I see. Well, let's hope that he's good. I know he's got his UK work permit now, I think, so it means that he can. Because that was the original worry, wasn't it, that he didn't actually have a permit, but Weber got in ahead of that.
I don't know about you though, Jack, but I really want Soto to work. Like, there's nothing more I want than a really passionate, spirited Yank playing up top for Norwich next season in the Premier League. There's nothing more I want than to see Soto scoring the winner against Man City and just not even taking off his top, just ripping his shirt in half into the Barclay the Snake Pit, ripping, like from his heart, ripping it in half like a barbarian from Finland, and just going mental with the Snake Pit. I think Soto's got the spirit.
It would be class. It would be absolutely brilliant.
It would be nice to have a Yank scoring Premier League goals.
It would.
I tell you what, though, also like it would really help with like the coverage and the expansion and everything over here in the States as well, because you see that with Pulisic, and it's completely changed when there is actually an American in the team. Then suddenly I mean, come on, it's the same back in Britain as well. If there's a Brit involved, but like suddenly there's much heightened attention. You're more likely to get actual positive press and a little bit more than the usual rubbish that we get. Well, we don't get anything very much at the moment, but like that we got last season when we were in the Premier League, which was kind of and also Norwich or here's Norwich, but like we're only going to see them for a few more months anyway, so let's go back and talk about Arsenal and Chelsea again.
Do you see a real drop off in coverage when we go from the Premier League to the Championship? What's the Championship coverage like in America?
It's nowhere near, because when you're in the Premier League, then every single Premier League match is shown on TV over here, so you can watch them all on NBC or NBC Sports Network or on Peacock. Everything is on NBC, and they have loads and loads of Premier League programs, and it's kind of all quite high profile, and it's just. And essentially, because of the way that the Premier League matches work as well, it's essentially like a whole day almost sometimes, and it's just kind of continuous Premier League coverage. Championship, no, it's on ESPN Plus, which is a paper thing, and it's just literally the match with commentary, with usually quite rubbish commentary that you actually kind of try and listen to a radio or actually watch you guys, because
that's right.
And try and like match up the kind of the timing, which is never very easy to do, but like try and match up timing between ESPN Plus and you.
Yeah, I can't remember what match it was, probably a couple of months ago, that was on ESPN Plus, and the announcers they butchered multiple names on the Norwich pitch. And this was in the midst of us on our winning run at the top of the table. This is not 3 years ago where, we were climbing the table after Farke's first year, where we're in the middle. I mean, this is the club that was in the Premier League last year, now at the top of the Championship table, and he could not pronounce nearly anybody's name properly.
Well, and actually, sometimes it's not only that you can say, oh well, they're American, and therefore, perhaps not actually kind of really pronouncing them. Sometimes, a lot of the time, actually, the commentators and the people talking are British. They're kind of like often kind of slightly but yeah, kind of people kind of who maybe were involved in football back home kind of a while ago and are kind of like, over here now. And yeah, they don't know.
Guys, we're almost at the end of your slot now, and I must salute you for coming on, because in the UK it's now 20 to 4 in the morning. So like, you guys are keeping us awake right now. I need to ask you a question. Have either of you been tuning into the TNC Watchalongs this season?
Yes, we've tried to have it on in the bar a few times.
Okay.
It's been, the service down there isn't great, so it's been patchy. I mean, normally when we do, it's been more to have the visual than anything, because with all the noise in the bar, can't hear much of anything. But we've at least tried to be there in spirit with you guys.
So do you know what our anthem of the season is? Do you know what our song is? Yeah, do you know what that is, Dave?
Yeah, totally. I'm not sure if am I gonna sing it kind of right out here in the middle of the street? Yeah, possibly.
I think the best way to finish this session is a joint Ryan and Dave Zombie Nation. Jack, do you think that's a good thing to do?
I think that sounds like a stunning plan, Chris.
But before you do a Zombie Nation, Ryan and Dave, any last messages for the Norwich fans before we wish you well?
I mean, hopefully we'll see you soon, either over here or when the borders open again. When the borders open again, come over here. Anyone coming to New York, come straight away to the Football Factory. If it's a match day, we'll be there. But hopefully also see you at Carrow Road at some point or another in the next year when borders open and when we can travel. Yeah.
Ryan, any last words?
Same for me. As soon as the borders open, you're all more than welcome to come on over. And I'm hoping to get back to Carrow Road at some point next year as well. We'd love to see a match in Carrow Road while we're a Premier League club. I got to see us last year, but it was away from home.
I'm going to make that my mission. I'm going to come to New York when we're allowed, for sure.
Yeah, right, gents. I mean, I'll give you 5 seconds, and then it's over to you. All right.
Ryan, do you know what you're doing?
I can't do my hands. I'm holding my phone. The computer wasn't working, so I only got one hand.
I'll do them for you, Ryan. I'll do them for you.
Who's starting it?
Oh, I will.
Have at it, Dave.
Sorry, it's just going to be me doing it, though, in the end.
No, Ryan's in his
We're not in sync.
Ryan, Dave, thank you so much, boys. A lovely night.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for what you're doing, and
thanks.
You're almost home. You're almost there.
We're nearly there, boys. We're nearly there. Thank you so much for joining us, Dave and Ryan. Have a lovely evening, both of you. Chris, another solid few boys there.
Yeah, great guys. The New York Canaries. I love the fact that like Dave was just like on a New York sky rooftop, just chilling, just like doing his thing, like not just chilling as you do. Let's get some donations up on screen, Jack. Yeah, great point. Great point. Zombie Nation at 20 to 4.
How are you feeling, mate? Like, how are you feeling?
Honestly, I halfway through that, I thought I'm not in a good place. But after that Zombie Nation, I'm really back in the room. I've decided to open my larger can of Red Bull.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm at the point now where I'm on sugar now.
Yeah.
I need sugar to get me through this, but you got to do it.
I'm going through real kind of 20-minute highs and 20-minute lows at the moment. But I think it's good. You do, 10 minutes of speaking. I'll do 10 minutes of speaking. My body is, I just feel like, stiff, man.
Do you feel slightly drunk?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I feel like I've just gotten from a night out.
Yeah.
And I'm talking to you still.
Yeah, well, your brain is slowing down, isn't it? It's like you need to sleep. You need to sleep. Love this from Kerr9618. €10. Top job today, boys, from Malta. Love these segments you're doing. What you're doing is amazing. Hearing these stories and experiences, being one myself. Thanks to you both, Kerr9618.
thanks so much for your donation. That is very kind.
That's been a delight, hasn't it, Chris? Not only the donations, but the accompanying stories that have come with it, like emotional, uplifting, powerful, funny, just all the emotions rolled into one. And it's been a beautiful journey. How long have we got left? We've got about 6 hours, haven't we?
I tell you what, there are so many people from the UK still watching this, and I don't know what they're doing. And one of them is Rob, and he's a legend. If you boys weren't fans of the season before now, that's lovely. Thank you so much. Look, we have to say Liam and Diane are very, very, very worthy winners. Both of them have raised money themselves for the CSF. We're delighted to be finalists. It would mean the world to us to win it. But look, both of them are winners. And, well, we're all winners really already. So at the end of the day, the trophy is the trophy. We're all winners for being nominated. But, Rob, I really appreciate that, mate. That's very, very kind. Oh, wow, a dono train. A dono train has come in. Jack wants me to come in.
Yeah, a dono train. Fred Snell's got a first-class ticket.
Fred Snell.
Outstanding effort.
He's a UK boy, by the way. This is the UK massive now. If you're so hardcore, like basically, if you're still watching this from the UK, you're either an alcoholic, a drug dealer. I'm joking. Fred Snell, £2, massively appreciated. Average has, oh my God, Average has is still with us. He's still here and he's still donating to the Big C. And big up to all 190 of you that are watching at 3:45 in the morning. What are you doing with your life? Matthew, $2.72. Thank you so much. Hugely appreciate that. Wow. Ben, there's a lot of people are letting us know how they're staying awake at this time of night. Some of the comments we can't get up on screen for legal reasons. Robin Frost, 15 Aussie dollars. Thank you so much. He says, let's vote for Norwich's goal of the season, fans. I think that means your goal of the season. Jack, what's your goal of the season? All
right, from an aesthetic point, probably Cantwell against Wednesday. From a technical point, probably Buendia against Bristol City. And from an importance point, Hugill against Rotherham.
I really liked that Lucas Rupp run and that really duffed pass to Skip against Birmingham as well on that potato field pitch. Just stuff like that. Someone has just actually no, that's the wrong one. Jack, I think it might be time to play a bit of a Bradley Johnson video because we've got one, haven't we?
We have, yeah. So let's Chris interviewed Bradley Johnson a couple of months ago. Exclusive interview here on TNC, and this is how Bradley Johnson felt when he was released from Norwich City Football Club.
I'm going to be brave with you here. Do you feel wholeheartedly betrayed by Dave McNally?
Yeah. That year, they're going back to when we got relegated. I had teams come in for me in the Premier League who wanted to keep me and buy me in the Premier League.
Only,
yeah. So it wasn't a case of me going in to McNally or whoever the manager was at the time and saying I want to leave, because I felt at home at Norwich. I loved it there. I wanted to be there. I enjoyed the lads that we had there were great lads. Russ, Wes, Snoddy, everyone there. We all got on so well, so it wasn't a case of we've been relegated now. I want to jump ship. I wanted to get relegated. I didn't want to get relegated, but we got relegated. I wanted to that season bounce back up and get out and get back into the Premier League. And I said that to the club. I said, look, clubs are coming in for me. I don't want to leave. I want to help this club. And I was coming to, I think I only had a year left or something after that. So I said, yeah, we'll sort out contracts. And then nothing got happen. Then Alex Neil come in the January time. And then again, Burnley come back in for me in that January while we was in the Championship. And and then they come back in for me. And then I said to them, to Norwich, I said, look, I want to be here. Let's sort out a new contract. And to be fair to Alex Neil, then I went to see him. He'd only been in the building for a week. And to be fair to him, I went to see him and told him, and he said, leave it with me, I'll get it sorted out. And 3 days later, I signed that 4-year contract. So again, that's where I go back to Alex Neil, and everyone thinks I ain't got a bad word or anything to say about him. You know, he's a respectable man. He respects you if you work hard for him and play, and he's just a good guy.
Yeah, that was an amazing interview. And the thing I love most about that, Chris, Bradley Johnson's name tag, who put the ball in the Ipswich net. So good.
Bradley Johnson is, I mean, we spoke to Elliot Bennett earlier on the 24-hour live stream. But Bradley Johnson as well is one of those people that I've just always warmed to. He's full of soul, full of spirit, full of pride and passion. He's a fighter on the pitch, personality and heart of gold, and genuinely loves Norwich City Football Club. And it was such a shame to hear from the horse's mouth how he left and how he felt. You know, saying things like "I felt betrayed by Dave McNally." I think that was a real shame. Brady Jones, $10. Keep going, lads. Kern 9618, 4:45 here in Malta. Love that. Yui, £5 super chat. Thank you so much indeed. I'm just getting messages from my mates who are waking up to do like their shifts in like for like the police and stuff in the UK now. This is getting serious now.
It's lovely actually, because I've got the window open and I'm seeing the moon move across the sky.
Lovely.
Or up and down, whatever the moon does, it's moving anyway. Chris, we've got a guest in 10 minutes time?
Yeah, we have indeed. And this is the captain of HMS Pistol League.
This one.
Yeah, this one's going to be good. He's going to bring the energy. He always does. Leo Woodrow, this is lovely. I've loved these interviews when I'm on the road. Yeah, look, when we started the podcast, we had a mission to interview as many high quality, interesting Norwich City guests as possible. And we're so blessed, aren't we, Jack, that we've more or less done everything now. We've more or less done every single one we would ever want to do, which is just incredible, which is why arguably we've enjoyed this season so much, because we've just been able to spend time on you guys rather than our guests.
We've had the time, haven't we? And you know, we haven't been able to do anything else. You know, I've been at home working from home, which has freed up some time. So it's been the saving grace, really. Chris, I've just opened some windows. I'm hearing the bird song. If you just be quiet. I don't know if you can hear that. The birds are beginning to wake up. A new day is dawning here on TNC. Susanna is still awake. Susanna, has a hell of a stint from you. Did you guys ever think that the Watchalong would come to this when you started? No. I mean, we didn't actually start them as Watchalong. We started them as like post-match reviews, and then Chris said, let's do them live, and I was a bit hesitant. We got them live, and we've never looked back. We had one of the commenters earlier saying, you know, he was the one that mentioned the 24-hour stream, and it genuinely seemed impossible. And I must admit, at this very moment in time, it still feels impossible. With what we got, 6 hours 10 minutes to go. My body feels like it's slowly deteriorating, but we will get there. I know we will. I'm going to hit a peak in a minute, and that's going to be great. Robin Frost, come on, Aussies. Let's keep these guys going. Yeah, if you're awake in the middle of the day, we need some energy. I haven't seen a car go past my window in hours. It's very much the birds are starting to wake, but humans certainly aren't at the moment. Chambers, any update on Angus Gunn, Chris? Interesting to know. Well, we had Brian on earlier.
Rewind part one, mate.
Look, Brian said, "Don't rule out a move to Norwich one day." That was his words.
Jack, random one for you before our next guest comes on. It's time for a couple of pictures.
Okay.
When was this picture taken, and what was the game?
Oh, Lowestoft got called off because of the rain.
We were so pissed off, weren't we?
Yeah, it was that game though was in like August, and we just had torrential rainfall out of nowhere.
For like the Global Canaries that are watching this now, this was a pre-season friendly. We got all the way there, and they cancelled it. So we were less than impressed. Our next guest is going to be on in 7 minutes, and I really need him right now.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I need him. I tell you what, I really need as well, Jack. A bit of this. God, what I'd do to be at Carrow Road again.
Wow. Look at your face there. That's excellent. That's in our old seats, isn't it?
Yeah, Pride.
That's one in the front row, near the Snake Pit, front row of the Barclay. Do you know what game it was?
No. Do you?
No.
Good chat, mate.
Yeah, good. Thomas, just popping on for the graveyard shift, and you're doing surprisingly well. Well, I'm glad you think so, Thomas. Super proud of you guys. Make me proud to be a City fan on the home straight. Thank you. These messages are really keeping us going at the moment. I don't have an updated total at the moment, but we have raised well over 13 grand. Well over.
Yeah. I really hope that Big C will wake up in the morning and tell us what our updated
refresh button, and it's going to be shooting up.
Yeah, literally, guys. We just need them to refresh the page from inside their website to let us know. Thomas Payne, £25. That's a huge donation at this time of night, especially. Thank you so much. Hugely appreciate your support. I'd like to actually apologise to all the Global Canaries that have just joined us, and you can just look at us and you're thinking, you are so bad. we are knackered now. We are so tired. We've been broadcasting live now since 10 a.m.
Yeah, we're 18 hours in.
I mean, but Jack, I don't know about you. Right. I don't know about you. I think we need to set targets now, okay? Time targets.
Yeah.
I feel like once we get to 4:30, we're there. We can do it.
Well, let's have a look what time sunrise is.
With the power of the people,
we
can get there. And a great point, Jack. When the sun comes up, we will be looking good again. This is where we need your support. Jack, here's another throwback for you and for everyone watching. This used to be my phone. Did anyone else have these really shitty Norwich City Nokia phones back in the day? I had one, and it was my first ever phone. So there you go, Nokia. Jack, any interest?
I didn't have one of them. No, I didn't.
But the Premier League called me even on that phone.
Yeah, I bet it did. It did. Chris, we are an hour and a half away from sunset. Sunrise.
Say, mate. God. And here you go.
5:30 sunrise.
Here's a funny picture for you, Jack. I'm going to tease you a bit here. This is a photo that where you would probably actually quite like to be the Jack Reeve in this picture.
Oh my God. Where's that? Big Dave, Tom Hucks, Big Snads. Wow, I am good at falling asleep. I tell you what, I wish I was doing that right now.
Yeah, you do indeed. I thought I'd get that up on because it was a sleeping picture. 4 minutes until our next guest will be on. Here we go.
We've got some more super. Do you want me to run through some super chats?
Yeah, please do, mate.
John Massey. Was it over when Norwich were down a goal to Millwall in stoppage time? Find your inner Jordan. Oh, God, it's John again. This is an inspirational one. I didn't realise. Okay.
Come on.
Was it over when Norwich were down to a goal to Millwall in stoppage time? Find your inner Jordan Rhodes. Dig into your inner Pookie. Bring it out. Okay, John. Okay, I'll do that for you.
Whoa. Oh, come on, Jack. We can do this. Keep marching on, Jack. Keep marching on. We can do this. We can do this.
Put the hat on for a bit of inspiration, actually.
Oh, yes. God, I love it. Here we go. John Massey. That is the inspiration we needed this hour.
Needed that, John. Needed that.
And I'll tell you what else I needed this hour as well. Our next...
Oh, God, I'm so glad I've just seen this man pop up in our little screen.
And
it looks good.
And I tell you what, ladies and gents, he goes by the name of Michael Hoffer, the best legal company in America. And here he comes. Michael Hoffer.
How are you, my man?
Well, I'm great, but how are you guys doing? I mean, I've got the HMS Pistol League hat on, Jack. I mean, I feel like energy levels are ready to just, like, you're gonna get your third wind here.
Oh wow, really? Well, I need it. I need it.
That. Keep giving me that, Hoff.
So, Michael, we are 16. We are 18 hours in now to this stream. We've got 6 hours to go. Any words of advice?
You know, I tuned in about the last half hour, and I saw, like, you know, energy levels were up and down, and you were kind of relying on the New York Canaries to carry you. It's just me in my house here. I'm almost like, man, maybe we should do some downward facing dogs, maybe some yoga moves, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's what you need.
Yeah, I mean, anything you think. First of all, Hoffer, let's introduce you to the people. Just seeing this comment, Evan says Jack looks like he's really struggling. That's true. We came in contact 18 months ago, something like that. You reached out. You were like, massive Norwich fan, want to help out with the channel. I was like, amazing. We've become friends since then. But in terms of like your story, how you came to support Norwich, how you're supporting Norwich now, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, so I was, I guess you'd say, an exchange student back in university, and I went to UEA. And I was the only American on my floor, and I was like, Norwich, England, like, what am I doing here? Why am I not in London? Because Americans, we don't really think of anything but London with England. And I absolutely fell in love with, you know, the city center of Norwich. We went, you know, to the disco and went to the the camp. It was like the Norwich Beer Festival in Cathedral. That blew me away. I'm like, these Brits are really serious about their beer. I can get behind that.
That's so. We had a story a moment ago from the New York Canaries who said when they came on exchange to UEA, it was sold to them as they were going on exchange to London. Was it the same with you?
Well, not really. I think it's kind of like what you got to do your due diligence. And I just, you know, I guess we, you know, Americans, we have a reputation for kind of being, well, we're Americans and we're kind of ignorant. And I thought I was pretty informed, but I thought, well, Norwich, I mean, that's basically London, right? And then you get on the train and you're kind of riding, and I'm like, I'm in some city called Peterborough. Oh, okay. And then get on the next train, and then I'm in Norwich, and I'm like, and I loved it though. Once I got in there, I absolutely loved it. Had a great time. And it's shocking that those other guys actually had a UEA connection as well. So
yeah, well, that was the thing. I'm always fascinated to see. You know, we had Lucas on from Brazil earlier. I'm always fascinated when you're not born in Norwich. Like, why do people support Norwich? And I love that. You know, it might be links to Norwich with your case UEA. Lucas from Brazil had a pet canary. That's why he came to love Norwich City. So, did you go to Carrow Road when you were over at UEA or not?
Okay, so this is one of the great regrets of my life, and I try to live a life without regrets. Look at Chris. That put Chris up. He's like Mr. Positivity. We got, when I was there, and Norwich was in in '94. Was it called the Premier League, or was it still something else? Was it the first year of the Premier League?
Premiership back then.
The Premiership.
Yeah.
And when I was there in the fall, Norwich was like flying. They were absolutely flying. And as an exchange student, we got 2 free tickets to a soccer game. And I'm like, I didn't even like soccer at the time. I was like, why do I want to do this? And it is such a regret. I had 2 tickets to Carrow Road, and now it's a bucket list item. And so if I can ever get over back to England, maybe for the pub crawl that's happening, maybe. Or, I mean, a bucket list game is Carrow Road. Absolutely. 100, as Chris would say, 100%. 100%.
So good. So, haven't been to Carrow. So, I'm always fascinated. Following Norwich City from America, what's your like match day sort of routine?
Well, a lot of the match days are, if you haven't picked up on this, I try to attend as much as I can, but they're during the workday. And so it is one of the advantages to having your own business, and I'm a big fan of small businesses, is I can kind of shut the door to my office and, you know, kind of block out, it's a little executive time or something like that. And I just try to quietly watch the game a little bit. But if it's Saturday mornings, it's in the morning. And so I'll, you know, brew up a pot of coffee and settle in with you guys, settle in with the match, and off to the races.
And you're in Georgia, aren't you?
Correct, Atlanta.
And do you know of any other Norwich fans in and around you?
No, but I think I have heard of one or two on the watchalongs. I
Okay.
thought I've spied out that there may be some Atlanta. Actually, you know what? After you guys posted that silly video of me in the boat with HMS Pistol League, I got people kind of came out of the woodwork and Instagram, and there was one guy who I think was from Norwich who now lives in Atlanta. So maybe we'll try to hook up and watch a game at some point.
That would be brilliant.
Yeah, I will tell you though, I did hear you talking to the other guys about the coverage over here. And when you're in the championship, it just goes like this. And I remember, I think 3 years ago, I got the iFollow season pass. And at that point, you could log in, you could listen to it on the radio, or you could watch it, but you couldn't do both. And if you watched it, it was literally like a camera on the top of the middle of the stadium that just went back and forth.
That's right.
And back and forth. Okay, that's nothing new for you guys.
No, I mean, thankfully, iFollow's enabled us to watch, the majority, well, all the games this season. But it must be a nightmare when you're following from abroad, and the broadcast isn't really there anymore. What have you made of this season, Michael? Obviously, the Premier League was incredibly disappointing. What we saw there, and this season, fans in the UK obviously haven't been able to attend games. I know, COVID restrictions are sort of similar in America. You're starting to get back into sporting events, aren't you?
A little bit, yeah.
But the majority across the world have missed out on sporting events this season. What's it been like for you?
It's been a drought, and I appreciate being connected with people really the watch-alongs have made it feel like I've never been to a game at Carrow Road. I have been to some Atlanta United games, which is a great atmosphere down in Atlanta. Even when they suck, it's a great atmosphere. But, being there, and there's a lot of like-minded people, and it's kind of everyone, getting behind the team, and there's the highs and the lows and the drama and the bathroom breaks. I mean, it's awesome. It's been a really, really wonderful substitute. So hats off to you guys.
Hoffer, can we talk about, please, or as I'm now calling you, the Hoff? Let's just talk about that iconic HMS Pistol League social media video, because basically the story behind it was quite something, wasn't it? You basically just messaged Jack and I, and you said, "Look, boys, I'm on board HMS Pistol League." Yeah. And so, what was the process behind that video?
It was. It was very in-depth. It was very technical. It involved me with one hand on the boat wheel and the other hand on my phone, trying to sing with my fiance in the front of the boat, just rolling her eyes at me. And I was like, "Baby, you don't mind if I do this little thing?" And I have to hum this Zombie Nation thing. And she's like, "Whatever you need to do to make yourself sleep at night." And so she's also my law partner too. She's amazing. That's the web of Hoffer Web. And so I was just driving this boat in a lake in North Georgia, and I just hit film. So that's how the sausage was made, boys.
The Hoff. Another thing I want to ask you is, you actually first found out about Talk Norwich City through was it what was the American channel that you get over there? Is it the Bleacher Report, Jack?
Bleacher, yeah.
So when you first saw TNC, how did you actually see Talk Norwich City?
I thought you guys were. It was like you'd get the usual BBC or whatever articles, and then it was like Pinkin and the Talk Norwich City and EDP, and I'm like, these guys are my impression was you guys are sports journalists. So I'm like, oh, they're breaking. They're breaking stories. Like, this is great. Yeah. They know all. They've got the inside scoop on everything.
If only. Well, Michael, that's very flattering. Thank you very much. The Hoff, what have you thought of this season and watching the boys? And This season's been a special one. Obviously, it's not the same, us fans not being there. But talk to me about Timu Pukki. Talk to me about Emi Buendia. Talk to me about Tim Krul, because those players have just been just wonderful, haven't they?
It's been awesome. And I think it's like, I didn't grow up as a soccer fan, and I feel like I'm learning every game and actually listening to all the comments, not just by you guys, but by the other fans about kind of like the strategy and the tactical things, and even things like, oh, that's never a yellow. That's never a yellow card. And I'm like, oh, that was pretty rough to me, but I'm, like I'm getting to learn all these things. And to answer your question, I think I've gained a real appreciation for how pretty Norwich City this season is playing football. And I cannot say enough, Emi Buendia, I voted for player of the season, and I really, really struggled because my gut was Emi Buendia, but my heart was telling me Ollie Skip, because that guy, he's a destroyer. He's an absolute, like today I watched him in a game. He just comes out of nowhere and he just breaks up the play. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe that is like, I feel like I'm understanding a little bit. That's what that guy's supposed to do. It's awesome. It's really
it's lovely.
Fun to watch.
It's lovely. It's lovely you mentioned Ollie Skip, because I feel like it's almost difficult to appreciate what he does when you're only watching on telly. I feel like them types of players, you only really appreciate it when you're at the ground and you can see different parts of the pitch. But you're so right on Ollie Skip, because he has been marvellous. When you were voting for the player of the season, mate, how many kind of players made the shortlist?
Well, I have a not so secret man crush on Timmy Krul.
Okay.
I mean, he's tall, he's gangly, he's a Dutchman. Yeah. I mean, I'm tall and gangly. I'm not a Dutchman, but and he just seems like, I love him getting fired up and the antics in the background. Skip, Buendia, and another guy I think doesn't get as much credit as Maxi Aarons. Every game that guy, you see that guy, he gets the crap beaten out of him. He just carries on. Like, I absolutely love that guy. He just seems like, how old is he? 21?
Yeah.
So young.
I mean, he's more mature than I am. For real.
And Michael, the half you spoke there of Tim Krul, and Jack, it's a shame that I didn't see this earlier, but Tim Krul actually messaged me on Instagram earlier and has made a very, very kind offer. And this will be available, hopefully, to the Big C auction. Tim Krul messaged me this.
Wow. Got my shirt from today to raffle off if you want. Just seeing your live charity stuff, whatever works best. Wow, that's amazing.
Timmy Krul, ladies and gents. That's a Norwich player. Another Norwich player.
Guys, I know you're asking the questions and it's your show, but I do want to put this out there.
Please ask us questions.
Michael, you can run the next hour. This is your show now.
I want to do let's get some donations in, because I will match the donations up to 100 quid. I mean, like total. Wow. I mean, God, if it was like 1,000 people did 100 quid, I'd be in bankruptcy. But I will do 100 quid, and we need to have some people come up there so that I can match that. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So from now on,
does this one count? Yeah, does that one
Absolutely.
count? Yeah, good. There you go.
Yeah. Then we got 95 or whatever the exchange rate is. Up to 100 quid. We got like 95 quid left, so I'm good for it.
Okay.
Man.
There you go.
Did I hear you guys say something like, "Oh well, if Hoffer and Webb wanted to sponsor a junket." Did you guys try to slyly kind of sneak that in there?
Oh yeah. About that, Hoffer. I forgot that you were watching. Look, we place great faith in our American sponsors. Okay, we love Hoffer and Webb, and we know that if we ever run into any legal problems in America, that we're covered. So we want a TNC on tour in America immediately.
John Cooper, right. John Cooper's got a $5 in. There we go.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
What was UEA like for you, Michael? Had you been to the UK previous to that?
No, it was the first time. So I'm originally from North Dakota,
right?
Which you guys might not even know what North Dakota is or where it is. A lot of people don't, but it's, it's in the very middle of North America. It's right next to Canada. I'd never been really out of anywhere. And then I went to a college in Minnesota, and they had this foreign exchange program, and it was we'll go to England. And I'm like, well, I like England. I'm an Anglophile, so that was it. I don't think I answered your question. I think I'm just about as bad as you guys are right now.
we're muddling through together. Ashley's $4.99 in the chat. So or $4.99. Sorry. Mark Foster. Hang on. Let me try and find the
people love
comment.
Donations. Love that.
Hang on. Someone. Here we go. Oh no, it wasn't. Someone said it was Mark Foster. I think that's a North Dakota accent very early on. So he got the accent.
No way.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, look at this, Hoffer. You're in a dangerous position, my man. Christopher Ward. Oh, the dono train is coming.
We're halfway there, man. We're halfway there. That's great.
Dono train is coming.
Hey, what are you guys? Go ahead and finish that. But then after that, can you give us a check of what you are level-wise for raising funds?
Wow, Jack, can we do that?
Yeah, I mean, so to be transparent, we are relying on the people at Big C. So people that donate via the text service and in the link, it's going to Big C. And because the amount of donations that are being sent in, they need to manually refresh their finances. Obviously, everyone's in bed. So hopefully at 9 a.m. tomorrow or this morning, they'll find out. But at last count, we were at about £14,000, which is going to Norfolk's cancer charity, the Big C. So
that's
a remarkable effort, and it feels like it's been worth it now. I will admit, Michael, I'm struggling. Albert, keep up the great work, lads. Only started supporting City last year, having moved to Norwich to go to the UEA. Great to see the uni getting a shout out. Love the city, love the team, love this channel. Lots of UEA alumni in the channel. In the comments, which is absolutely marvelous. Declan Harty, $10 Canadian. I would love to get back to Carrow Road someday. Cannot be worse in the match. Caught in 2015 where Ruddy dropped the ball into his goal against Derby to make it 1-1. I can't remember that game, Declan. What's your family think of Norwich, Michael? I know you've got some lovely children, of course, your wife. Are they on board with Norwich?
Yes.
Oh, they are.
But they're not. They don't have. I can't get them to wear one of these, which I bought when I was in Norwich. I bought it.
Wow!
I bought it at the. It was an Intersport sporting goods store, in downtown. Well, I guess city center you'd call it, Norwich, and I still have it as a treasured possession to this day. But yeah, I'll try to get my kids to watch the game with me, and it's great. But I'm trying to get the passion in them. So just wish me luck. Get the passion.
You'll get there, mate.
And what's the main sport in Georgia? Is it baseball?
It's football. It is. It's
American football.
College American football, like the Georgia Bulldogs. Okay. I went to Georgia for law school, and that's a huge deal in the South.
Is it
bigger than? Okay. I mean, it's like football in England level with college football.
Wow.
Massive. Absolutely massive.
There's some more donations that have just popped up. The dono train is steaming in here. Don't forget, people, that Mr. Michael Hoffer is matching all donations up to the value of £100 British. Anthony Copland is in. Love this from Anthony. Watching these legends from San Jose. Wow. Keep it up. Love that. Steve Campbell. Thank you, by the way, Anthony. Thank you to Steve as well. Michael Hoffer. What a jolly nice chap you are. Very generous of you.
Thank you.
Here's a generous chap indeed.
Can I ask you guys a question too? But give the shout out, and then I have a question to ask you.
Two more shouts. Yes. James, good morning, boys. Just about to leave the house to start my shift as a delivery driver. Love everything you've done this season. Keep it going, lads. OTBC, James.
Have a good shift, James.
I needed that passion. That passion. I really did need. I tell you what I really need. What I really need is a sleep. Cameron Gibbon, love from Melbourne, Australia, $5. Jack, have you counted up these donations for Michael Hoffa?
I think that's 100, isn't it?
Have we gotten to 100 quid? You know what?
I think we must have done
it.
5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 65, 70, 75, 80. I think 80, 90 $90. Yeah.
We're at 100 quid for me and 100. I'll just top it off. 100 quid for the everyone else. So 200 quid from Hoffa and Webb.
Oh wow! Thank you.
Oh wow! Thank you, man. That's unbelievable.
So I have a question that I don't understand, and because I didn't grow up with this hatred and this vitriol, but I'm really trying to learn to hate Ipswich Town.
Okay.
How can I cultivate the hatred?
Okay.
God.
So
Wow.
the interesting thing with Norwich and Ipswich, right? From a well, you probably know the geography. It's very rare. So Ipswich are the only professional team in Suffolk, which is quite a large county, and Norwich are the only professional team in Norfolk. And I think we are the only two counties where you've only got one professional team in both. So although we're 60 miles apart, we are massive rivals, and you've got the whole of Suffolk supporting Ipswich, and you've got the whole of Norfolk supporting Norwich. And although we're not, playing each other that much anymore, that was a massive game. That was an absolutely massive game. So, Chris, take us through the historical events of why we should hate Ipswich.
So, well, I can only talk from my experiences growing up, Michael. The way football rivalry works in the UK is in what I would call peaks and troughs, right? So there'll be periods of time where one team is better than the other for maybe 5 or 6 years, and then it comes toppling down and the other team gets better. And so when I grew up, and up to probably about that 2007 time, Ipswich were the best team in East Anglia. They really were. They were in the UEFA Cup. They were doing some incredible things in the Premier League. They had Bobby Robson managing them, like a proper hearty football club. And they lost their soul, and slowly but surely they started rotting away. And they came to Norwich City. Here's where the hatred begun for me. They came to Norwich City in 2007, and they had a new owner in town, Marcus Evans.
Yeah.
And they basically jumped into the stands, Michael, and they started singing, "We're fucking loaded. We've got loads of money." Like, they were rubbing it in, said how much money they had. And like, for me, I
Karma's
think
a bitch, isn't it?
karma is a bitch, right? And that's one of the reasons. But no, look, Michael, like, look, hand on my heart, I'm sure there are somewhere some nice Ipswich fans somewhere, but I've only met one nice Ipswich fan in my whole life, and I think that they're so caught up in history, they never talk about the now, and most of them haven't even seen Ipswich beat Norwich, and yet they still claim to be better than us. They just come across as arrogant and pig-headed, basically. And then, mate, the list goes on. Basically, Michael, this is the only time I'm wearing blue and white for charity. I wouldn't be wearing blue and white if not. But for you, for a new fan, it's understandable that you wouldn't really know the rivalry because and this is what I try and say to the young Norwich fans coming through. I spoke to a bunch of younger sort of 18, 19-year-olds about this the other day. I said, "Chris, why do you always tweet about Ipswich? Like, can't you just leave them alone?" No, I can't. Because when I grew up, they gave it to me. And that's what football rivalry is about. We give it each other. It's banter, it's passion. That's what it's all about.
Love it.
Just want to quickly go back to some donations. Mark Foster, incredible donation. Thank you so much. I'll pop some more in for the match over the top. I have a friend who used to be a hockey coach for the Bobcats. Wow.
Bismarck Bobcats. Wow. That's digging deep. That's my hometown.
I don't know what that is, Hoffa, but you seem to be
it's a minor league hockey team. And if you think that like maybe like a non-league football match can get rowdy in the stands, a minor league hockey game, I mean, it is like beer. Things are getting thrown. You go there to get in a fight. It's awesome.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, well, Michael Hoffer loved that. And Jonah win with a $5 super chat. Michael, I come to Atlanta quite often. Grab a drink and talk Norwich sometime down the line. Would love a link up with a fellow American yellow. Jonah, look, reach out to Michael Hoffer. You two guys should hook up. This is like a Canary matchmaking service now. A 423.
I love it. I'm swiping right on Jonah.
Here's another point to outline the rivalry, Michael. Megan lives in Suffolk and went to school with an Ipswich fan who wouldn't touch a Delia Smith cookbook. The rivalry is real, of course. Delia Norwich, Ipswich fan wouldn't read a Delia Smith cookbook. There you go. Here's another one. Lee Woodrow. Back in the day, my mum changed our power supplier because they sponsored Ipswich Town.
Yeah,
the lady on the phone was utterly baffled.
I love it.
No, I've heard of that. No, I've heard of that. I've completely heard of that. And actually, quite frankly, they're not going to be listening at 4:30 in the morning. I remember working with another local beer company, and they actually said that we were going to sponsor Norwich, but if you remember, Ipswich was sponsored by a beer called Green King, and apparently their sales in Norfolk went down because people are so passionate about Ipswich Norwich. They're not going to touch that beer. It's on the front of their shirt. So there you go.
I love it.
I tell you what, there's loads of comments. James, I believe James is from the UK. James, what are you doing up at this time of night? 4:24, James. I salute you, sir. That is absolutely brilliant. I love Average Has is still here. Who else is from the UK? Like the UK Massive awake at this time of night now. I'm very impressed indeed. Michael, when are you coming to watch a game? When are you coming back to Carrow Road? When is your pilgrimage happening?
So I would love to come to a Premier League game this coming season. I want to make that happen. Absolutely want to make that happen.
Well, mate, we'll do our very best. We will do our very best indeed.
I'll do my very best too.
Love it, mate. Well, we would love it, and we need to arrange a big meal, don't we? A big meal to celebrate the return of the Hoff. We have actually had, I believe, Jack, I've got some really. I've just seen a ray of sunlight in the comment section, which is from Oliver Hill. Oliver is our next guest coming up at 5 a.m. There is light at the end of the tunnel. He is our first UK guest to come on after the Global Canaries. Ladies and gents, we are almost there.
Well, I've got the window open, and every time there's a moment of silence in here, I can hear the birds getting gradually louder. They're waking up. I can feel a new day dawning, Michael. I really can. I'm also very excited for bed, as everyone mentions in there. Michael, educate us. You know about Norwich. We don't know about sport and the culture around sport necessarily in America. Now, in my job, sports betting, we are trying to really attack America at the moment. So much interest. I know gambling's starting to become legal in a lot of states. Baseball, American football, NHL. So, for my sake, why don't you talk to us about sport in America?
Jeez, I mean it's a
broad question. I know, but we've got a lot of time, so be.
I think it's, and I don't know how it is over in England. I don't know how sport is presented to kids, but over here it seems like there are youth leagues for every sport, and there's and football is getting huge. Soccer it's huge over here now with the youth product, and I hope that eventually that trickles up to our national, well, at least the men's national team. The women are awesome; they're fantastic, and they're great to watch. But sports are very, very important. I think they're a huge deal for kids. It seems like everyone is they're in baseball, they're in football, they're in youth basketball, volleyball is big over here. And like I was saying before, in the South, college football is insane. I've gone to a couple of University of Georgia games, taken my daughter there. I mean, it is like laser light shows and professional hype videos on the Jumbotron and, marching. Here's something we have over here that I don't think you guys have over there, are marching bands. Yeah. I mean, it's like a 350 person marching band out there doing all sorts of intricate stuff on the, on the football field. So I don't know if that answered your question, because it was very broad, but you kind of have me running off at the mouth while you guys are, you guys are like one half step away from just passing out. I respect.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah.
I feel though, mate, we're getting through. We've kind of in a footballing, hang on, we need to get this super chat up. Jeffrey has just donated $100. Wow, thank you, Jeffrey. I think Jeffrey donated $100 earlier, actually. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. That's so kind of you, my friend. A tip of the hat, quite literally, to that. Thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, Michael, I feel like we're past the worst of it now. About 3 a.m. Yeah, 3 a.m. was like, it still felt an absolute mile away. Once we get to 5 a.m., I can feel the end in touching distance.
Yeah, Jack.
Speaking of ends of things, I do want to share and get your thoughts on, I think maybe my favorite Norwich City moment that I've seen on TV since I've become more of a supporter is that last gasp. Speaking of Ipswich, that last gasp, Grant Hanley running down to the corner, putting in a perfect cross to Timmy Kroll or to Close, and hearing Chris Gorham absolutely lose his shit. It was so fantastic. I have played that video probably, I don't know. It's like when I need a little pick me up, I go to that one. How did you guys feel with that?
Oh, mate, you know what made it even more special? Not only is scoring a last-minute goal against Ipswich wonderful, they were so close to beating us. They scored in the 88th minute, Luke Chambers, right?
Yeah.
And what felt so... There's a word...
Yeah.
He's an
idiot.
Yeah, he's an idiot. And there's a word in German, I think it's... Schadenfreude?
Schadenfreude.
Where you gain joy from others' pain. And that was the feeling with Ipswich, because we let them have it for like 6 minutes, and the last kick of the game, bang.
Michael, I'm so pleased you brought this up. This is a really good conversation. Jack, do you know what I loved about that game? That me and you turned to each other and we looked each other in the eye and we said, it's over.
Yeah. Because we were so poor that day.
Norwich's Ipswich run was over and we were going to have to face the music. And by the way, Jack and we would have to face the music a lot more than most other Norwich fans, right? And do you know what was amazing about that moment when Tim Closer scored, Jack? And you'll remember this. The lower Barclay where we sit, Michael, the stand behind that goal where it went in, I promise you, Michael, seats were snapped. The fans were on the seats and they were jumping around so much. There were limbs everywhere, arms, legs, shins. And afterwards, when everyone cleared, there was broken seats everywhere. Jack, your seat broke. There were so many seats broken. And that for me is like one of the best memories watching Norwich, 100%. That moment was just, oh God, that
have you heard the Radio Suffolk commentary of that, Michael? Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, is it terrible? Is it Schadenfreude?
Oh my! We have to find it for Michael. It basically, it's like, oh no, when will they ever beat them? It's amazing. You have to listen to that. Thanks, Matt, for the donation.
Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Matt.
Yeah, that piece we'll send it over tomorrow, Michael. You give that a listen. It's absolutely joyful. What are you in? Are you in Sunday with you, Michael?
Sorry,
is it Sunday with you?
Is
it Sunday with you? What's the plan? What's the plan for tomorrow?
The plan for tomorrow is to sleep a little bit. I have I think this is my third cocktail of the night. That's been my hobby during quarantine. So this is a tasty Manhattan.
So what's in that then? I don't know much about cocktails. What's in that?
Okay, so this is rye whiskey. Basically 2 parts rye whiskey, 1 part sweet vermouth. I throw a little Averna in there, which is like an Amaro, and also some bitters. And I have a Luxardo cherry living there in the bottom that you may not be able to see. And that's like my little dessert at the end of, it's like the satisfaction at the end of a really wonderful cocktail.
Oh, amazing. I'd love to get into cocktail making. There's just so many elements. I just can't be arsed with it.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Yeah, no, that's been your little project, isn't it?
It's been my project. We had a restaurant that my buddies and I really like to frequent a lot, and they basically shut down for several months with COVID. And of course, food service workers, that's a tough road for them. And the bartender that we got to be good friends with, my friend asked, "Hey, do you want to give us some cocktail classes, Zoom cocktail classes?" So Friday afternoon, we would log on, and she would have a different a theme, like a base liquor, like, okay, this week is vodka, this week is gin, this week is tequila. And the first week we did it, it was vodka, and it was 5 drinks, and it's an hour-long lesson. And I thought, well, I can't leave a wounded soldier out on the battlefield. I've got to finish the cocktails. So I had 5 cocktails in an hour, and I was asleep at 6:15. I was absolutely on the floor. So I'm telling you, if you guys need stream of consciousness at 4 a.m. your time, I'm your man.
Amazing. Jonah, who wanted to link up with you in Georgia, says, where can we find Michael on socials?
I've just commented, mate. It's MD Hoffer on Instagram.
MB Hoffer.
Yep.
There you go. MD Hoffer, sorry, yeah.
And the firm does have an Instagram as well. It's Hoffer Web LLC on Instagram as well. So
brilliant. Yeah. George Rutherford's donated. Niece Jennifer would have been 37 last Sunday. Her mum has now been going to Carrow Road 15 years in her memory. Well done, you two. Her TNC 100% reeks of success.
Oh wow.
George, beautiful that that her mother's going in her memory. That's a delightful story, and I hope you're okay, George. I really do. And thanks for joining us in the early hours, 4:30 here in the UK. Yeah,
still marching on. We still
keep on trucking, man. You keep on trucking.
You keep on trucking as the mind.
One thing you guys mentioned, you mentioned to me, and you've mentioned to the New York Canaries earlier, is you talk about getting this American, I don't know what you called it, like this American energy or something like that. What do you guys think of? Like what does that mean? Like, do you think there's like a different outlook or attitude that you think of with America? What is that, if you don't mind me asking?
I think Americans on the whole tend to be more up and at 'em. I think Americans are not afraid to just have a go. The Americans that I've met have been, on the whole, really positive people. And so I think that's what I meant by let's get a New Yorker in to inject some of that American energy. I think when you talk to an American person, Michael, they want you to leave the conversation having known that they've given you some positive energy, and I love that. Like, I think every conversation should be like that. And I feel like in the UK sometimes we're quite protected of like, we don't want to show too much emotion sometimes, which I'm personally not a fan of. There's been some amazing comments. Christian, by the way, Christian's been, I've seen Christian over the years on the TNC accounts. Been watching TNC from the States since 2015. Loved seeing the channel grow since then. Keep up the good work, guys. Christian, top man. Kenny, wow, £5 super chat. What was everyone's first live match? Mine was the 6-0 defeat at Fulham that relegated us. Party atmosphere to the end. Oh my God, Kenny, I'm really sorry about that. I mean, that's horrendous. I think mine was a 0-0 draw against Leicester in like a cup game, and it would have been, I can't even remember when. Maybe like I've got like 2003, 2004, maybe. I don't know. I was so young. I can't even remember. Kenny, Jack, you're gonna have to talk because my voice is going.
Yeah, mine was 2005, Kenny. 1st of January, New Year's Day against Liverpool. We were in the Premier League under Worthy. We lost 2-1. Luis Garcia and John Arne Riis scored for Liverpool, and I always get this wrong. Jarvis scored for Norwich. Was it Rossi or Ryan? I think it was Ryan, who became the youngest Premier League goal scorer for Norwich City, I think. Varsity Dave. Hi, Varsity Dave. Enjoying the live stream. A bit groggy, like the two of you, but from too many beers instead of lacking sleep. Cheers from Vancouver, Washington. So many Americans. Oh, another cat has joined us. What's that?
That's my cat.
Of the stream. What's her/his name?
This is Feta, and it's he's a rescue cat, and my daughter picked him out at a local shelter, and he kind of picked her. So
Feta,
happy to have him, as in the cheese.
Oh,
and
Feta,
you guys,
as in the cheese. Yeah.
I know you guys love yourselves some cheese. I really love it when it gets to the point of the watch along, when you guys are talking about cheese and you get the cheesy Giza jokes, then you know the gloves are off. I mean,
that's when you know that's when you know the football's not great, Michael. When we are on to cheese. Lewis Jolly, been on the beer since the watch along. My goodness, thought I'd check in before I catch some sleep. Keep up, boys. Lewis, thank you so much. You've been on the beer since 10 a.m. yesterday. Susanna, who's been up all the way through, and she's been on the beer today as well, but still going. You guys have made it to 4:30, so you can 100% go all the way. We feel like we can now, Susanna. I feel like we've turned a corner somewhat.
Okay. The light is at the end of the tunnel.
Do you know what, Jack? I'm really looking forward to seeing some of like the UK regs turning up soon. Like
back in the game,
when the sun rises, you know the first thing they're going to do is come back into the stream. So I'm looking forward to that. Don't forget, actually, by the way, people, that if you are on right now, you can win one of these signed Emi Buendia player cards. And all you need to do to win one of these bad boys is retweet our pinned tweet on the Talk Norwich City Twitter account. So head over there and you might get yourself one of these signed Emi Buendia player cards. I'll be sending them out next week. So make sure you retweet that tweet. Michael, you have done an absolutely sterling job at this hour. What's your final message and final thoughts to the mighty Norwich City fans that are watching you and are with you right now?
I think positivity for next season. I think don't think about 2 years ago. I truly believe this is a better product. The boys are tougher. I think they're more streetwise, and I don't think we're going to get pushed around this season like we did last year. And I look forward to it. I look forward to getting up, and I look forward to staying up next year.
You've caught me mid eating there, Michael.
Cheers to that, Michael. Love that. Absolutely love that. Michael, thank you so much for your incredible appearance. It's been a long time coming, and I really appreciate it. Mate, I appreciate you coming on, mate. And we must say we are very, very proud that you Hoffer and Webb, as you can see on the left-hand side, sponsored the channel. You've been a long-term backer of us, and it really means a lot. So thanks, Michael, for all of your support over the years. Have an amazing
good work. Absolutely, keep doing good work. I have a cancer connection in my family as well, like so many other people. So I'm happy to support this, and I hope you guys just blow it out in the last few hours. I hope you have a big push, and that people continue being as generous as they have been.
Thank you, my man. Thank you so much. Lovely to see you. See you later, buddy.
Thanks, Michael. What a man.
Hoffer and Webb.
Hoffer
and Webb.
The Hoff just kept me alive there. And I would really describe it as he kept me alive. I don't know about you, Jack, but I was nearing trouble there.
Hoffer was I was AJ, right, and I'm on the floor and I'm seeing stars. Hoffer's the trainer that's coming above me and just gone.
Yeah.
We've got a few punches left in us.
Jack, if it's okay, I'd really like to just pop to the toilet. Are you okay if I do that?
Of course. So I'm going to intro our next guest while you go. I'm going to bring in the man, the myth, the legend. I tell you what, it feels like we've turned a corner. We're out with the international guests. A big thank you to the Brazilian and American Canaries. We're back in with the UK guests. And I tell you what, This man looks remarkably fresh considering it's 20 to 5. Oliver Hill, how are you, buddy?
Not too bad, not too bad. Better than you guys, I imagine. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound crystal clear. It's a delight to see you. We needed you at this point. I know this is kind of the end of the graveyard shift, but you must have got. Did you get an early night? Have you slept at all?
Not particularly early. No. I'm an early riser and a little early to bed anyway. I sort of go to bed about 10 p.m. So I was a little bit sort of worried about not waking up. So I haven't properly gone off to sleep. It's weird. I keep just getting up and go, oh, what's the time? Because I thought, well, imagine that. Imagine if this is the one morning I don't get up early. A, I'll never hear the end of it, and B, I'll be mortified. So
no, you're right, mate. I couldn't really sleep before that. I had a bit of anxious energy. I was very worried going into today. And I tell you what, I don't know if you were watching early on. I hit a point during the game at about 40 minutes in, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. I was absolutely exhausted because I hadn't slept much the night before. There's a lot going on. We're trying to stay across, getting guests in, getting guests out, watching the football, making sure we're staying on air. And I was like, oh goodness. But we've battled through. So it's so good to have you, mate. Once Chris gets back, we'll properly get into the conversation. We've got a few more donations to bring on screen. A massive thank you to OTBC 2002 for his $10 super chat. The Yellow Army is truly global. Your efforts this year has been nothing short of remarkable. Big Norwich love from California. Oliver, we've been saying this, me and Chris, throughout this. I never knew the global reach of Norwich City until we started doing these.
No, it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, I didn't, and I listened to Hoff just then as well, and it's wonderful. It's so good to see, and I guess it's only going to expand next season when we're back in the Premier League again, where we belong. So it's awesome. And also incredible now that Chris is back, just to say to both of you, wow. I mean, I know it's not even an accurate ticker. It's most likely more. What an achievement that was. I mean, smashed your target within, I don't know, something like 9 hours or something, was it?
Yeah, mate. I can't believe, I mean, as you say, that's not accurate. We'll get a proper total sort of Sunday, Monday, but or maybe even in the morning actually when Big C arrives. But
I can't believe they're not up with you. I mean, how shocking is that? You know?
I know.
Outrageous.
It was funny though. We had Tom Holmes, who's helping us at Big C, and he was doing. I think he had an event up in North Norfolk, and we were like, Tom, the ticker's not ticking over, and he was just manually refreshing it from North Norfolk. So Jack, big up to them guys.
Jack, have you done this one?
Yes.
Okay. Oliver, I
feel so good now, by the way.
So for the people that don't know Oliver, I can't believe I'm plugging your business at this time of the morning. So for the people that don't know, so Oliver runs a company called Hill Coaching Company. He's a personal business coach and does all sorts of incredible things for some awesome people on planet Earth. And I've had the pleasure of working with Oliver as my personal coach over the last two and a half, probably even 3 years now. And I'll be honest with you, when I've been through Oliver's coaching process, there's been many a time where I've not looked forward to meeting Oliver because I know that he's going to give me some hard truths. Oliver, hand on heart, this is the most excited I've been to see you in all of my life because you are UK sanity. And can I just say, I've just gone to the toilet. I've washed my face. I've put water on my wrists, like the person in the comment said, right? And I just heard the birds really loudly outside. And I tell you what, I am being injected with positivity right now.
It's coming. You see, it's the 5 a.m. club. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's why I was so happy when you picked 5 a.m. for me. I was like, oh, that's everything to me. I mean, it's not essential. Good. I'm glad someone's picked up the shirt. Let me confirm that this is an original.
Is it really?
So if you pan down,
wow,
it really doesn't fit anymore. So this is actually leftover. It's the one commemorating the. Oh no, I can't do the reverse pointing. Anyway, Chris.
Yeah.
World Cup winners commemorating it. So it was not the one they wore, but it's the one that was produced after it. So when
that would be worth so much cash now.
It probably would if I hadn't worn it so much. It's all faded and everything. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate the love. It's quite.
Oliver, it's quite really tight. Boring question that no one other than me will care about. Is that a standing desk I see?
It is indeed. Yes, absolutely.
Now my neck is starting to really go. Do I need to invest in a standing desk? Because I just think that's I do, don't I? I do.
And there is a great.
Off, but I've seen, yeah, that feels better.
And you know what? When you're next up in Norwich, there's a great guy, Floyd Sayers, Norwich company, Flow Motion Studios, do all this stuff. All the sit-stand desk. But he's also a geek, and I do love a geek who knows all the things you need around it. And it's fantastic because you can get one anywhere, but you get a really good one with the support and the advice from Floyd. It's fantastic. But I do all my meetings standing up, all of them.
Gents, I'm really sorry to interrupt. I'm really sorry to interrupt your riveting conversation about standing desks. But I've got two things to announce. One is Sales Bike Monkey has just dropped in 79 Aussie dollars. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Excellent work and fantastic cause. All the best from Smithy in Adelaide. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you so much. So grateful. And we are about to do at 4:48 the latest ever rendition of Zombie Nation. Oh, we love it. Cool.
I'm not sure if it's Oliver's influence or the early rise is rising, but the viewer count is going up at a very steady rate now. So I think it's a mixture of the standing desk. I think it's a mixture of the kit, Oliver. We've had some stunning glasses on today. Did you see Rob Butler's new glasses, Oliver?
Oh, fantastic, weren't they? Absolutely. I saw them compared to porn stars and granddads and all sorts. Yeah, it was incredible. So that's the other thing as well. One of the things I remember, one of the chief executives I used to work for many, many years ago, I was holding an event and it was late in the evening. It was at Dunstan Hall, a local hotel here for those abroad. And I had about 50 or 60 of my colleagues who just rocked up to help. And I didn't think anything of it because I just thought, well, yeah, I'd do that for them. And honestly, do not underestimate how many people have rocked out for you today, which just shows obviously a lot of love for Norwich, but also a lot of love for you guys. So big hats off to you because there's not a lot of people that many people would roll out for. So because it was just honestly, I was thinking you said you had a few guests and I saw a few on the promotions, but every time I've checked in, there's just like another ex-footballer or someone very well known in the local scene. It's been awesome. So,
well, I tell you what, mate, the thing that's impressed me, like Chris has done brilliant work organising all these, and I saw the doc and there's like, what have we had, 30 odd guests? And I looked through and I was like, some of these are going to drop out, and you almost can't blame them. Things happen. One person's dropped out. And the whole thing, and that wasn't even really his fault. So unbelievable, as you say. People have been brilliant, giving their time up for free, sat up in the early hours like you have, Oliver. Absolutely marvellous. End of the day here, you're doing brilliantly, and best wishes for the last few hours is John from Canada. Thank you, John.
Canada, Dubai. And see, if I had known of all these people from abroad, you wouldn't have needed to get me in at 5 a.m. Like, you could have had Aussies and all sorts, you know.
Now, what I was going to say, lads, the game against QPR feels like it was about 4 weeks ago, but it was yesterday. That was a big win, Oliver.
Yeah, it was. Absolutely. Yeah, because I've got to be honest. People have been saying to me, "Oh, typical Norwich have fallen off." Like I said, no. Look, have you seen the video footage of Daniel Farke and the whole squad absolutely out of their minds? They're gone. That's what I was thinking. They're gone, and I don't. You know, I'd be disappointed if they hadn't won the championship, but not so much. We've won it so many times. I'm really not that stressed. I was like, let them have it. But to see them actually come out, and to be fair, if we hadn't had that ridiculous sending off against Bournemouth, we would have annihilated them. The pony little, you know. But although I was a bit disappointed that they managed to walk over us so easily when we did get a player down, but you know, then the Watford game, they're our bogey team. Let's not pretend they're bigger than us. They're our bogey team, and that has to end at some point. But to see that, but it's Tim Krul again, isn't it? Because if he'd have scored that penalty, and how many times has it happened? Someone misses a penalty and you go at the other end and score a worldie. By the way, Max Aarons, and that was big because I think it will give them the confidence they need to probably do Reading and Barnsley now, and that'll just be a nice little momentum. Whereas if we'd have pitted out, you'd just be we unfortunately have a handful of negative fans, and they would be all over that. I've even really seen on the feed often. With the follow along, you see some people have already said, "Oh, here we go again," or you know, trying to already see that the badness is coming. So it was a relief because we deserve to win that, and it was encouraging to just see that they haven't down tools because I was a little worried.
before we continue this conversation, can we just do a quick bit of on-air admin? How many hours are we into this now, Jack? And how many have we got left to go?
How many
hours?
19 in.
Yeah.
5 to go. Yeah.
Okay. Just putting some TNC out. I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation. Oliver, can you just give us a big, long monologue about how much you've loved this season, you love the players, tell us your player of the season, tell us what we need to do next season, tell us
absolutely. Yeah. So
also tell us about your big potato field.
No, I'm so glad that I've had this platform to talk about the brilliant idea, but I will save that to last because people will be wondering what the hell they're talking about. But as soon as they hear the sense coming out of my mouth, unlike you, Chris, they will completely and utterly lap it up. In terms of the season, it was weird because I was thinking, how is this going to work? How are we going to get into it? And I think I'll be brutally honest. If we'd have had a mediocre reaction to the season, I think it would have been really, really tough to get into it because it is so weird watching TV without fans or the canned fans as well and all these bits and pieces. But a combination of playing really, really well quite quickly. I mean, it took a few games, didn't it? But playing really well, your watch-alongs, having amazing players come to the club. The signings this year have been a breath of fresh air compared to what we had gone through last season. Just built some really cool momentum. And the thing I'm loving is clean sheets, a confidence in the defence. I can't remember since a time probably when Malcolm Mackay and co were around where I actually felt when a corner happened, I wasn't particularly worried about it. I remember, much as I love people like the time of Ruddy and things like that, there was always this like, every time we got a corner, wrongly so, because we didn't concede as many as it felt like, but you just always seemed vulnerable. And even in the early days with Fark, with the zonal system, I have a lot of humble pie to eat when it comes to Mr. Fark, to be fair. I absolutely adore the guy, but I've regularly questioned it. One of them was these mixtures of zonal and marking at corners, but he's stuck with it. And because he's had the right personnel eventually put together, he's shown that it's certainly doable. And then in terms of some of the performances, I feel that most teams deserved a Huddersfield, and we've just not been putting enough of the chances away, but we've been creating for them. And I've been saying it for about 2 years. Someone's going to get a spanking soon from us. And I thought, like, maybe this is not possible. Maybe we don't have the conversion rate to do it. But it's been fun. It's been fun. But honestly, I think a large part of it has got to be down to the number, tens of thousands of people who haven't been able to get to the ground, but have been able to watch you guys. Because, again, hands up, I was not one of the people volunteering to take one of those 2,000 seats. I've been in Carrow Road when you're allowed to go in and there's only 10,000 people in there. It's a weird experience. So it's much better having the camaraderie in this way. So,
Oliver,
yeah,
quick interlude. I'm so sorry to interrupt your flow. Two things that's worth addressing. Michael Hoffer, our previous guest, has just made his very generous donation to the Big C. Michael Hoffer, we salute you. He's so grateful for your kindness and generosity, mate. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Also, the Dubai Canaries said, worryingly, Chris and Jack look like they're wearing blue. Look, this is the only time I will ever wear blue and white, okay? And it's only for the Big C will I wear blue and white, okay? So give generously, Dubai Canary. Anyway, sorry to interrupt your...
No, you just told me to ramble. I'm going to ramble. You need to stop.
No, do. Carry on.
No problem. In terms of players, I mean, you've got the usual offenders, but for me, it's all about Oliver Skipp. I mean, wow. I appreciate there are many things that I wish for which are quite unlikely to happen, but one of them is somehow, some way, we keep that lad and just see if he is as good as we think he probably is. The fear I have is that Tottenham are seeing that as well, but I've heard quite a lot of fans from them saying they'd love to see him have a season with us in the Premier League first. And now that Mourinho's gone, which, by the way, what the hell? It's a possibility, isn't it? Get somebody in who's a bit like a Tuchel, who doesn't fancy people like Tammy Abrams at Chelsea. Maybe if we could just have that one season, because look, I really do think he is the real deal. And he's been a revelation, and he'll be that one who sort of silently goes through and doesn't get as many plaudits as he should have done. Disclaimer, I didn't vote for him as player of the season, though. It was Emi Buendia. I followed the crowd, but I mean,
who's your fan of the season? Who's your fan of the season, please?
My fan of the season?
Yeah.
Who's my fan of the season? Oh, yeah. Stupid question. You guys, obviously. obviously. And I had to, I'm glad that everybody did the same as me when I put Jack and Chris, as well, and they sort of accepted that. So I'm really encouraged by that. No, it's good. And the thing is, the other two are really cool as well. I feel almost a little guilty in some respects because they're worthy, but it just with what you've done and how many people you've seriously helped through, because putting my business hat on, mental health over this period, this last year, is it's something that's not been focused on enough anyway, but over this last year it's been an absolute massive problem, something very, very much not focused on enough by major agencies and government and things like that. So to have something like that, honestly, you will have helped people much more than you will ever have appreciated, because of that sense of communities back. And a lot of people go to football for that, lost it, and were obviously able to find it in different ways, and many of them through that. So that really has been one of the key signings, to be honest. Your watchalongs, they've been been fantastic. Great idea as well, because you saw what was the highest one? Haven't you had something like 17,000 or something?
Well, the highest today, the highest now is the first part of this watchalong, which is past over 30k now. So
oh my god,
wow!
But granted, it's also the longest, but
still.
Oliver, back to Ollie Skip. Everyone has mentioned Ollie Skip, and I'm glad. And I agree with you. I think there's a genuine chance that we can keep him because it makes sense. It makes sense.
Quick pause before you absolutely unleash on Ollie Skip, Oliver Hill. I really want to ask you: Are you awake? Do you feel quite awake?
Yes.
Because you're really in the room, and I just want to kind of gauge where I'm at, because you sound like you are like full of beans, and I feel like I'm about to fall off a cliff.
Yeah, I have had a few hours sleep, to be fair. So don't be too hard on yourself. I had the coffee on at 4 a.m. So I was up an hour earlier than I normally am, but that's not massively different. And I put the coffee on. These are bigger mugs. It's why it's not your Norwich City TNC mugs. I needed more coffee. Nice. And that's how it kicks in. Get a bit of coffee in me and the verbal diarrhea kicks in. And that's what I know you needed. So
we need that. Yeah.
So Skip, I just absolutely adore the man. It's a proper man crush. I never thought anybody could replace Tetty for me, and no one really will in that way. But I mean, wow, what a player. Obviously, if he does go back to Tottenham, wish him really, really well. Dread him coming to Carrow Road, because he will probably absolutely annihilate us. But if he does, I hope that he's annihilating Emi Buendia. That's the one I really want. I just want to have one more season of Emi at our club and not somewhere else. But I feel the challenge this summer is not too much recruitment. It's if we could somehow, and it is dreaming here, if we could somehow keep virtually the whole squad together by whatever means, that would be amazing. I appreciate we need some other investment and things like that, but I am fearful. I'm hopeful and fearful at the same time, because
fearful of who we sell. Or the lack of purchase power.
Well, not so much that. I don't care what everybody else says. I love the way that the club is run. I don't want to be in the situation. I'm about to watch Sheffield Wednesday and possibly hopefully Derby County going down to League One. I say hopefully because that's two huge teams for Ipswich to have to struggle against next season. And that is what happens when you overspend.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Overspend and run your club badly. To be fair, as much as it pains me to say, I do feel a little pity these days for Ipswich, because they've been badly run as well. They're not just down there because they're a poor club. They had poor ownership, and it pleases me that they're not competing with us. But it does sadden me for the general football community, that even though it's Ipswich, to have your club basically annihilated by your ownership just lets me realise how bloody lucky we are. And I don't want us to go and blow a load of money. And if, fair enough, if we get relegated as a result, fine, but we will be giving it a go. We did give it a go in the Premier League. Those who said we didn't is just nonsense. The coming back after lockdown just didn't work. That was hard for so many people to get motivated. So anyway, in terms of that, for me, the recruitment is if there's some way we can persuade key players to stay. But as always, we always put too much weight in players who are here and we fear losing them. And then we always seem to find someone else. I have faith now. I'm not going to lie. In year one, I didn't have this faith. I would blindly support my club as I always do, but I was concerned. we've had a couple of chats off air about my concerns about Daniel, so I can't sit here and say I always backed him. I'm not going to lie, but I've definitely now have to eat humble pie, and he is, he can do anything he likes. He can't do any wrong anymore now because he's proven it and stuck to his ways. And he even addressed the plan B thing. I feel this season, that's what I've noticed. Differently. We aren't just one-dimensional. I feel like he's learned, so I feel really confident for a good push next season, whatever squad he's got. Plus, I look at the standard of the people in the Premier League, and I think, surely we're better than them. Surely we're better than a good 5 or 6 teams up there already. So, what was the last bit of the question I was supposed to be doing on the monologue? I can't remember. I said, have I enjoyed the season? Player of the year.
How do you stay in the Premier League?
For me,
Oliver, can I just say this is heroic? Like, we need this right now.
Yeah, that's right. For me, I think a bit more focus on the defence. So thank you very much. Thank you. If we can focus a bit more on that defence and the support of the defence with like the skip position, I think that's what we were missing last time. We created so many chances as we always did. I mean, I remember absolutely annihilating Liverpool in the second half at Anfield. And we were just not, the defence wasn't protected enough. Whereas this is why I feel I have this sort of skip obsession going on here. And I know it puts a lot of pressure on the lad. But if we could just get this defensive solidity going a little bit, I think that's where we'll make the difference. And those few late losses that we had might turn into the odd draw, or we might sneak the odd 1-0, because that seems to be the trend. It's like watching George Graham's Arsenal at the moment with all these 1-0 wins. It's wonderful. And I think we could hold on, and unfashionable as it is, and we wouldn't play like them, but look how people like Burnley have done by having a solid defence. So if we could meet somewhere in the middle and not just, we were too open the last time we were in the Premier League. So for me, it's about defensive solidity, keep that defence together, keep them fit. I mean, Hanley's fitness this season.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? Because I didn't think he had it in him, and I've seen a few times where he's gone to a big tackle and he's limping, and I'm like, ooh, and he's got up and he's got, what a rock. Absolutely love the guy. And Gibson, I'm amazed Burnley let him go. Mental,
isn't it? Mental.
Yeah. And the Greek lad,
Giannoulis.
The Emperor of Norfolk.
That's one. I think that guy is going to tear up the Premier League. I think I love Jamal Lewis. Jamal was, one of our own, and blah, 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 disclaimer. The guy's better already, in my humble opinion, all round. And I think that's just another stroke of genius. I assume that's a Weber-inspired acquisition. So just builds his credit levels up as well, because he's put the scouting in to get that. And he's done the deal early to get it. I mean, so I'm just so positive. I think I had a little wobble at the end of the Premier League season. In the first couple of games in the Championship, I was thinking,
well, it was a pretty sticky start, wasn't it? I mean, we got that win over Huddersfield, but I remember after we got beat by Derby when Rooney scored that free kick, I was like, we're just not good enough. We're just not good enough.
Well, I think I said to you guys, didn't I, at one point, was it around the Christmas time? I said we'd had a couple of little dudgy results back then as well, and I was like, oh, here we go again. I'm a bit worried, and my typical unfortunate sort of Norwich negativity was just starting to ooze in. And I said, he's got to win the next 6 games for me. They're all winnable. I looked at the list and I sent them through to you. And he did. Absolutely smashed it. And from that day forth, I was like, nah, he's never, ever going to get criticised by me again, no matter what happens, because he delivered. They were games that we could have potentially have lost. So it was the ones that we'd already lost or not won. So I was like, fair enough. But these 6 are absolutely, a club like Norwich should be smashing, and we did. And then we went on that amazing run, and even Tony and Brentford. They honestly thought they were going to catch us, didn't they? Just a little cotton socks. No.
Can I just say, I'm looking out of my window, Jack, and I think the sun is just about coming up.
Yeah, it is.
My bloody God.
We nearly made it,
Just get to that light. Just get to that light and we will do it. Come on. Keep going. Oliver, you're a bloody hero for this shift, by the way, mate. Absolutely.
No trouble.
I've got a good question at the end of that yawn. Here we go. The yawn is done. Oliver, have you listened to the Stuart Webber podcast with Jake Humphrey yet?
I've got about 30 minutes through. I've seen the first bit of it. I mean, wow. Again, another thing that I have to say, for again, coming out of Norfolk, that podcast series, the amount of clients I send, because I know me and Jake have had a couple of back forth chats about some other bits and pieces. And I think he might be in danger of thinking I wasn't a fan of his, and may have been a little bit of miscommunication there. But the podcast series and everything that he does, to be fair, but the podcast series has been phenomenal. Like I said, the amount of my clients I send that to is one of the first podcasts I recommend, because one of the things I encourage people to do, without harping on too much about what I do, is consume positive information and positive reinforcement and just positive content. And that is the place I go. But the Weber thing is starting off great. I'm actually out playing golf in the morning, so I've got an hour journey and I'm going to finish it off in there, but so far so good. And I loved, in fact, the advert, the first sort of couple of minutes right at the start of it, where he just talks about I've heard it a few times, but just that how he approached Norwich on day one was just basically so pissed off with our ridiculous level of belief and where we actually was awesome. But I know have you finished it?
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, you haven't necessarily got to listen to that podcast, but what I was going to say, like, you're a man that's worked in, organizations and built cultures and built teams, etc. How difficult is that, to build, what do they call it, like culture pioneers or something like that? I can't, my brain has gone to mush, but like the work, the transformation behind the scenes that maybe fans don't necessarily see. How difficult is that from like a sporting director's point of view?
Oh, I mean, the thing there is, because I'm sure not everybody will love him, and there's a good reason for that, because he won't suffer fools, I would imagine. And therefore, I expect if you fall short of the levels, not even expected of you, the levels that will have been clearly agreed and laid out, you won't probably last very long, and then bitterness comes in. So I should imagine all the negativity comes from people who haven't been looked after as they would expect to be. And that's music to my ears. It has meant that we've lost some people that I wouldn't have anticipated losing, but that possibly means I didn't, we don't know these people very well. So maybe we saw a different side to them than what was actually going on. But to be able to bring a whole club, playing staff, background staff, admin, and all these things, which seems to me the vast majority of them coming with him, is incredible, especially when you look at where he's come from. To not just from Huddersfield, just where it started. I mean, it's super impressive. And what it is, the thing I absolutely love, and I've done a few articles on Stuart Webber, it's the honesty. And I genuinely feel that, unlike most people that you would deal with in those positions in clubs, I generally believe he is talking from the heart. Sometimes he's possibly a little too honest for his own good, but I love that. Yeah. And then I think everybody knows where they stand. So when you've got a combination of honest communication and you know where everybody stands, that's half the battle. But then you've got to have a very, very strong moral compass as well, because there are going to be times when people just are not going to behave as you would like them to. And then you have to have difficult conversations. So, but the transformation has been incredible. So I would say we're arguably one of the best run clubs in the country.
Honestly, I totally agree with that, Oliver. And one of the things I wanted to add on to that is I like what you said about Stuart Webber having conversations. Some people call it critical conversations, however you want to dress it up, dance it up. And I really like the fact that, on the High Performance podcast, Stuart Webber spoke about how he presented, he has to present basically a season review to Delia, probably Michael, and then Zoe, his wife. That's it. They're the only people that see it. And Stuart says in it, he said when he gave it to Delia for the first time, he went, "You might want to sack me after reading this." I mean, that is like, that he's straight down the line. And, and I'll never forget with Stuart Webber, what really, it actually shocked me, but like positively shocked me, is the first time I ever heard Stuart Webber talk was at a business networking event at Carrow Road, really early days into his tenure at the club. And I remember him talking at this business event, and I went, oh, like I almost, the things that he was saying were so brutal. And of course, there's a few swearies in there as well. But I think it makes him a warm character. I think he's got this ability to get people to follow his lead. And by the way, and we've said this already, and I've forgotten which in fact it was Jake Humphrey's piece on the 24-hour Watchalong. We spoke about this. Well, there's a lot of talk about Stuart Webber, and he deserves a lot of the plaudits, by the way. This isn't just the Stuart Webber show. Yeah, Zoe Ward there, his wife is doing a phenomenal job at Norwich City Football Club, phenomenal, and doesn't get any credit. Ben Kensel, COO, doesn't get any credit. You know, that there is a massive team at Norwich City behind the scenes doing a fantastic job. Not taking anything away from Stuart, by the way, because he's been an absolute revolution. Literally, the Wevolution, as you released a T-shirt on it, Jack. It absolutely is. But there's a great team there, and there's never been a more exciting time. I've never trusted the people behind the scenes so much. Like I'm actually in awe of it. Like actually, I want to eat up what they're giving me. Like I'm really interested in what they want to say. Whereas with Jez Moxie, with David Nally, with Neil Doncaster, everything they were saying for me was just corporate propaganda. I didn't believe it. But what I like as well, to finish this speech, what I really like about Stuart is he talks the talk, but he walks the walk, and he backs up his talk with actions. And fair bloody play to him, because we went up in the Premier League. He said I got the recruitment wrong. He said that when he went down, he would build a title-winning team. He's done that, yeah. And say he again. I shouldn't just say he. The recruitment team have done that. The team at Norwich City have done that. So, you know, this leadership behind the scenes at Norwich City is probably the best it's ever been, and that, in a sense, is it's incredible now. But it also does concern me, Oliver, that when, because it's no secret that this is a platform for Stuart. He wants to go and do this job at a bigger club, and I hope he does. But where does that leave Norwich City? Are you worried about that, Oliver?
No, you see, that's the cool thing about culture. So the first thing is with him is how much he wants to make sure that everybody else is recognised in it. You know, he always says, you know, the great thing about a manager is you take the crap, but you get the plaudits as well. But he's very, very quick to pass the positives on and highlight who's done a great job and all these various things. So that's really cool. Secondly, it's a cultural thing. So what he's now established is effectively what we go on to talk about, legacy in businesses. And that's what Norwich is. It's still a business. And there is a legacy in there. And now the recruitment of whoever would replace him at whatever time should see somebody who has a similar mindset to him. Will just be taking something that's really, really, really good, and their drive will be make that even better. It won't be about sustaining it and standing still, because that's where most of the clubs fall down. They sort of get to a point, a bit like we were. We had things were in a pretty good state many years ago, and we just left it there, and that's why it looked old. It looked tired because we hadn't moved on. So I think, you know, hats off to him. As long as he doesn't go down the road 40 odd miles, he can do no wrong where he goes. Hopefully he's learned from the Lambert years, so he can then go wherever he likes. I'll be fascinated to see how he'll deal with a club with big egos. So I'd love to see him say like a Man United or so forth. I'd love to see that it could work, but I think the fear I have is when you suddenly go into those big clubs. So that would be my worry for him, is where does he go next? Because you've got people. The thing that Norwich always does well is when it's got hungry people, hungry players, people who've been given a chance and things like that. When you've got, you know, we've done it once, haven't we? Not this time, but in the past, when we've brought in bigger names, so-called bigger names. They're only bigger names because they got bigger wages, and they're just not up for it. You know, they're just not up for it. So it'd be interesting for me. But in terms of Norwich City, I'm not worried. I feel that we've now seen what we need to do. I feel the culture is there. The right replacement for him, I imagine, is already being worked on. May already be in the door now to take over. So no, I'm not particularly concerned. It would be a sad day, of course, because you know where we've come from and where we are now.
But you say sad day, and what is the saying? My brain is absolute mush. It's not be sad that it's over, but be happy that it's happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And it's so true. Like our club was in a bad way, and I think one of the look, Dealer and Michael are absolutely incredible. One of the downfalls, I think, in my opinion, sadly, of Dealer and Michael is because they are so lovely. I think under previous regimes they've been led astray. If I'm really honest with you, if I'm really brutally honest, I think what I would call corporate monkeys, people that are literally just trying to bob up jobs for the paycheck, Jez Moxie, It's very, very obvious, right? And they've been led astray. And I love the fact that they went out, and when they hired Stuart Webber, they hired an agency to get it right. And that was probably the best move Dealer and Michael Wynne-Jones have ever made for this.
Yeah, and I've been in the ground when certain parts of the stadium, who will always be the way they are, give them crap, and I'm sickened by some of our fans, to be fair, because of the grief they give them. They are passionate Norwich City fans. They have money, yes, more than all of us lot, but not that much. And they've managed to turn this club around. And just because we don't play so well on a pitch occasionally, they get it in the neck. Totally unjustified. It's awful.
Oliver, it means so much more than that, though, doesn't it? And I'm sure you're going to have an extremely strong opinion on this, and we've learned this more than ever before. It's certainly in the last week or so, with, of course, the Super League, and it makes me shiver even talking about it. But it just shows how lucky Norwich have got it, and I'm so grateful that we have chosen sustainability and self-funded. When we were in the Premier League, lots of people were moaning that we didn't put enough money in, but now we're probably rubbing our hands together thinking, fucking hell, they got it really right, because this Super League is really showing who the good owners are and who the bad owners are. Would you say that's fair, Oliver?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, careful what you wish for, isn't it? I mean, again, I don't want to really give them too much airtime, to be fair, but our friends down the road, I mean, honestly, I don't hate them enough that I want them obliterated. So I really, really hope that this isn't the disaster it looks like. But this takeover down the road at Ipswich seems like an absolute disaster waiting to happen. A bunch of uneducated of the British way of running a football club, business owners taking over. Their track record is not with big clubs of any. No, they're very, very smallly run clubs. The way it's funded, so I get it. You didn't like your previous owner, and that's fair enough, and I think that's justified. But I do worry for him in many ways, but not with. It doesn't keep me awake at night. But I think we could see some real problems for them, because, if you're funded by a pension fund, let me tell you that pension fund doesn't expect no money back. And where the hell is the money coming from when you're in League One? You've got to get out of League One against Sheffield Wednesday, possibly Sunderland or Portsmouth or Charlton, because only Peterborough and Hull are already going up. The model just doesn't work. So. Yeah, it's a worry, but it's to consider. Look at Bolton Wanderers, look at Coventry. I mean, the numbers of people who've had a badly run club and it's not ended well. Look, it took to Leeds to get back up.
Yeah, big gamble. All the chips on red. Let's go to the comment section quickly. Love this. Where can people find more Oliver Hill content? Spread the word. hillcoachingcompany.co.uk. Is that right, Oliver?
Yeah, that's the website. And on Hill Coaching on Instagram is one of the main platforms I use. I am on other platforms. If you go on and find me on Twitter on Hill Coaching, I'm afraid it's only football content. I only do football there. I basically take down all the trolls that I've managed to. I can't remember. I got a toll of how many accounts I've managed to get closed for all the abuse they give you guys. So I'm kind of like your online sponsorship guardian, basically.
We appreciate that, mate. We do appreciate that.
It's well worth having a look on Oliver's website, though, because there's so much free content. Gents, I just went and got a drink, so I don't know what I've missed, but I wanted to say something that I'd kind of forgotten. Oh, also, I've just been sent a picture live from downstairs. We have sunrise in Yarmouth. We have reached the day. A new dawn is upon us. Oliver. We had Russ Martin on earlier, and he was saying, his time under Farker, and he'd been expelled to the under-23s, and I'd forgotten that. Him and Stephen Naismith had been put in the under-23s. And I look back over Farker's regime, and for all of the Pookies and for all of their enemies, there's been Russ Martin, Stephen Naismith, Dudas, Marcel Frankers, players that were expected to do big things. Russ Martin, Norwich legend, multiple promotions, captain, well loved by the players. And at some point, Farkas had to go to him, I want you in the youth team. That is not an easy conversation, is it?
No, and I think with how long he's kept Tetty in the squad, it shows that he hasn't got an issue with long-standing players. Something will have happened that we won't necessarily know about. And you're right. I mean, that shows balls. And again, this is a really important thing to highlight with any. You don't have to like or love somebody for them to be effective. I always say this of certain like footballers, like people will talk about John Terry as a prime example. Yeah, I don't think I'd enjoy a conversation with the guy. I didn't seem like a very nice guy. The centre back though, that's what he was there to do, and he was a bloody good centre back. What he does off the pitch, really not that important. And it's the same if with Daniel Farke, if he decides, makes a decision and sticks to it, and then proves that it was a good decision. Yeah, maybe he might have handled it differently. Possibly he would. Maybe he's learned a lot from that. He's a young manager, but ultimately he's sticking to his principles. Yeah, he gives youth a go a lot. And I could see why a loyal player would be gutted to be asked to leave. No one likes leaving Norwich. Look how many former players you have still getting back in touch. So I absolutely understand that wouldn't have been easy to hear. And probably the sporting sort of hunger means that you still don't quite believe that you haven't got what it takes. So I can imagine that being a really, really difficult conversation. But I can also see that having someone who's not happy around the core of a part of your business, in this case, sports team, isn't good. So I don't like it because Russ is a legend. But at the same time, I can understand it. And yeah, you say to stand up against big senior players like that does take some balls. So you can certainly see he has those.
Oliver, you've mentioned that you've tuned in for quite a few parts of the 24-hour live show. Who was, because you've said there was loads of guests, who's been your favorite guest and why, and what did you take away from a conversation today?
I caught one bit of Elliot Bennett. I really enjoyed. I can't remember the specific words, but I remember smiling a lot when he was talking about him and Bradley Johnson, because I am still really raw about that. I still remember hearing about it. Then I was just about over it. I had closure, and then you went and had the podcast open.
Sorry.
It just sucked in every possible way. But to just see how Tony Mowbray heard that Elliot Bennett and Bradley Johnson were such good friends, and then that moved. The fact that still sort of thing still happens, that just a player moved to a club because he gets on so well with somebody else in the squad. I just thought that was lovely. It was a bit, I don't know, it's about as romantic as these sort of things get, isn't it? Really, to be perfectly honest. So I really, really loved that. Also, the glasses, Rob Butler's glasses, obviously were a standout. Because you don't get, for me, I don't get to see them very often. It's just I hear. It's more for me. And then to just see that, it's like, bow, there they are. That was amazing. So that was a particular highlight. Unfortunately, I saw that. Well, I was actually quite relieved that it happens to everyone. Even someone who's at BT Sport had a bit of technical problems when I tuned in to see Jake Humphrey. So that was reassuring, because that's one of the problems I've had lockdown, is I just keep losing internet. So to see that even someone with as much connectivity as he should have, it happens to, that was a real relief for me from a business point of view. I may use it and say, look, it even happens to Jake Humphrey. If I'm losing connection. So yeah, they're the main ones that stand out to me. I'm trying to think. And Hoff, obviously I came on just after 4 to watch that, and awakening to all these people abroad that follow the club, and to know that he was his link is the university, really.
Yeah.
To hear him describe the closer header. I mean, that is a beautiful thing. And don't forget as well, I have this to hand, the poster that I got from you.
Yeah, amazing.
The poster.
You're fully merged out, Oliver.
Oh,
I really appreciate that. Mate. Yeah, you have. Yeah,
cabinet for it soon.
Breaking news. Would never ever announce this normally, but Jack, I need you to cover, because I now desperately need to drop the kids off at the pool. It's about time.
Okay, mate. Okay, let's go through some comments real quick. Beautiful sunrises, Susanna. Yeah, I assume you're in daylight now, Oliver, over in Norwich.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, completely.
Which is brilliant. I've had to shut the window because the seagulls are starting to really make a bit of a noise, and I don't want anyone. I don't want anyone getting distracted by that. Average House has been here the whole time. Thank you, Average House. £2 super chat. Thank you so much for that. What's been your highlight of the season, Oliver? What we got? 2 games left. Reading and Barnsley. Maybe not necessarily. Well, it could be the moment where you were like, "Yeah, I'm up," but maybe the one where you just felt utter joy throughout.
I've got to be the Huddersfield game. It has. I know it was. we've had a lot of people say it. I think you guys had a chap on who said his 87-year-old granddad who'd followed Norwich all his life was watching that game. Right. And that is the best 45 minutes he's ever seen. And for me, it's the best way. Everything that we've always been able to do this, because we've had that many chances in games before, but just not being quite on it with the finishing or whatever. And it just all came together. But I must admit, I do want to remind you guys of what did I say before the kickoff? Keogh and Stearman are in defence. This is going to be fun. I must admit, I didn't see that coming, but I mean, Keogh, bless him. Wow. I think your quote was, what is this, the 2008 Premier League season or something like that? You know, it was just, so it was right for the taking, but just to see such a pure performance. I mean, it was literally like watching Brazil. I don't think I could have been any happier than what I remember just being in there, listening to you guys and then watching on the TV and just laughing. It
was that point, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like FIFA, playing some kid on FIFA. It was crazy, but just everything went in. So that has to be a great moment, because also then you're just like, we've got this. We've got
Plus,
this.
it was bouncing back from that late equaliser, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now, Brandon's asked, Oliver, any good book suggestions? Have you read The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace D. Wattles? Great stream. Right, I'm going to answer this for Oliver because I know what he's going to say. Hang on a moment. I've got a copy just here. Oliver is going to say, this is the book you should read.
Yeah.
The Slight Edge by Jeff Alton. I've read this. Oliver was kind enough to give this to me, a couple of years ago, and I've read this, I don't know, 4 times maybe. And it's very like pick-upable. You don't have to read the whole thing in one sitting. Oliver can explain it far better than I can. That's what he's going to say.
Absolutely. If any of you start joining any of my social media, you'll see I mention it probably every 4 or 5 videos. Really important to stress up. Before I came across that book, I didn't read a huge amount. That wasn't my preferred way of learning. But even in the book, it helps you approach that. And it's just all about the power of small, bite-sized actions done consistently over a period of time. And no better example really than you guys, to be fair. I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass really, but the fact that you just keep doing, you keep turning up, keep learning, keep improving. Look where you are now from where you were when you started. It's phenomenal. And you would not have seen this. You might have had hopes, but you would not have seen this back then in the day when you first started. No. But you've just continuously done stuff, but you've not gone and aimed to set up this straight away. You've gone along, you've learned, and you've grown and improved. And that's what the book's all about, really. It doesn't matter what you do. It's like, if you do one thing once, it's not going to have a massive impact. So it can go both ways. So if you eat bad food occasionally, it's not going to have a big impact on you. But if you eat it consistently, like watch the movie Super Size Me to see what it's like to eat bad food consecutively for a few weeks. But it's the same with something positive. You do fitness and you do it once, it's probably not going to be great. In fact, it might hurt. Maybe even after a week, you're still not quite there. But suddenly, if anybody's been back to the gym or started a new regime of exercise and kept it going, you start feeling the differences. And that's what it's about. I mean, there's so many more books, but honestly, if you haven't read that, that's the one to start. And the thing I quite like about it, not everybody will, but it's not on Audible, so you have to actually read it. You've got to buy the copy of the book, or you can buy, there's like audio CDs of it.
I like it, Oliver, because a lot of these like self-help type books are either like American sort of hustle porn, where it's like, if you don't work 20 hours a day, you're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Or just these completely like unattainable things, like you have to inherit a load of money, or like things that just normal people can't action, or they're such an overwhelming target you can't. The thing with The Slight Edge is like, let's get the ball rolling, and the more you roll it, the quicker it gets, right? And then eventually, after a year, 2 years, the ball's rolling really quickly. That's a really good book. Good book.
Yeah.
Lads,
we've just got a couple of really kind donations, actually. €8 from James L. or I. Just woken up here in Germany. I lost my mum back in Norfolk to cancer 7 years ago. What you're doing is absolutely outstanding. James, really terribly sorry to hear about your mum. I lost mine too. That's part of the reason why the fuel is in the fire today, to raise as much money for Big C as possible. Jack's lost his dad too. We're fueled by grief, and we're thinking about them right now. And it's don't know about you, but Jack, but it's really it's getting me through this final period. So thank you so much, James, for that. Also, love this comment as well from Chris Oak's 2016. Chris coming back from the pool with a cheeky smile that reeks of a successful drop-off. Look, I can't comment, unfortunately, and that's against the terms and conditions of the 24-hour stream. I think dropping the kids off at the pool is probably as much information as I can give you. I'm just beyond
too much
sharing
now. Bangkok Canary, hi Bangkok Canary. How does Webber go to the next level? How would he go about doing what he's done for us at a bigger club with money? Would he still be unearthing gems with his scouting team or signing bigger players? Oliver, this is obviously a question for you. Is that kind of thing scalable? Can you take what he's done for like a £2 million player and go, now do it for a £50 million player?
I mean, on paper, I would say absolutely yes. I mean, that is honestly is a great question, because the thing that I worry, what he's got here is he had total and utter support and belief from the owners. Let's take Man United because they're topical at the moment. Do you see the Glazers giving Stuart Webber, or do you see Daniel Levy, the most arrogant man in the world, giving Stuart Webber, or do you see Roman Abramovich? You know, the theme is that that's where I worry. I don't think he will get the buy-in that he would need. But it's definitely doable on paper because his culture fits. The problem is the arrogance of these larger clubs to just always do it the way they have. But of course, if they allowed the model, wow, imagine what he might be able to unlock when you can have like 4 or 5 times the scouting network, maybe bigger. You've got the training facilities already there. I mean, if you saw him at somewhere like Leicester, that would be fascinating.
Yeah.
Because I look at Leicester with some envy and think, oh, God, we were so close to potentially being something like that. Still needed a bit of cash injection, to be fair. But when I look at Leicester, I don't think it's unachievable for Norwich to be a Leicester style side.
Right.
And I think they have set the bar. I used to think it was Southampton because they're very similar. And obviously that's the same period up there and they've taken a similar journey. But now I look at Leicester and that doesn't seem impossible. I mean, I know they have a very rich owner, so they're not quite the Leicester of old, but in principle, amazing training facilities, stadium's not much bigger than ours, blah, 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 blah. So, but yeah, in answer to that question, that's the thing that worries me. I don't see him getting the autonomy that he needs to be able to be that awesome. But if they did if one club takes a punt on him, who knows? And it wouldn't surprise me if he actually, I'm not saying it would happen, but if he went to a sleeping giant in Europe.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was then going to say that because I think Stuart said, hasn't he, on record that he'd love to be on the continent one day. And I don't know, I'm probably assuming here, but maybe the owners are slightly more forward thinking when it comes to sort of the sporting director role.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they're more used to it, aren't they? So I would love that because there wouldn't be too much harm. I don't mind if we end up losing to his team in the Europa League or something like that. That means things have gone pretty well. So maybe like a Portuguese side, or maybe Borussia Dortmund would make sense. Something like that would be cool. And you're right. I think the structure would just fit quite well. Because that's the thing. He needs people to buy into it and believe. And to be fair, maybe he would be able to sell that to someone. I mean, if you were to go in behind someone like Woodward, I don't think it would be hard to shine. So
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating few years for British football, especially after the backlash from the European Super League. I mean, we've seen Woodward step down. We've seen Tottenham make changes at the top. Real Madrid are being run into the ground financially. Like, it's not sustainable, is it? It's not sustainable.
No, that's why Perez is holding on to this. I mean, he just basically mugged everyone off because I can't remember which way round it is, and it's all small fry, but one of them's $1 billion in debt and the other one's 900 million in debt when Barcelona and Real Madrid. Jog on, lads.
It's remarkable, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, like Perez was saying something. Perez was saying something along the lines of like, if we don't have the European Super League, we can't save football. It's like, well, that will patch the problem for 10 years. You're going to be in the same issue again when that money dries up. You have to change the foundations, don't you? And the only way you do so is not spending 150% of your turnover on wages. Like, I mean, Reading do it it's not miscommon. It's why Derby, it's why Sheffield Wednesday, Portsmouth, the list goes on, have run themselves into point deductions. It's what do you expect is going to happen?
See, that's something that annoys me as well, though, to be honest, because I've got a client who's a Sheffield Wednesday fan for his sins. And who's getting punished now? Because they're getting relegated, let's be clear, because of the 6-point deduction. and the mismanagement by the ownership of their club, the ownership of that club will change one day. They don't give a rat's ass about it, but they're going to have to. I mean, I don't love Luton Town, but that 30-point deduction back in the day, look how long that took their club to get back out of that. It's outrageous. Why do the fans get punished when it's the owners who are doing it? So the fact that Sheffield Wednesday will go down and may stay down there for a while, probably because of the 6-point deduction and the mismanagement by the man, that's awful. And it shows a disconnection again with people like the FA and the EFL with fans, because it's not on. And if we don't see points deductions for these big six, I'll be even more savagely peed off with it, because I was having a conversation with Chris a few days ago where I was just saying, let them go. It would be awful for football initially, but clubs well run like us will survive. And actually, I don't love having the big six. Arsenal in 11th, was it last time we looked? Tottenham only invited because PSG and Bayern Munich said no, as far as we can see. It's the shift that's needed, because the only reason they're the big six is because they overspend. And you can't keep overspending and borrowing from Bank of Mum and Dad, as it were. So something is going to change, and I feel even more confident now about how strong a position Norwich will be in, because I'm one of those who looks back romantically and thinks, well, if only Robert Chase had just done a little bit of investment, we'd be one of the established people in the Premier League. I can't help it. But that might be that time again coming fairly soon, because there aren't going to be many clubs who can perform like we can.
Quick public service announcements. The donations keep coming in. Another one from John Massey. Lost my mum to gallbladder cancer 3 months after the towers went down. Oh my God. Buried her on Christmas Eve 2001. The pep talks come from the heart. Fuck cancer. OTBC. Agree with that, John?
John's been great through the night. He's been, when we've hit walls, John's been like pushing us through. So thanks, John.
Yeah, thanks John.
Dubai Canary, here's one for you, Oliver. Dubai Canary, good point, Oliver. All clubs should be 51% owned by fans and investors holding no more than 49%. Fix that and the problem will fix itself. Now, it's a common theme in Germany where looking from the outside in looks pretty healthy. Could that work that would be a massive uphill, wouldn't it, if we were to do that in the UK?
Again, it's one of those things on paper. Absolutely, it could. And I certainly think, to my opinion, is that the big clubs, we're going to lose ones. I mean, it's taken a lot longer than I thought, but we're going to lose one soon. We're going to do a Leeds or worse. I honestly feel that is coming, because it's just unsustainable. So I think the way it happens, if more and more of the lower clubs were to do something along those lines, then we would start seeing it come through, because it doesn't have to be, this is going to be like a juggernaut, isn't it? It's going to be a slow turning vehicle. But if more and more clubs take that sort of model, I see it coming through, just because of the way they'll perform. And honestly, I know I'm probably rose tinted glasses, but I feel Norwich is a model also that works, where you just have a good owner who cares about the club back to the old days, someone local, who just wants the best for their club. But I wouldn't say I absolutely 100% believe that is the solution, because I just don't know. So I wouldn't want to put my nail my colours to the mast on that one, but only because I've not really thought it through. But as you say, in Germany, it seems to be pretty successful because they're still competing. I don't really know how Bayern Munich is so far ahead of everybody else, though, under that model. That confuses me. So I'd want a little bit of clarity that we're not going to end up with a La Liga situation or something like that. But I don't know. But yeah, in principle, absolutely makes sense, doesn't it? Although, as much as I love our club and I love our fans to a point, I don't know if we'll be the best people to be in control of our fortunes, because we're quite knee-jerky. So that would worry me. We'd have to be very sensible about who represented fans' interests when we put ourselves in charge, because it certainly couldn't be me. I am just an absolute nervous wreck.
I just need to say, it's so good to see not just the sunlight come up now really bright and the birds crying louder than before, but we've got some UK people now firmly in the comment section. First of all, Hodgie the Hack, one of our first guests, is back. Morning, boys. You absolute legends. Hodgie, I've never been so pleased to see that gorgeous profile picture of yours. Mick Dennis, who will be on in a while as well. He says, Stuart Webber wants to work abroad. Don't agree with Oliver about points deductions punishing fans. It keeps other clubs honest. Healthy debate. Oliver, what's your response to Mick Dennis on that?
No, look, I absolutely understand that something has to give. And I suppose in an answer to that, plenty of clubs, including ones down south of us, were very, very happy when they got all this money. So I doubt they complained too much back then. So it's a fair point. It is a fair point. I don't know what the answer is. I feel for clubs like that. That's all. Because you may not have wanted it, and then suddenly this is happening. Absolutely, lessons need to be learned. They don't seem to be being learned, though. That's my concern with it. So fans get punished, and clubs still doing it. I mean, I can't believe clubs are still doing it, but they are. When does it stop? So if someone's got a better solution, I am all ears. I certainly don't profess to have it. I just imagined if it was me and my club, it would just be a further kick in the nuts on top of it being already poorly managed. And you're like, oh, I mean, I didn't even do. I mean, like I say, I speak to my friend, my client, and now friend, the Sheffield Wednesday, and he's just, there's no fun in football for him. It hasn't been for quite a few years, to be honest. But
it's a very, very complex situation, right? And I've noticed, Jack, that the viewing numbers are now going up. And they're going up pretty fast, and that's because the UK is waking up. So
I feel like one of them early morning breakfast presenters that say they're waking up the nation, and I'm like, that must be a great feeling. And I feel like we're waking up Norfolk.
So I just wanted to remind everyone, please do your bit. If you've already donated, don't donate anymore. If you can afford to, please do it. You can donate via the options below. But another thing you can do, if you're not up for donating today, head over to the Talk Norwich City Twitter account and retweet our pinned tweet. Okay, that's important because it's got our donation link and the last link to watch live. What do you get in return for that, I hear you ask? I will be giving away to 4 lucky winners 4 signed Premier League Emi Buendia signature cards. Okay, 4 of those will be going to 4 lucky winners. And all you need to do to be in with the chance is retweet that pin tweet. So get involved in that, people, and help us get over the line now. And good morning to all of the UK people. Ian Gabelli says, good morning, lads. I'm off to work. Ian, good morning, sir.
Thanks for your donation as well, as Ian. I saw that on the page, mate. Thank you so much.
Yeah, unbelievable. Great to see everyone starting to wake up now. Just I think it's important to do so. Just one more plug for this shirt. If you want to win a signed shirt from the Champions Elect, simply text OTBC to 70970. That's 70970. All donations made over text are £5. Do ask for the bill payer's permission.
Chris, I think we found your true calling in life. You want to be a voiceover artist, don't you?
I love it. Well, to be fair, Jack, we have been offered that, haven't we?
Yeah, we have actually.
We have actually got something in the works about that. Let's go to the comment section. Oliver, Dom, Jack and Chris, that was very kind. Thank you very much. Good morning, TNC. Good morning to you indeed. Jimmy Hodgkins, thank you, boys, for all you've done this season, plus everything TNC. The smiles and laughter just endless. Keep it going for the remainder. You're still smashing it. Look at the total raised. I love that. You can both feel very proud. Jimmy, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. 20 quid as well. That's going to make a massive, massive difference. Oliver, now the Canary Nation are waking up. I feel like this is your time to shine, okay? So I want a real solid 10 minutes of why Norwich City are going to stay in the Premier League next season. Over to you.
Okay. First and foremost, I think what I've seen this season from Daniel Farke and tactics, and I'm going to be absolutely confident that he's not going anywhere horrible like Frankfurt or anything like that. I believe that he's going to see the course of the journey. So the first thing is that's why, because he's staying. Second thing is I think we'll do a good job of keeping some of the squad together, and that's going to be key. I mean, we're only probably looking at losing 1 or 2 or 3 maybe, and we will realise we have a better squad than what we thought we did. But from the time that he's been relegated, and looking at how we've changed slightly tactically, I have far more confidence in the ability to set up against what we're playing. I also look at the standard in the Premier League this season, and I feel confident that there are going to be 3 worse teams than us, 2 of which are coming up with us. Watford is just a bogey team. We're a bigger club than Watford, but they are our bogey team, and we're going to do them one day, absolutely. So first and foremost that, but also having seen the recruitment, the absolute change in recruitment, I have confidence that there'll be some, not much, but there'll be some recruitment which will strengthen us. And if we could just unlock one other person to put some goals in, because as much as I love Timu, I love Pookie, he does miss a few. So if we could just have someone who's putting a bit of pressure on him, and Jordan Hugel is not been, I haven't seen the full array of what he can do, but he's certainly got a good track record in the past. So interested to see what will happen for him. So I think combination of stronger squad, even if we're going to lose some, probably some reinvestment of those that we do lose, but also the recruitment recently, at the back with the Greek lad. I'm not going to Giannoulis and Gibson already shows to me a far wiser recruitment strategy. And I feel really confident if we were able to do something with Skip as well. But I look at it, and in my mind, when I'm thinking, I'm targeting Brighton, I'm targeting Southampton, I'm targeting Burnley as teams that need to do a lot over the summer to make me think that we couldn't outplay them or outperform them over the course of a season. For me, I don't think we were as far off last time as we looked like we were in the end. Because I always say to people, remember how we started? We beat Newcastle, we beat Man City, we beat Tottenham if it wasn't for VAR. And by the way, I won't even talk about that. And, Arsenal, we nearly got a point or even could have beaten Chelsea. That was very touch and go. We started so well. I'd love to know what happened when it kind of fell away. I don't know if we believed our own hype or what it was, but that's probably where we got found out, and not having alternatives and a plan B, as everybody talks about, seemed to sort of be a bit glaring. I don't feel that's going to happen this time. That's where my optimism comes from. But to be honest, the thought that we didn't give it a go the last time is just, I don't buy that. I just think the timing of the lockdown and everything for us personally, just so hard to get remotivated. It was really disappointing, really frustrating to watch. But when you think we went in on that high of beating Leicester and on Maddison's return, and then just no fans and all that.
And we've got let's hope we've got the return of fans. If things go to plan, we will. Yeah. Which will make a massive difference. I think that makes more of a difference for the smaller clubs, doesn't it, than the Liverpools of the world, because they've got the quality. So they can just we have to almost overshoot.
Yeah, I've had some interesting chats about how this season, bearing in mind we didn't start brilliantly, maybe having us lot in might not have helped as much, because you know what we can be like as a collective. So I don't know if it's helped a little bit by that taking that pressure off, possibly, because our home record has been very, very good, with the exception of recent results and obviously the derby. And that, I think, is something to just pay some attention to, because we can be an awesome crowd. We can also be bloody terrible. And I
suspect it certainly helped the young lads like Big Andy, Sorensen, Mumba, who can just go out there, and if they make a mistake, they're not going to get jeered. And naturally, that happens at any football club, not just Norwich. So I suspect they just feel completely stress-free when they're going out there, because it's only their manager that's going to be judging them. Yeah, indeed. So that's it. You can't tell, can you? But for me, I'm very optimistic about the season. I think there's a lot of teams that I can see the way we've played, giving them a really good, strong. Oh, what's the word? I'm losing my words now. Look.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. I think the coffee's wearing out. Yes, I haven't gone for a second coffee run. It's coming out. But no, I think we'll give people a good go. We'll surprise some people again. But I think the momentum, we'll be able to keep it a bit longer this time.
Oliver, amazing. And let's just get a few more donations up on screen before we bid you farewell. What a shift you've had, Coach. So great for your time.
To be fair, 50 minutes in and I'm just starting to flag. So suddenly now I've got a huge amount of increased for you guys, because I thought this would be a walk in the park, but actually I'm like, I've been tough, isn't it? Like talking. For me.
It's utterly horrendous, if I'm really another £5 from Chrisix 2016. Pro Crescent cancer treatments gave my dad an extra year, which allowed him to see us win at Wembley in 2015. Oh God, donating works. 13k is amazing. Thanks. That's lovely. That's really, really lovely. Thank you so much. That's a lovely story and shows exactly why All of your donations count today. Philip Davies, well done. Keep it going. We're trying. We are trying. We will get there. Thank you so much. Christian Glanz, brilliant work, mates. Thanks for the whole season. All the best from the German Canaries. And of course, we stay up next season on the Ball City. German Canaries, Canaries everywhere. The Canary Nation, Oliver, has woken up to your dulcet tones. One final message to the Norwich City fans before we welcome our next guest, please. Go.
So for me, it's all about absolutely back them, because I want to believe that we're going to be back in the stadium when we kick off, and we will have some tough times. And bearing in mind, I sit Jeffrey Watling stand just next to the sort of where it all happens, and I just wish we would have a little bit more faith sometimes when it's not going quite so well. So I would love to see a ridiculously partisan atmosphere when we get out there, even when, because it will happen at some point, we go behind, and even when it feels like they're not giving their all, because they absolutely are all the time. They're just getting outdone. I remember a famous quote from a couple of seats behind me saying that back in the Lambert years, to be fair, we were getting overrun in midfield in a particular game. They said, "Come on, you're getting overrun in midfield." And I was like, "It's Arsenal, you know, they're all better than us." And we're having a bit of a ding dong. And it's just like, none of that. You know, when we're getting absolutely up against it, that's when they need us even more. Just give them. And we sometimes do, but we don't always. So my message to the fans is have faith, have belief in the system. We've proven it works to get to this level. We're now going to step up another level this season, and they're going to need us. So please just don't ever get on any of our players' backs, and no nonsense to our owners. Just be a happy family and just be proud of your club and where you're at. That's what I want to see next season, because it does upset me when a small minority of quite loud people get on players' backs. It's
do you know what, Oliver? That is really got me going, and I do not have the energy for this, but I feel like it's the right time to do another song. We've conquered all of England. We're never gonna stop. From Blackburn down to Bristol, we beat the fucking lot. Mike Walker and Dave Stringer, the kings of Carrow Road. Now Barker is our leader, and Pookie is the goat. Allez, 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 allez. There you go. Ladies and gents, that was Oliver Hill. Oliver, thanks for your time, mate. I salute you, mate. You're a dream.
Well done, guys. Keep going.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks, Oliver.
Unbelievable. That was the coach, Oliver Hill. What a legend. Unbelievable. And here we go. I think we're almost about to start to welcome our next guest. Really excited to welcome Michael, I'm even struggling to get my words out now. Michael Abramson on South African Canary. So excited for that. Sifrican, as I like to say when I say South Africa, Sifrican. And that was my shoddy South African accent. But before we do that, Jack, let's say good morning to everyone and remind everyone why we are here. We have to do it. It's really important. Today, ladies and gents, we are here trying to raise as much money as possible for an incredible cause, the Big C. Donate a £5. Text OTBC to 70970. That's text OTBC to 70970. If you want to donate more than a £5, you don't have to, but if you do, check out the link in our YouTube description. It's all over our socials, and donate to our Big C page. You can also donate via Super Chat on YouTube. Now, oh my God, Jack, my voice is going. I think it's about time we got our guest in, don't you?
Absolutely. Let's do it. Welcome to Michael Abramson, all the way from South Africa. Michael, how are you, buddy?
Hi, Jack, Chris. Wonderful to be with you, and keep going. I mean, it's amazing. What are you, into your 21st hour now?
That's a good point.
We are. Yeah, 21st hour.
Wow, incredible. I've just woken up, and I feel like I've just woken up, but had good dreams about Norwich last night.
We'll ease you back in. Apologies. I didn't realise. Of course, South Africa's on the same time zone as we are. So we were like, we'll get you in at 6. and you'll be flying. It'll be like 2:00 in the afternoon. It is what is it? It's 4 minutes to 6 with you.
We're 1 hour ahead of you. So
1 hour ahead. Okay,
but still not a problem at all. Great to be with you. Yeah, absolutely.
Whereabouts in South Africa are you, Michael?
I'm from Johannesburg, but here also the sun's just coming up. It's a beautiful start to the day, and we're 2 points away from the title. So that's amazing.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I watch every game. We're very lucky in South Africa because anything that's shown on Sky, we get to see on our television networks. And if not, we see almost all the games on iFollow. The only games I've missed were the first one of the season, the Huddersfield away, and Derby away. For some reason, I couldn't get access to that. But I'm glad I didn't, because it's...
Yeah, well, Derby wasn't a massive miss. Derby wasn't a massive miss.
But every other game I've been able to see, and I watch your content regularly and follow all the news coming out there, follow the press conferences, follow the work that Connor and the team do on Pinkan and Michael Bailey, of course, and all the other journalists. And I've met Chris Gorham as well, sat with him in the commentary box once or twice. So It's been great fun. I try and support the team as much as I can and do as much as I can from a distance, but it's hard.
Brilliant. We've got a fellow South African actually tuned in, Connor Snape, all the way from South Africa, who's also from Joburg. There we go, a fellow South African. Michael, we've asked this to all of our international Canaries who's come on through the early hours. Why Norwich? Why do you support Norwich? How did it come about?
Well, it's an interesting story. Initially, it was the colours, and you might laugh at that, but South African colours, green and yellow. Green's my favourite colour, as you can tell. And I was looking for a team in England. This was way back in the early 80s. I was looking for a team in England to play in green, and my choices were very limited. Of course, I had Plymouth, Yeovil, or Norwich, and these days Forest Green, I suppose. But I just stuck with the team, and when we beat Sunderland at Wembley in '85, that was a big moment, and started celebrating with the team, enjoyed the underdog status, and gradually, as we moved up through the ranks, I followed more and more and became more excited about the team. And when we led the Premier League in the first Premier League season, for most of that season, it was so exciting to think we might even clinch the title. And then in 2011, I got to see my first Norwich game live, and it was so exciting. I contacted Chris Gorham and I said, I'm coming to the stadium. Please, can I come and sit with you or meet you? Because I'm also a sports broadcaster here in South Africa. I was privileged enough to commentate on the World Cup in 2010 for national radio and international radio for that tournament. And Chris asked me in 2011, what was more exciting, commentating on the World Cup final or watching Norwich play Scunthorpe, which is the game I saw when we won 6-0. Exactly. And I said to him, I was probably more excited about watching Norwich play live than commentating on a World Cup final. And that was the game. Of course, Grant Holt got a hat-trick, and then Simeon Jackson came on as a sub and got about a 15-minute hat-trick in the second half. And we won 6-0. And my wife's a big Arsenal supporter, and that day we had a choice of going to watch Arsenal-Blackburn at the Emirates or watching Norwich, and Arsenal-Blackburn ended 0-0. So I think I was vindicated in my decision.
Good choice.
And from then on, it's just been passionate about Norwich. I schedule my life around them. I watch as many games as possible, and to have all these promotions that we've had in the last 10 years or so has been very exciting.
Michael, what have you thought of the lads this season? I mean, we've spoken with all of our guests today about and this is a serious comment now. I'm not messing around. I'm not that tired. When do we start talking about statues for these players?
I just think they've done unbelievably well. I mean, given the letdown after last season and going into this season must have been really difficult. Obviously, the new signings helped and boosted the side a bit and gave us a bit of energy. But we didn't start particularly well. Those back-to-back losses, and particularly the Derby loss at home, was gutting.
Yeah,
just watching that on TV, Pookie missing the penalty and then being undone by a sucker punch late in the game. But the way we rebounded at the international break, that Rotherham game number 5, I think it was, the first game after those back-to-back losses, and Tim Krul's penalty save when we were 1-0 down, could have been 2-0 down. That was massive for me. That turned things around. And then that last-minute penalty, which gave us a bit of momentum. And from then on, we've hardly looked back. Every time we've had a setback, we've come back to win. and bounce back relentlessly. And I was looking at the stats the other day because I'm also a statistician by trade, believe it or not. And of the 44 league games we've played this season, only 5 of them have we conceded more than once, which is an astonishing stat that very few people have picked up on. And the one was Bournemouth last week, of course, and then only 4 other games, and each one's had extenuating circumstances. But in 39 games out of 44, we've conceded either 1 goal or no goals at all, which shows defensively just how much we've jacked things up at the back. And I just think the team deserve every possible praise. It was disappointing that we can't get to the 100 points now, but if we don't win this title, then there's something horribly wrong.
100%. And Michael, thanks so much, kicking off your shift in style, displaying your Norwich City passion. And speaking of Norwich City passion and passion for what we're doing, the comment section are delivering, and they're delivering some very kind donations indeed. Will Granty 7 on YouTube, of course. Wesy himself in his profile picture, he says, YouTube been brilliant for the last 20 hours and the whole season. Is there any chance for a live Revo Poachy today? Oh my God. Honestly, Will, you couldn't pay me any money in the world to do that now. I'm done. I'm knackered. As soon as this is done, I'm going to bed and I'm going to sleep. I'm never doing this ever again. But Will, thanks so much for your $5, mate. Really appreciate that. Michael Jordan's in the house. Big up Michael Jordan. What a legend. He says, up the South Africa. Hang in there, lads. Hashtag home straight. Hashtag for more. And there's one more donation before we go back to you, Michael. Adam Osborne, another $5 for Norfolk and Waveney's cancer charity, of course, helping those affected by cancer in Norfolk and Waveney. Adam says, well done, lads, smashing it off to work soon. Massive achievement. You guys are helping so many families and should be hugely proud. Adam, thanks so much, mate. Michael, so you've spoken there about how all of the players deserve praise, but if you were to pick one player for player of the season, who would it be and why?
Well, big debate about this. I think there's so many candidates, and that makes it so exciting. If you look at players who would probably walk into any other squad, if how they had a look in the season, one of my favorites, Mario Vrancic, I think he's been amazing. I thought he was very hard done by early on in the season. I remember that pass to Pukki last year against Spurs in that game with the goal that was chalked off from VAR. That vision to find that pass was just incredible. And the way he opened up Tottenham and scored in the Premier League. And at the beginning of the season, people were saying that he's not strong enough. He doesn't deserve to be in the team. And I was just questioning that. And then when he's had the cameos this season, he's been brilliant. But now can't get a look in. Marco Stiepermann can't get a look in these days. There's so many great players who just can't get a look in. For me, the big 3, I suppose, would be what everybody else agrees: Emmy, Oliver Skip, and Grant Hanley, and maybe Timmy Krul just on the verges of that. But for me, it's got to be Emmy. My favorite goal, as I've said repeatedly on various podcasts that I've done with various Norwich City people, was that goal that Emmy scored against Hull City. And if you remember it, 2 years ago, that 3-2 win, when the ball was played out of the air, he backheeled direction into the path of Pukki. Pukki seemed to have lost the ball, then backheeled it to Emmy, and Emmy side-footed home. It was the most astonishing goal and the most brilliant piece of vision. So for me, he's just indispensable to this team, and I hope we can hang on to him next season because we need that spark in midfield. So for me, it's him. Although Oliver Skip has been brilliant this season. And Grant Hanley, other than the penalty he gave away yesterday, which was unfortunate, has been magnificent at the back. And the stats, as I mentioned, tell the tale. So it's got to be those 3, but I would vote for Emmy personally.
Yeah. And Michael, that's your player of this season, but I'm going to really put you on the spot in a minute. But before I do, I'm just going to quickly go to the comment section because there's been another very kind donation, £5 to the Big C from Simon Friet. He says, good morning, amazing that you're still going, great work, OTBC, HMS pissed the league. And Michael, we've spoken about your player of this season, but I know that you've been about for a little while. So let us know, who is your favourite Norwich City player of all time?
Oh, that's a really tough one. I suppose I'd have to put Grant Holt very, very high up there because having watched him and having seen him live score a hat-trick and just the amazing goals that he scored, he's right up there. There are many others that I didn't get a chance to watch, unfortunately, so I suppose it's a little bit biased because I haven't seen all the Norwich games over the years, only the last few seasons where I've been able to watch Norwich regularly. Being in South Africa, unfortunately, you're a bit distanced from what you can see and what is available on television. So I'd probably have to say Grant Holt, but Emmy, I suppose, as well. Those two stand out for me more than anybody else. But as I say, I can't go back to players in the 90s and the best of Wes, because I didn't see that live, unfortunately. So there are many others that I'd probably like to name if I could. But to be honest, I'd have to say Holty and Emmy would be my two favorites.
Michael, you must be a massive fan of Matty Patterson.
Matty Patterson, why?
Because he's South African and he played for Norwich, right?
Yes. And also Andrew Sermon played for Norwich and he's South African as well.
Yeah, but is he though South African?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I watched them play Scunthorpe in 2011, Sermon was playing, and I was sitting in the Gerald stand at the time, and I was going, "Come on, Safa, come on, Safa!" And everybody, "What's the Safa business?" And a lot of the fans around me didn't even know that he was South African, and I was sort of cheering him on. I am, but in terms of the Norwich connection, as I say, I'll stick to the players who really stand out for me.
Yeah, love it. Absolutely love it. Michael, wow, what a reception, and loads of you are loving Michael already. And this is a question, by the way, from Hugo Peters. He says, "Question for Michael: should Farke leave and head to Frankfurt?" Wow.
For me,
what do you where do you think? I mean, Farke's future obviously at some point lies away from Norwich, Michael. But can you see him leaving in maybe the next 2 seasons?
Possibly. I suppose it depends on how next season goes. But he's got unfinished business in the Premier League, so I definitely think he wants to take on the challenge next season, show what he can do, show that he can keep us up. And once he's done that and left the legacy, who knows what will happen down the line. I think he and Stuart have been absolutely fantastic. Most of the recruitment's gone really well. I think our owners, I have to give a shout out to our owners. Given what's happened this week with the ESL and that whole story, I've posted all over social media just how proud I am to be a Norwich fan with a club that's run so professionally, a family club, and a club that feels as if it owes the community something, the community owe the club something. And I'd love to be living in Norwich just to experience that family vibe and that whole atmosphere, just the love that all the fans have for the club and have for Delia and Michael, and the way that the response that comes out, and just the good things that happen in the community, and the way the fans pull together when I see what's happening with so many other clubs. It's just a real sense of pride, even from a distance, to appreciate everything that is done, the friendliness, the way that the club just accept everything that goes on, accept the comments, good and bad, and make the players available to chat to the media and just do podcasts like these, and the amazing work that you guys are doing and do every single week is just so appreciated by people who have to follow the club from a distance. So honestly, the hugest compliments to you and to the owners and to the journalists and to everybody involved with the club. It's just a real special feeling, and we can experience it even from afar, this family vibe and this real camaraderie among Norwich fans all over the world.
Here, Michael, we've experienced that throughout the night by speaking to various global Canaries across the planet, and they all speak of that, feeling as though they're part of the Norwich City family. The club are very good at making global Canaries feel like they are a part of the family. You are a part of the family, so kudos to you for saying that. And Michael, is this like a classic Norwich kit you've got on at the moment, or is this just a random Norwich shirt? Or
no, This was my birthday last week, so this and we got promoted the day before, so it was double celebrations. This is from the shop. I like to support the Norwich shop, so
good man.
I buy my wife actually should be a season ticket holder with the shop effectively, because she's pretty much bought everything there is. This is the training kit, one of the most recent ones. It was my birthday present from last week, and also the home kit this season. I don't want to talk about the away kits. I know what you guys have said about that, and we haven't. It's the only kits I think we've worn in recent times where we've never won a match in it. So the second kit, I'm not talking about the kit we wore yesterday, which was okay. So it was the home kits and this were my birthday presents. So I try and wear Norwich City gear as much as I can. I'm also, by the way, a professional mentalist. So I do mind reading and Power of the Mind shows. And often during the shows, I wear Norwich City kits, and people say to me, "What is that Canaries? Are you trying to draw our attention to the badge or something?" I said, "Yes, it's a technique to try and control your mind and give you some positivity." So,
okay, Michael, Michael, we need something from you now. What can you inject some positive? Can you just put some positivity into our brains now, because we've got 4 hours. We've got just under 4 hours to go now. We need 4 hours of positivity from you. Please help. What do we need to do to get over the line?
Oh, you're doing fantastically on your own. I mean, the fact that you've managed it through the night has been amazing. Just think of the end. Set yourself a goal. Just feel that how amazing it's going to be in 4 hours' time when you can go and just put your head down and relax and know that you've done such a wonderful job and given it your all. But we can try something fun if you want to.
Let's quickly do it.
If you have a phone or a calculator accessible, I can try something with one of you.
Hang on, Michael. This isn't going to like mess us up for the last.
No.
You're not going to like ruin our mental psycho, are you?
The exact opposite. It's going to.
Okay, I've got a calculator.
Give you the boost. All right. So I need to.
Right, I've got my calculator. I'm ready.
And in fact, all the Norwich fans, wherever you are, you can play along as well if you like to. We can do this. It's just a fun thing I like to do. I do this with students and various other people. Okay, so Chris, I'll try it with you, but Jack, you can play along as well, just to make sure that nothing's fixed and nothing's been prearranged. I didn't even know I was going to do this, but you asked for some positivity, so we'll give it a try. What I'd like you to do is don't let me see what's on your calculator and don't let me see what you're typing in. But my birthday was the 18th, so I like to start with something personal for me. So type in 18, if you would.
Yeah.
And then multiply it by any 3-digit number that you like. So just pick a random 3-digit number and multiply it. So you've got 18 times whatever you've entered, press equals, and then multiply that answer that you have by a 2-digit number and press equals. Okay. Now, depending on how big or how small the numbers were that you entered, you could have a 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8-digit number on your screen. So Chris, I'll work with you. How many at the moment? I'm sorry.
Sorry, Michael, you can't.
How many?
Just go again.
Oh, I'm sorry. How many digits do you have in your answer?
6.
6. Okay. I'd like you to pick one of those 6 digits. Don't pick a 0 because it's too easy for me. So pick. Don't tell me what it is. Just pick one of those 6 digits, and I'd like you to call out the other 5 digits to me in any order you like. So not the one that you're thinking of. Call out the other 5, nice and slowly, in any order you like.
2. 2.
Yes.
3.
Right.
5.
Yes. 2, 2, 3, 5, and one other.
Oh, have I 2?
Oh, so 3 2s. So 2, 2, 2, 3, 5. And there's one number that you didn't call out.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like you to focus on that number that you didn't call out.
Yeah.
All right. Clear the calculator. In fact, everyone can do this. I'm going to try and make something appear on your screen 6 times because you had a 6-digit number. So we'll try this. I'm not sure it'll work. Type in 407.
Yeah.
Multiply by 39.
Yeah.
That should give you 15,873. Correct?
Yes.
Multiply by 28. Press equals. Yes.
Yeah.
And if things have worked out well, your number that you're thinking of should have appeared on your screen 6 times.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God.
And you were thinking of a 4, and the number on your screen is 4444444. Is that correct? That's just a little bit of a fun boost to get you through the day.
Wow. Michael, I'm not, you know what, that, oh my God.
Thanks.
Unbelievable. That's world class.
There's a lot more that we could do in person, but I just thought that's a little bit of fun. And obviously having some influence, because sitting in the stands and watching your team win 6-0, which was then, I think, the biggest win we had in 47 years, I feel that maybe it was a bit of mental power that was transferred to the team, or at least I like to believe that, but it's not true.
Oh, Michael, that is absolutely
wow. We've been transferred the power of knowledge from South Africa.
Feel ready for this now. We've got.
And look at this. Look, we asked for positivity and we've got it because Colin Hooper's just donated $100 in the super chat.
Wow.
For Big C. Just tuned in, lads. Keep it up. We've also had Chris Stoney. Thank you so much, Colin. Chris Stoney donated £10. Just thought I'd check in with the Zombie Nation, literally. Well done, guys. Terrific work over the last 20 or so hours and through the most difficult but amazing season. Yeah, there's lots of yawns going on at the moment, Chris. Michael, apologies if this is nothing personal. We're not being bored by you. We're just trying to take oxygen on board at this stage.
That's okay. I just admire what you do. I don't think I could stay up for more than about 15 hours at a time. So I think what you guys are doing is incredible.
Yeah, I didn't think I could. Well, I'm struggling. I'm struggling again at this point, I must say. I thought I had a boost. I had a bit of a boost around 5, and now. But you know what? We're less than 4 hours to go now, which is absolutely marvellous. Right, Michael, a final message then for Norwich City fans all the way from Johannesburg, South Africa.
Okay, final message is, regardless of what happens next season, even if we start badly or we get some difficult fixtures at the beginning, stay with the team, support the team, don't get on the team's back. They need you. We need every little bit of help we can get next season because we want to try and stay up and establish ourselves as a Premier League side, and so many others have done so. If you look at the Burnleys of the world, the Crystal Palaces of the world, the Brightons of the world, they're staying in the league. Even Bournemouth stayed in the league for about 5 or 6 seasons. We can do it. We definitely have the players to do it. We have the recruitment that will do it. I think we'll strengthen the side in meaningful ways at the start of the new season, and we'll do what we need to do. If we do lose Max or Emmy or Todd or whoever we lose, I'm sure there'll be plans in place to replace them and to give us the strength we need and the support that we need to be able to stay up. So my advice would be, don't get on the team's back. Don't criticize their every move. It's going to be tough. We're going to go through tough periods, and probably quite a few of them in the Premier League. But keep believing, and who knows, we might just spring a surprise next season.
Oh, Michael, you've got me going. You've got me going, brother.
Anyway, got me going now.
Have a lovely morning in beautiful South Africa. And thank you so much for joining us on this long mission that we have embarked on.
Best of luck with the rest of the day, and thank you so much for what you're doing. You just make it so wonderful for fans like ourselves from all over the world just to appreciate it and to get a bit closer to the team. So keep up the good work, and all the strength to you for the next few hours, and well done on everything you're doing. It's been absolutely amazing, and thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Michael. Have a good day, mate. Bye, mate.
There was a super chat that we left out. I'm really sorry. Troy McCarthy, morning lads, amazing job. I'm watching you from the treadmill as I do most mornings. Chris Reeve 5 a.m. Winners Club. Hope you win fans of the season. Troy, thank you, mate. That's really kind. Such a lovely.
I quickly need to go to the loo, and I'll be back. Our next guest is awaiting a link in the Twitter DMs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. I'll sort that in a minute. Brilliant stuff. Troy, that's such a lovely super chat. Thank you very much. Ian says, morning, boys. Sorry, I had to go. You're looking extremely well. I don't feel well. I feel sick, if I'm really honest with you. I actually feel sick now. I've got to be honest with you. I'm feeling sick. 280. I've had, I think, 2 Red Bulls in one night is just not desirable with no sleep. But there you go. Big up to all the truckers that do it. Jevon Cook, well done, boys. Just woke up. Didn't try to stay up with you, but very proud to have you two represent our club. Wow, that's so kind. Thank you so much. That's really lovely. That we need your comments now, people. And actually, to be honest with you, I don't even mind saying it. This is about your donations now. Yeah, let's try our very best to absolutely smash it out the ballpark. We've already got to 13. I can't believe I'm saying this, to £13,000. Our next target is 13,500. I'm sure we've already beaten it, but we can do better than that, because this is the Norwich City community. You can donate to Big C and get involved, and we've got some great guests to finish our massive Canary-a-thon watch-along live thing coming up. So make sure you tune in this morning over your breakfast and your cup of coffee. Our next guest will be coming soon. I will be sending you a link, sir. Don't worry. You can donate to the Big C by texting OTBC to 70970. That's text OTBC to 70970. You can donate. You just do whatever you want now, basically. And also, as well, for those of you that have just joined us, good morning, welcome aboard. Please do head over to our Twitter account and retweet our pinned tweet as well, because that helps get as many Norwich fans in here as possible and gets people retweeting and gets people donating, which is what it's all about at this stage. Jack, I will get a link to our next guest.
Chris, would you like a couple of minutes off, mate, just for a little fresh face refresh?
Yeah, what I'm going to do, mate, is I'm just going to get this link to our next guest.
Yeah,
I'm going to go and wash my face, mate, because I'm in danger zone now.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Right, next guest has got the link.
Okay, mate. Great stuff. Let's get through some comments. You take a couple of minutes, mate. I'm just going to wet my face. Hugo Peters, you guys look like you've just woken up from an amazing night full of sleep. I don't feel like it, Hugo. I feel like I've just done. My body from the neck down feels good. My head doesn't feel good. My eyes sting. My eyes are really going through it. If I would love to just do the rest of the show like this, but then I would definitely fall asleep. But thank you so much, Hugo, for tuning in. Sean, are you going to start doing this weekly? No, absolutely not. Kingsland Tie Bloke, let's go, boys. Let's go. I saw your donation earlier, Kingsland Tie Bloke. Thank you so much for tuning in. Now, we were joined by a man, God knows, more than 12 hours ago. And he has had a full night's sleep and he's ready to go again. Back by popular request. Let's get him in. It's Mick Dennis again. Hi, Mick.
We were joined by a man.
Good morning.
How are you? I can hear myself. Where am I coming from? Are you playing it?
Back by popular.
Oh yeah, so am I? Yeah, hang on, sorry.
Mate.
Sorry, just got
That's okay.
Technological thing there. Good morning, boys. I've
How
kept
are you?
the bed here.
It looks stunning. You've lost your glasses. Where have they gone?
Oh, it's too early in the morning to worry about all that stuff.
It's very kind. You've offered to come on again, Mick. Are you usually up at this time? Are you an early riser?
When I worked at the Evening Standard, I needed to be in Kensington making the big decisions of the day at 6 a.m. and I've never recovered. So when we're on holiday, by 8 o'clock, I'm shouting at Sarah, "Come on, the day's gone, the beach is open." So,
what time do you go to bed in that case?
Well, because I'm retired, I go to bed when I'm tired.
Yeah.
Well, that can be 2 a.m. or it could be 11 p.m. I'm no longer stressed about it. You guys talk openly about mental health. I mean, sleep is an issue for me, the only way around that is not to think about it too much. But look, I put on some lounge.
Oh wow, Nick!
I love it. I love how the first thing you got up and the first thing you thought of was I want to get back on the watch.
No, definitely.
So thanks for all the support.
I watched some of it last night from 10 o'clock and commented a couple of times and thought,
yeah, we saw.
Whenever I wake up, I'll get on.
Can you remind us what happened? We had Russ on at 10, didn't we? And then we had, okay. That seems like a lifetime ago.
Dean Ashton,
Bennett, yeah, that's right.
That's been great. Yeah. I'm not surprised people, some of the great names have supported you. I watched Simon Thomas and his lady, and that was very, very funny and great guys. And
we were trying to convert
your auction. I tell you, your auction when you stage that, and I think you were right not to try and do it live at through the night. When you do the auction, I mean, the sky's the limit. I think I should be bidding for some of that stuff. That's
I mean, Gunny's medal. We've got
Gunny's medal. What?
I know. The Clive Tills. Well, when he came on with it around his neck, I saw a little tinny, and I thought, is he drunk? But no, it was just sheer generosity. He was drunk on generosity, wasn't he? Which was brilliant.
He's a lovely man, Gunny, and it's when we did a chapter in the first Tales from the City with Gunny, and so how that book worked was that I approached people, and those that said yes, I said, you know, how do you want to do this? Do you want to write the chapter? So people like Ewan did, and asked for some advice, but he wrote it in sort of 1,000-word chunks, and I sort of just stitched them together. And Michael Wynne-Jones obviously did his, and Simon did his, and Gunny was going to do his. The other way I've offered people was, we'll talk. I'll tape our talk, and I'll use your voice and your words, but I'll nurse it into a whatever it was, 5,000. I can't remember how many words in the piece. And Gunny wanted to write it himself, but the deadline was approaching, and he said, I keep starting and it doesn't work, and it means so much to me. So we met for lunch in London, and I took a tape recorder. I'm going to tell you the truth here. I made him pay for lunch.
Yeah.
And I took tape recorder, took it, transcribed it, and it didn't need a lot of work, because when we're talking like this, people actually speak openly and get their and bare their souls. And what he did when I sent him first draft, and he showed it to Susan, and she contacted me and quite emotional, and she said, "You've it's right. That's how he is. That's what he feels." And so that was a great moment.
Really, it must be difficult.
He's a very good guy.
Yeah,
when he was working behind the scenes at Norwich, when he was host of the gun club, and did all the fan engagement stuff. The great gift he had was remembering people's names. So the second time he met my wife, he said, "Hello, Sarah. How's the old Mick treating you?" And of course, it wasn't a trick. It was just, he's the sort of guy who engages with people and really remembers their names. I mean, my age, I don't remember mine some mornings, but so that was a fantastic gift. And people like Duncan Forbes before him, who put in the years on the other side of the off pitch involvement. It's a fantastic service to give to the club, and I'm very glad. I'm proud to say that I think Towson City One sort of helped rehabilitate Gunny with Norwich fans, because the manner in which he left and the Colchester defeat, and he when we had the live event to launch the book. I mean, this is not a plug for the book. I don't get any more money, however many copies are sold.
It's good, but it's fine.
We had the live event in Norwich, and I said to the audience, Gunny thinks we only remember him as the manager who lost to Norwich, lost to Colchester, and the audience said no, and it was a fantastic moment, and I think it helped Gunny be prepared to engage again with the club that he'd served so much.
Gunny is
my hair is a shocker, isn't it? No, look, but it is, at least it's all mine.
Gunny is honestly one of the nicest, if not, well, he is probably the nicest Norwich City person in the Norwich City sphere, in my humble opinion. Mick, I'd never
There's
thought
a few rivals. I'd have to say, Chris, there are a few rivals, but he'd be in the top.
For me, big BG is undefeatable, Mick. I'll argue that one.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't really argue.
Actually, I don't have the energy, but what I am going to have the energy for, and I didn't really ever imagine I'd be doing this at 6:30 in the morning in front of Mick Dennis, but we've just had a donation from Colin Hooper, and I'm going to find this really difficult to say no. So he's given $10 to the big $10 to the Big C, sorry, and he said, HMS Pistol League, another 100 if Chris Revo does the shanty now. Look, Colin, I'm a man of my word, and I have to do this in front of you, Mick. You're a broadcasting legend, mate, and this is awfully embarrassing, but I'm going to do it because it's for the Big C. So here we go. We were once a team in the Premier League. We go by the name of Norwich City. Then injuries hit and VAR was shit. So down to the champ we go. Soon may the yellow men come to bring us goals and plenty of fun. One day when the COVID's done, we'll be back at Carrow Road. We've never had to do this before, staying cooped up inside like a run mole bordering City long. Long's getting back where we belong. Soon may the yellow men come to bring us goals and plenty of fun. One day when the COVID's done, we'll be back at Carrow Carrow Road. Webber somehow kept one hell of a team. Maxi Aarons, Emi Buendia, Timmy Pukki to Cantwell with his flowing locks. Big bad Barden in goal. Soon may the yellow men come to bring us goals and plenty of fun. One day when the COVID's done, we'll be back at Carrow Road. Watching Farkball in the Premier League. I've asked you, you would say yes, please. So let's stand together and sing as one this crazy song from home. Soon may the yellow men come to bring us goals and plenty of fun. One day when the COVID's done, we'll be back at Carrow Road. There was once a ship that took to sea to the name of HMS Pisterly. Captain Farker shouted, off starboard, off to the Prem we go. Soon may the yellow men come to bring us goals and plenty of fun. One day when the COVID's done, we'll be back at Carrow Road.
Bravo, sir.
Yeah, come on, get your wallet out, Colin, now. Get your money out, Colin.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
So much effort. That took so much effort.
Mick, something we've chatted about a lot on something in the early hours. It keeps cropping up, and I know you're passionate about this. Is the European Super League?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if it still exist. Are Barcelona still trying to fly the flag, or?
I think Agnelli was saying yesterday that you can't leave, and he's still adopting that position. And he, amongst other things, he said that the demonstrators at Chelsea, there was only 40 of them, and they'd been bussed there. It is some sort of cognizant dissonance, isn't it? But, by the way, I have a little bit of dissonance of the idea of Chelsea fans saving civilization, but there we go. The thing that struck me was that I made a short radio documentary, one of the first sort of broadcasting things I did when I went freelance and needed to build up a portfolio of broadcasting and stuff. And so I think that was about 2003. I made a brief documentary for 5 Live about the threat of a breakaway European Super League. 2003, I think I did that. I lived and worked through the era of the setting up of the Premier League, which was driven by Tottenham, Arsenal, Manchester United, not Manchester City, Everton, Liverpool, Everton, and as an example of how you shouldn't assume in this glorious game of ours that people are established in the firmament forever. Elton John and Watford were involved in some of the very earliest discussions for the Premier League, and so I've seen it all before. Because they'd signed letters of intent and had got money from JP Morgan. I thought this time, oh my word, it's going to happen. After all this time of my warning about it, and my instinct was to say, well, let them go, and but don't let them play in the Premier League. Let them go off and play in Europe, and we will be we Norwich City will be better off to be part of the rump behind that's left behind. But and then when it started to break down because of the reaction, I think it had started to break down before the fans gathered at Chelsea, and I think my understanding is that the first hesitancy was by Manchester City, which makes perfect sense because the whole Manchester City project is about PR for the United Arab Emirates, and so when they started to see the overwhelmingly negative publicity, Manchester City were the first to wobble, and then the other Brits started wobbling, and amongst many good jokes on Twitter when it was happening was that Spurs were the last, and somebody said, it is their only way to win a trophy, Spurs, is to be the last team in the European Super League. So, I mean, has it won't happen. Has it gone away forever? No, it hasn't gone away forever. But they've learned some lessons. And interestingly, what's going on now behind the scenes is a real shift, a power grab, a sort of a renaissance of the rest of the Premier League and the FA. The FA have had a series of the FA get terrible abuse of being old men in blazers, and they were for a long time, but they've been held to ransom by particularly the biggest clubs in the Premier League for the simple reason. This is what always drives it. Globally, the pull of Manchester United, now Liverpool as well, particularly those two, is so enormous that it generates most of the revenue. And so they were always able to say to the FA, well, you know, our players won't be available for England internationals, or some sort of you know, little comment like that. And they all held the power. And there's been such has been the reaction that they've been able to now say to the conspirators, you might like to consider your position on this committee and that committee and that committee, because if you don't, you risk being voted off. So they're forcing a round of resignations, and you know, eventually money talks to an extent, but there is a real realignment of the good guys. It doesn't solve the problem of the structural flaw with football at the moment is the interface between the Premier League and the Championship, where it just doesn't work, and you come down from the Championship and you get parachute payment, and everyone thinks, well, that's why you've still got good players, but of course the parachute payment just softens the blow of the cataclysmic drop in income. So it doesn't solve that structural problem. We've still got that. It leaves mega rich clubs at the top of the Premier League, probably, you know, in an unassailable position unless something happens to their structure. But the idea of the pyramid has survived, and people don't understand. It took a lot of work to get the football pyramid in place. It's not been there always. It didn't arrive organically, because there were all these little leagues around the country and they weren't linked. You know, when I first got to Fleet Street in 1978, I worked for a sports news agency, and one of my jobs every year was to report on the Football League AGM, at which the teams who finished bottom of the 4th division applied for re-election and always got it. And so every so often there'd be a campaign by a well put together non-league team from the old Southern League or somewhere like that. And their representatives would wait outside the meeting. It was held at the Cafe Royal, and my job was to be the first with the news, which meant getting to a phone and phoning it. I used to race against the press association guy. Okay, the story. The Cafe Royal building in London has many floors, big staircase, a phone on each floor near the staircase, and so I would, if I got out the door before the PA bloke with the result of a big, I could get to the first phone, and he'd got to go at least down one flight of stairs. Yeah, it was like coming out of court at Yarmouth Magistrates. You had to get the phone
Jack, you'll know about that, won't you? Yarmouth Magistrates.
Yeah, I've been there plenty of times.
Let's do a quick interlude, because the TNC shanty has delivered the goods. Colin Hooper. He's to Big C. Absolutely unbelievable. Great job, man. My word. Say hi to my dad. I'll say hi, Colin.
That's
you
fantastic.
are a man of your word. Massively respect that. Norfolk and Waveney's Cancer Charity is £100 better off. And in actual fact, they are even more. Thousands of pounds have been raised thanks to your generosity. We will hopefully, fingers crossed, be getting an updated figure. I mean, I've got a funny feeling that we're actually probably going to be, I'd say maybe Jack at about maybe 14,500.
Yeah, I think we'll be. Yeah, we'll hopefully the Big C guys will be waking up soon, and we should get an update. But I suspect we're around the 15k mark. Yeah,
which is just unbelievable, unbelievable. Yeah, so we will hopefully get Big C to wake up soon, because they're sitting on a ton of cash thanks to you guys.
I think I need that money to just calculate my body, calibrate my body.
That's where I'm at, Jack. I need to see the total now, so I can just be content now. I really just need to see it. Mick, you've kept us going so well. You've come not once but twice on this Canary-a-thon, as some people.
I've got to say, I've deliberately come as an old man just out of bed. I thought I'd dress down for the occasion. But...
No, I like that. It makes us feel more at home. When did we speak to you last, Mick? It was before the game, wasn't it?
Yes, 12 noon.
So since then, Norwich have won, and your local team are up in terms
Watford,
of geographical.
Yeah, Watford are up. Since we've spoken, I've planted a tree.
You've travelled the world. You've been on holiday for a week,
and dipped in and out of this, and I'm always up early. So I wanted to come and see you again.
Oh, thanks, mate. And I know you know Emma Saunders, and she's donated very kindly.
Oh, bless him. Oh, that's fantastic.
I think it may have been a jubilation of Watford's promotion. I know she's been presenting.
Well,
so send our regards.
Chris, she won't mind my saying, but her father, who was a family, great friend of ours, she lost him to cancer when she was still at school. So there'll be a personal reason as well, and that's how I know Emma. She's lovely, talented young lady, and her mum is probably my wife's best friend. So,
well, send our regards, because she's been lovely.
Yeah, she's great.
So which is marvelous. Right. Any last words, Mick, before we let you go? And
no, I echo some of the things I've heard this morning. That is that next season it's going to be tough. But I think I agree with those who've said, Oliver and others have said, that the recruitment is. We've been looking. Stuart Webber and the recruitment team have been looking at this moment, promotion back to the Premier League, since before the first lockdown, when they realised that they'd got things wrong for the Premier League, and I think we'll give it a much better go. But we do need the crowd to understand that and not to turn. I have mixed feelings about how easy or difficult it would have been with a crowd in, because they turn and the get it forward and you're not trying and all that's got to stop. It's got to stop. It's got to be. We've got to play our part now. We've got to be in Farker we trust.
Hopefully, Mick, this year, however long it's been off and away from the grounds, might just give us a kick and go, actually, we are really lucky to be there, rather than taking it as, it's a chore to go back, Yeah,
there's a bloke I see at away games, and we always argue. And
I can't imagine you arguing.
And Sarah sees him and tries to steer me away. I can't wait to just give him a hug. I've argued with him for 6 seasons, and I just want to look into his eyes and say, mate, we're back.
I must admit,
is that you saying argumentative Mick's over then?
Well, I don't think I'd say that. No, I mean, we always have more in common than divides us. So we've got to remember that. I mean, that's football. What the Super League has shown as well. That's true of football fans. When you crisscross the country and you get off at the motorway service station and you see the fans of another team, you've got more in common with them than the rest of the people making journeys that day. And we need to understand the force that's been demonstrated against the Super League. We need to sort of keep that in mind, and at our club as well. At our club, we have to remember what it was like not to be going. You're right. You're absolutely right.
I must admit, Mick, even I'm missing the smelly, rather large bloke that sits next to me in the Barclay. I'm going to give him a hug as well. And honestly, I probably
should do it now, Chris, while you've been up for a day and you're perhaps not as freshly as yourself,
Mick, honestly, he spends from the first minute to the 90th minute moaning about Delia taking the cream off the top constantly, all game long.
It's just innumerate nonsense. It is like, it's a QAnon conspiracy, I mean, the last amount that was paid back to Delia in 2015 was $1.5 million. These are loans, no interest, and she was loaning money at a time when interest rates were high. So that's lost income for her. But the biggest sort of financial contribution Delia gave was when she stopped, when all the satellite channels burgeoned and there were so many cooking shows, Delia had umpteen offers to, just make a show and we'll show it around the world. And she said, no, I've stopped it, because there's a time when she stopped doing all the cooking work because she felt she needed to concentrate on Norwich. And by concentrate on Norwich, what they did at that stage was just facilitate other people. That's all they've ever done, is employ someone, try and get the employment right, and then back that person. And that's all they've ever done. So, it's been chief executives, Neil Doncaster and then David McNally, and back the manager until the point comes when that's unsustainable. So I'm so pleased for Delia and Michael, as they approach their 80th birthday.
Yeah.
To see people getting the idea of being self-sustained a bit because of what's happened elsewhere. And I agree with Oliver was talking about the team down the road being funded by a pension fund, and then saying, we'll have may God have mercy on League One because we won't. You just think, oh, okay, mate. But that's right. The key thing that was said about the Super League, and I like to attribute great ideas to the people who've had those ideas, but I can't think who it was that said this, but it was a tweet or a piece I read in which the journalist said, for the sake of clarity, Liverpool's owners are a business, not a charity. So for all the great stuff John Henry's done at Liverpool, Fenway Sports, by the way, are not a charity, and so all of these people want to return, and you can do it in the way the Glazers have by keep paying themselves dividends, and or you can build the brand to a point where you sell it, and in a sense that works in football terms, because it's only that business model only works if your team is successful. So you have to invest in players and so on. But ultimately, that is not the same motivation as saying, I love this club and I want to do the best for them. And that's, Delia and Michael have never ever seen it as a way of income. Well, very quickly, I will tell one private thing about Delia.
Go on.
There's someone who writes for a site that I'm associated with.
Yeah.
And we were arguing privately about Delia, and the comment had been made something about she just likes a football club for her social life. So I rang that person and said, listen, you think seriously that Delia needs a football club for her social life? This week she was a guest at Windsor Castle for a meal with Her Majesty the Queen. She does not need people dropping in the boardroom at Norwich City for her social life. World famous people are delighted to have Delia as a guest at their table. And if she was only doing it for social life, she would not have stuck around when we went down to League One and but she, like me, loved League One because we met real people who only cared about their football clubs. I'm trying to think of who it was. All right, no, that thought was gone. It's too early in the morning.
No, it's good, Mick. I love that, and I love what you said about Delia, mate. And that's such a good way to move to our next guest, mate. It's a very, very important point. So thank you for sharing it, Jack. Is it time?
Keep going, guys.
Thanks, Mick. Great to have you on, mate.
Keep going.
Top man.
Good day. Bye, buddy.
Mick Dennis, ladies and gents. Tell you what, Mick really just gets me going, actually. I listen to him and I go, yeah, you know what, I'm really buying into that. And I tell you what else I'm buying into. James Walker.
Oh God, I'm gonna have a stretch, actually. This has got me wanting to stretch.
James Walker, £100 for the big C.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, James. That is unbelievable. He says, morning, what a show this has been. Such an inspirational effort. You guys have been incredible and raised the bar yet again. Just over 3 hours to go now, guys. Your goal is so close. Keep up the positivity and power through. The NCSE family are rooting for you, James. Mate, honestly, £100 is just.
You know what, Chris? I'm actually going to go standing.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah.
James, mate, honestly, thank you so much. That's such a huge amount of money, and it really means a lot to me and to Jack and to Big C. It's huge. And I cannot wait for Big C to reveal their target, what we've raised, Jack, because people like James Walker are making a huge difference. And James, I absolutely salute you. And
you know what the delight's going to be, Chris, is when Tom wakes up at Big C and he's like, "Yeah, I've refreshed it." We then click on the page, and it's currently on.
I know what you're going to say already.
It's currently on 9,076 on the page. That's excluding. No. Oh, well, that as well. That'll take an hour. That's excluding the raffle and the super chats. But that's going to be way over £1,000 more than we last had last night. So that's going to be fantastic. I can't wait to see all the names fly in as well. That's going to be a delight.
Ollie's. Oh, look at that profile picture.
God.
I tell you what, Ollie. You know what Ollie looks like, Jack? The kind of guy that I'd love him to just like.
I want Ollie to make the avocado on toast regularly.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100% with you. Absolutely love that.
Thomas replied. Hang on.
Superb work, lads. £15 for the Big C. I really respect you,
Chris,
Ollie.
I've spoke it up.
A Big C woke up, Jack.
Okay. 9,076.49 was the last total on this raffle. Now we've got to add everything else up.
Hang on. Right. We're about to get a figure, people. We are about to get a figure. What have we got, Jack?
On the raffle, it's gone up by a whole grand to 10k. Just on the thingy, which takes our raffle and page total to. Hang on, I haven't got the raffle yet.
Oh my God.
Hang on, I'm just asking.
Come on. I'm so excited and I'm also nervous for some reason.
Okay, so the link's gone, the page link, everyone can see that's gone up £1,000. Shall I quickly read out who's donated?
Yeah, and then let me know what the total is, mate.
Daniel Madison, Ashley Browse, Frank Keenan, Mark Lake, Megan Davis, Paul Fruyer, Joseph Denton, April Spicer, Robert Stacey, Lucy Osborne, Adam Reeve, good old Adam, Carl Sloan, James Copland, Ben Precious, Jean Rannick, Jeffrey Albaum, Brett Dennis, Matt Ewing, David Branch, Tom Miller, Jonathan Linder, Guy Stockill, James Ashworth, Callum Bates, Stephen Lister, Adam Leventile, Hal Moore, Craig Green, Eddie Ivans, Dean Tillett, David Tompkinson, Callum Wilson, Tanya Simpson, Ross Bullard, Nicholas Mobin, and Neville Townsend. There's more. Paul Rogers, Jack Scott, George Monks, Ross Bullard, Sharon Bowles, Kaylee Coverdale. Have I read this? Chris Atherton, Matthew Carter, Ben Gibson, Matt Large, Pip Paruzzi, Craig Wall, John Webb, Neil Harrison, Simon Kemp, Jake Mann, Robbie Blackburn, Stephen Fenn, Amy Scoons, Ben Hamilton, Georgina Wallace, Matthew Ware, Liam Eagling, Paul Clutton, Steve Sharp, Owen Ford, Bruce Dyer, Tim Stevens, Megan Crayford Noble, Patricia Judson, Daniel Tinker, James Young. There's loads more. I think I've named them all. And I also think a lot of people have said they've donated, and I think they've just donated to Big C in general.
Oh,
so
right.
It hasn't been attributed to our page, like Hoffer, Russ Martin, people like that. So, look, we'll get a proper total after this, but I'm confident in saying we're nearing 15k.
So do you want me to update the ticker, Jack?
Not hold off at the moment, but the people that are watching, 420 people.
When do we find out, Jack? When can we make it official? When can we put that figure in there?
Well, I want to know the raffle. And then we're just doing a guesstimate off the.
Are we waiting for Big C for the raffle total?
Yeah, I've just messaged, and then we're just doing guesswork. What would you say the super chat's at?
Mate, I honestly couldn't guess. It's been ridiculous. We've had No Chill Cashy popping in with 200 quid donations. We've had Americans dropping in with the $100. I mean, they're everywhere. They're absolutely everywhere. And they still continue to come in. 20 euros from Joseph Pisani. Well done, guys. Keep it up. Yellow and green love heart. Absolutely love that. Thank you so much. Everyone, all of your comments count now. We're almost 5 hours into this stream. We just need to get to 8 hours on this stream. And that is all we've got to do. So what's that? 8, 9, 10. So 3 hours to go, more or less. 3 hours to go. And then we are done. I'm delighted to say, by the way, everyone, that our next guest is Nick Mashiter, and he will be joining us in just a few minutes. So make sure you're very much in tune for that.
I love seeing everyone who's waking up. Like, we can see the number just going up and up. And we were at what, like 1. To be fair, we still stayed relatively high at like 3, 4, 5 a.m. with a lot of Americans, a lot of Aussies. About 180. Now it's just going up and up and up, and everyone's like, "I've just had an 8-hour sleep, and you're still street." Yeah, we are.
Yeah, morning to everyone that's just woken up and has just joined. Just to let you know, even if you have donated, haven't donated, one thing you can do is retweet the Twitter link. You will be entered into a prize draw to win one of these Emi Buendia signed player cards. And all you have to do to be with a chance of winning one of these gorgeous boys is by retweeting our pinned tweet on Twitter. The reason why that's important is it's got our watch link and, most importantly, our donation link. Go over to Twitter, retweet our pinned tweet to be in with a chance of winning an Emi Buendia signed player card. Don't forget, there is a cheese hamper kindly donated by the cheesy geezer himself. Earlier to someone based in Norwich, Norfolk. There's also a bundle of beer. Lakens have already given out their prizes last night as well. So yeah, there's loads of stuff on offer. It's well worth engaging on our socials this morning. Nick is just changing his tech. So he will be with us in just a short moment. More super chats coming in. I'm struggling to keep up with them, I think. Hang on a minute.
A couple of updates. The page and the raffle combined is at 12 grand.
Okay.
I've just been notified of someone who wishes to remain anonymous that donated a £500 figure just to Big C, not to our page.
Right. Okay.
So look, if people have donated via just the Big C, it might be difficult to attribute to us, but still, money's going to Big C. Amazing.
Yeah.
Do we think we've done 3K in super chats?
Must have done, mate.
Yeah. All right, we've done 15 then. We've definitely look. If we haven't, then we've got Gunny's medal to do. 15K.
Yeah.
15K.
Okay. 15K, ladies and gents. There you go. It's been updated. On the bottom, it's been updated.
£15,000.
£15,000. Fucking hell, mate. Fuck.
I've got another buzz again now.
Oh, God. Oh, come on. I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless.
This could be a good point. Dubai, it could easily be 6K in super chats. We don't know. It could be, mate. We'll have the super chats take 24 hours to come through for a total. So I'll know by Tuesday, definitely.
Oh my God, Jack, get that super chat up on screen right now.
Yeah, Tom Russell. Thank you so much, Tom. We're almost there. Oh, brilliant. Tom from 5 Yards. Brilliant effort for a brilliant cause. Tom and the team at 5 Yards. We love 5 Yards. They've sponsored a lot of our content recently. So thank you, Tom. Who is he with Van der Vaart there? Should I say Van der Vaart's with Tom? You're almost there. We are almost there, Tom. We are almost there.
Thank you so much.
The UK morning spike's coming. I'd say 7 o'clock is a fairly common wake up time for people. So back to 500 people joining us for the finish. And also worth noting, 2 more brilliant guests. And also at 9 a.m. a massive announcement. There is something in this box. I don't know what. All I've been told is that if I open it before 9, I'm in big trouble. So I'm not going to open it before 9. But in here, it's well worth sticking about until 9 o'clock. Something from the club that we need to open. I've also been assured it's not a new contract for Ollie Skip. So don't get your hopes up too much.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Oh my God, we're having so many donations come through now. Good morning to everyone UK based. I must say, I know you guys will give us a break, I'm sure, but I must say apologies for the final hours of this, because me and Jack are obviously low on energy now. We've been this is the end now. The end is
the end. Hold your breath and count to 10.
3 hours to go until we're done. 3 hours until we're done, and we have raised £15,000. And when I say we, I mean you. You have raised £15,000. And
also, quickly, a final update for the moment from Big C. We're going to go through every single donation that's gone to Big C, not our page, and we can pick out all the names that we know have been from the TNC Watchalong. So expect that figure to rise, and expect that figure to rise throughout next week as well. Anyway, it's 7 o'clock. I'm delighted to welcome our next guest along, national journalist working, I think, for the PA at the moment. I hope I'm right on saying that. Yes. It is the man, the myth, the legend, the man who gets more scoops than the average spade. It's Nick Masheter. Nick, how are you, my friend?
Morning, guys. How are you? What's the point?
Good. You are, what was it, 7 a.m.? How are you feeling, mate? Are you an early bird or not?
Not particularly. But with a 3-year-old and a new puppy, I can kind of sort of survive on quite little sleep. So,
what breed's the puppy?
We got a Labrador on Friday. I was tuning in actually about 2 o'clock because.
Oh, sorry.
She was up and morning.
That was rough. 2 a.m. was rough.
Anyway, mate, Nick, what Tevez, Carlos Tevez in the background? You got a Norwich. I was going to say I had that Norwich shirt on for a bit in the background.
You did, I think you started, didn't you?
Yeah, started in that one, and then a Carlos Tevez shirt. As we've been saying,
actually, one of my sort of the frame in between is one of my prouder ones, I guess.
What's that then?
That's the playoff. There's two pictures from the playoff final in 2002, and my match ticket signed by Ewan Roberts.
Oh,
classic.
Wow.
Absolute classic. And Jack, let's just quickly go through some extra donations. I'm not sure if you've been through them all. Bobby Boy Baby, £5 for the Big C. Thank you so much. James Stangroom, €10 for the Big C. Amazed how fresh you both look. We don't feel it, but thank you so much. It's very kind indeed. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Nick, you've joined us. This is your moment to shine, and quite frankly, we need you to talk. So give me your thoughts on this season from a Norwich City perspective. I know that you are a massive Norwich fan. You know, you've always supported the boys. You know, where does this group of players rank amongst the greats, quite frankly?
It's really interesting, I think, because hands down, they have the best squad and the best players in this division. And I think that's quite clear. Individually, it's probably the most talented bunch that the club have had, perhaps ever. I mean, you naturally have to go to the sort of 92, 93 class, obviously, and looking at them and comparing them. But yeah, I think absolutely individually, they are probably a cut above most Norwich sides that have been there. As a team, I was thinking about this not too long ago. I did wonder whether 2003-04 would give them a good run for their money, and I think the Lambert side, who had more of the dark arts about them, in 2010-11 /11-12, I think that team would have hurt them as well, because that Lambert side, that was horses for courses sometimes. This is plan A, stick to plan A. We're not doing anything else. This is what we do. And the Lambert side knew how to mix it up a little bit more. And of course, when you've got Holt and Houlihan and things like and players like that, then they could do. Like case in point, that Newcastle game, Newcastle back in the Premier League. So what, early season-ish, 2011-12. Newcastle came with no centre backs and had a defensive crisis. So Lambert put Morrison and Holt up front and bombed the balls into the box, and they won 4-2.
Yeah.
So I think that team would have given them a good run. But you cannot dismiss the talent that they've got in that side and in the squad. You just look at how Todd Cantwell's progressed over the last 2 or 3 years. I know you guys are massive fans of Todd, and he's done exceptionally well. I know there was a general feeling that even he perhaps thought he could have done better in the Premier League last time. Whereas he probably exceeded a lot of people's expectations from what he did. So really, really interested to see what he can do next year. But yeah, I think it's always subjective to kind of sort of say, right, well, this team's better, that team's better. But I think it would be foolish to say that these guys aren't one of the best.
We talk about a plan A and a plan B, Nick, and I agree. I mean, you probably would say we've got a plan and we stick to it, but the 18-19 season to this season has been yin and yang, hasn't it? Completely different, really. And it's certainly defensively.
Yeah, they've had more of the ball, haven't they, this time? And if you've got more of the ball, you're not going to have to do as much defensive work, I guess. They will need to brush up on it next year because they're not going to have as much of the ball. Probably have a little bit more than they did last time, but they're not going to have as much of it. They're going to do more defending. They don't do an awful lot of that, from what I've told you in the week. So it'll be interesting to see what they do and how they fare next season defensively. They're stronger defensively. I always felt they needed an extra centre back last time, and I had faith at the time that the club would spring a surprise, find a little rough diamond from somewhere like they had done, and shore up the back a little bit more, because I had a lot of faith and trust in them at the time. But that didn't happen, and defensively they were poor. And I think it's really interesting that you look at Lewis, Godfrey, Aarons, they will go for probably a combined overall, once all the transfer fees are paid, if that eventually happens with add-ons, they'll be going, the club will get what, 60-70 million from them,
at least. Yeah.
And to do that when they haven't when they were part of one of the worst defences in the Premier League previously and probably historically, is some going. It shows you it shows you the individual talent that they've got. Because you look at Godfrey this season, every time I've seen him this season for Everton, he's been outstanding.
Yeah.
So it just shows that they still need to do more work in between the games defensively, because you can't sell 3 players for close on 70 million quid and still not be able to defend. So these guys can clearly do it, but they just need the right tools to be able to do it.
Nick, as always, the true sign of a good journalist is the stories that one breaks, and you're always a good follow for Norwich fans in terms of that. From the beginning of the Farke era to now, there was a really fascinating story you published this week, just gone, in regards to Josip Drimic's wages and Thomas Tribble's wages and Moritz Leitner's wages, players that Norwich are clearly going to have to shift. And also in regards to Max Aarons' future, whether that's at Norwich or West Ham. Give us a spin through that.
What I wrote, and I've been told it by multiple people, it's probably an open secret within football, because it was certainly not difficult to discover when I've got the motivation and I've got the time, because obviously I've so I have to focus on the Midlands clubs really. But Aaron's to apologise was told last summer that, look, give us one more season and get your move. As long as it's the right move for him, of course, and the money's right. I don't think if anybody comes in with anything lower than what Norwich want, then it's going to be a bit more of a struggle. But he's been told that he can go. Fully expect that to happen. The club to keep to their word.
Who do we think that will be?
From what I'm told, he would like to remain in the south or southern.
Yeah.
So London, I think, would be the favourite, but of course, Everton are reportedly pushing very hard for it. So, and when you've got the chance to go back, work back with Godfrey, and can you realistically turn down the chance to go work for Carlo Ancelotti? They're a club that only recently got the go ahead for a new stadium, and will be pushing for Europe as well. So they're going to have a big push and a crack for it next year. So the project there will be enticing, even if you might want to prefer to be in London. West Ham, obviously, I wrote that they're keen. I think realistically, if any of the Premier League clubs aren't interested, then they're not doing their jobs properly. He would only go to a certain caliber club, I'm sure. I also think the money that they will get for him will be reinvested back into the squad. It should be.
Interesting.
Because I don't think that they'll have that cash, 30 to 40 million, whatever, to go and spend anyway. So I think being able to sell Max will be incredibly helpful to the transfer funds, basically. And also, I think you can see the strategy. It's fairly obvious. They're coming out and talking about him a lot more. Stuart Weaver, isn't it? Or Steve Weaver?
Steve Weaver,
yeah. Steve Weaver. Too many SWs at that club at the minute. So he's come out and spoken about him in terms of he believes he'll be a Champions League player. Obviously, Max did an interview with the Times this week. I think it's a fairly clear strategy of pushing him out there and effectively trying to sell him publicly, although they don't necessarily have to because everybody knows how good he is.
Yeah.
So, I think that one's fairly transparent, unfortunately.
Nick, do you worry about take your journo hat off and put your fan glasses on for a minute? As a Norwich fan, do you worry about next season, or are you quite content with the fact that we've already signed Dimitris Giannoulis, of course, a very high caliber player? Ben Gibson was in an England shirt 5 minutes ago, who, by the way, for the people that have just joined this live show, Ben Gibson donated £500 to our fundraising to Big C. Anyway, back to the question, Nick. Do you think you'll be quite content, or are you worried that Norwich will sell but won't replace? Are you worried about that?
I think we've seen in the past that they've got a plan, they've got a strategy. So I'm not overly concerned that if they sell, they won't know what they're doing. They should do. It's just in the current climate, it's not just Norwich, it's everybody, every club. Whether they can strike the right deal for the right players, because that money isn't necessarily available for everybody. They'll be competing with people who will still be able to pay more wages, even though what Norwich pay isn't pennies anymore. So yeah, I'm not too worried about whether they haven't got a replacement lined up. They'll have lists and A, B, C, D, E, F, G for players to replace Max or Emmy or Todd or whoever may go. It's just whether they can get the right ones in. The last couple of windows, the business has been great. When they were in the Premier League last time, it wasn't. I think, I said that at the time. Some people got a little bit upset with me for that. But it was clear that it wasn't. I wasn't expecting them. They were never going to go out and spend 10 million quid on players individually. But what money they had, bar Sam Byram, who I thought was a really canny pickup, what money they had, they wasted last time. So they need to make sure that they learn from those mistakes this time to make a better fist of things.
And how do you do that? Because I think in the Championship, if you sign 10 players and 6 of them fail, but 4 of them, excel, you can kind of get away with that, right? And we've seen that almost in the Championship. Marcel Franke, James Husband, players like this, you almost forget about. Philip Heiser, all players that have come in, failed, but the MEs, the Timus and stuff have worked. You can't really get away with that in the Premier League, can you?
No, as it's shown. You've just you just proved it there, Jack. It's they got away with them because they're all coming in when this project first started. 2017, £2,000, £3,000 a week. That's what they're paying. With the promise of, look, if you do well, if it goes well, then we'll bump it up pretty quickly because they like to reward the players. And now then they're paying much more. And they need to ensure that they get it right. It's really difficult because every signing's a gamble. Paul Pogba to Marcel Franke or Marley Watkins are all gambles because they might not be able to settle. There might be a conflict and of characters and things like that. It's difficult. So you can never say that 100%. I mean, who would say Teemu Pukki would have done what he's done on a free transfer? He was. There are a lot of other clubs interested in him at the time, and but Norwich got the deal done, and look what he's done. Been sensational. He needs some help, by the way, because I think they need a striker. Personally, I do think he needs more help. Is Jordan Hugill up to being that number 2? Is Ida being up for that backup as well, up to scratch for that back as well? I'm not too sure. So I think another pair of legs, because he doesn't half work and he isn't half knackered towards the end of the seasons, I imagine. So I think he needs a lot of help. He needs more help than he got last time.
Agreed. Sorry to not finish my mouthful. This is me having my breakfast. We've had some more kind donations on via YouTube Super Chat. David Perkins, 23 hours. See what we did there. Inspirational stuff this weekend. You two absolutely stink of class. Just confused wife by waking up and saying, I need to check on the lad's cherry on cake of the season. You've made very special, memorable despite circumstances. David Perkins, I salute you. That's such a kind gesture. Thank you very, very much. Nick, if you are Stuart Webber, if you are Daniel Farker, I know that you've just said that you're investing in a striker, but are you bringing in another centre-back as well?
Arguably. It's another tricky call because they won't have the money to waste, so they need to make sure they get it right. Gibson's a cert, isn't he? So that's good. That's great. Zimmerman and Hanley perhaps struggled previously. If they go and get another one, it won't hurt their chances of staying up. Put it that way. I think I would argue yes. I would say yeah, because then you've got 4. Then you've got a couple. The younger lads who can come in and gain experience when they need to, or if there's an injury crisis, unless they go out on loan, of course. So yeah, I think there's a definite case to be made, but that's not saying that Hanley hasn't done exceptionally well this season, because he has. He's probably surpassed expectation again. So he's got experience, which will count, which is crucial for them. But do they need another one to really strengthen their chances of staying up? Yeah, probably they do.
And Nick, with Gibson being said, I mean, him and Nuances will be made permanent. That's, you've already got 16 million quid outlay there, haven't you? So there's going to be, in Norwich City terms, a significant outlay already before we've even started.
Yeah, and I believe that's one of the reasons why they need to sell Max. It would help immeasurably.
But surely if you're selling Max, you're then needing to replace Max as well, which will cost significant sums.
It would do, but we've seen what they've done previously, being able to get these guys in early for a lot less money, and then they've gone on to thrive. So I think you can do that. Brentford is a great example. Okay, great. Well, might have to sell Ollie Watkins for 30, but we'll get even Tony in for 10, which I think you can do that overall. And then they'll probably sell him for Ollie Watkins money again, and then bring somebody else in for 20 million quid cheaper. So it's doable. It's doable.
Nick, the sun is rising higher in the sky, which means the UK viewers are waking up. And thank you so much, Nick, for coming on so early this morning. We hugely appreciate your insight, especially from your position. Let's just say good morning to everyone. Christopher Barnes says, keep it going. Sean says, good morning. Andy says, morning, lads. Simon Thomas, hello, Simon. Good to see you again, mate. He says, morning, lads. Had a good kip. Bugger off. Bugger off, Simon. Oh, no, he comments again. Keep going, chaps. Nearly there. Incredible effort. Josh Keeble in with a £5 super chat for Big C. Do you think Bally, really interesting question, and this is going to you, Nick. Can Bally Mumba, is he the Maxi Aarons replacement immediately? Can he make that step up?
He's done well when he's come in, hasn't he? Because obviously being over in the West Midlands and doing the job that I do with covering the Midlands clubs, I don't get to see them an awful lot. Even when they're on TV, I'm likely elsewhere and doing other things. So I haven't seen him enough to kind of sort of say, right, yeah, he's going to be able to step up easily. But from sort of what I hear and what the reports have been, that when he has come in this season, he's done really well. So that's positive. But stepping up against Luton or a struggling Derby or Rotherham or whoever he's played against this season is completely different to having a full season in the Premier League. You've got to be special to do that, which Max Aarons did do. He came in and just, it was sink or swim, and he knocked it out of the park. So jury's out, I think you'd have to say. Even the club probably wouldn't know that, because he's still young and hasn't got any Premier League experience.
Absolutely. I mean, these are all the, when we got rid of Ben Godfrey, we were like, who's going to fill in there? And we found Ben Gibson. And when we sold Jamal, we were like, who's going to fill in there? And Nuances comes along. So it's kind of difficult, isn't it, to plan ahead, because mad things can happen. Ollie Skip, Nick, I raised that name. We've had 30 guests on this 24-hour stream, and we said to each person, who would be the player you most want to keep? The first player on every guest's lips, Ollie Skip. Can Norwich keep him?
That's the player on a lot of people's lips, because I've been talking to a few people this week, and they've gone, people within football and such, you think they're going to be able to keep him? It will be, I think we have to be realistic, because I think it will be a struggle. He turned down Premier League interest to come to Norwich because of the project and perhaps being part of a successful team. Going for promotion was basically better than struggling at the bottom of the table in the Premier League, having to defend and defend and defend. and it's worked. It's been absolutely perfect for them. And again, like Max Aarons, if he's not got 10 to 12 teams in the Premier League wanting to take him, then they haven't been looking hard enough. So will Norwich want to? Yeah, absolutely. Can they? They've got an edge because he's been in the club.
Yeah.
He knows everybody. He knows what to do. He's enjoyed it, and he has excelled. But especially with Jose Mourinho going as well, there will be an opportunity for him at Tottenham. That is the parent club, and I'm sure he will want to make a mark at Tottenham and prove that he can do it there before anywhere else. So they need to make their decision, but I'm sure they will want to look at him for the summer as well. So if he was to go, then I would be surprised if it was early, because Tottenham need to make up their mind, and the new manager will need to make up their mind on him as well. So ultimately, it's out of Norwich's hands, unfortunately, because he's not their player.
Yeah, my kind of mindset with this, Nick, is he's had his season of Championship football, clearly too good for that division. As you say, Premier League interest was already there. Surely now, though, Norwich in the Premier League, there would be guaranteed starting game time week in, week out, unless he's injured. Why? Like, is he good enough to get into if he's not good enough to get into a top 6 club and play week in, week out, then why would he want to go anywhere else? Because he's not going to start for Tottenham, is he? Or is he?
He's probably good enough.
Okay. Well, I guess that changes things. Yeah.
I think if you're looking at, Harry, I think he's probably, although the Premier League experience he's got isn't as much. I think he will be looking at Harry Winks and going, you know what, I can probably challenge for you there. And I know Winks has been in and out as well this season, of course. If he doesn't go to a top 6 club, I think he would just. I mean, this is just me throwing it there. I don't know this at all. But just looking at the needs of clubs, the way that they play, and him, Villa, I think he would be exceptional for Villa. This is I must say I'm speculating, but he is. I think he would be a great signing for Dean Smith. He would suit the way they play. And doing that would then allow perhaps John McGinn to move a little bit further forwards, free up Jack Grealish more. I think they'd be silly if they didn't look at him. If he sat alongside Douglas Luiz, that would be a great partnership.
Nick, is it not worth though? Like, it seems like every single guest we've spoken to in these 24 hours has either said Ollie skips their player of the season, or we've got to do everything possible to keep him. So if you were Norwich, and I'm sure they will, by the way, but would you not just chuck your transfer budget to keep Ollie Skip? Like, is that not possible?
No, I don't think it's realistic, mate. It's just there'll be other. There will always be another Oliver Skip.
Okay.
I think there'll always be a good player that they'll be able to get. Who everybody will go, oh crikey, that was great, wasn't it? There was when Huckabee left.
Yeah.
Then comes Wes.
Yeah.
When Ewan leaves, you've got Dean Ashton. So there's always going to be that conveyor belt of players to replace and succeed. So he has been brilliant, and the loan move has worked out perfectly for both sides. It couldn't have gone any better, could it? So will they be able to keep him? I think it'll be really, really, really difficult. Do they want to? 100%. But if they can't, they'll know who they want to get. I mean, he was second choice. Ollie Skip was second choice because they went to Ethan Ampadu.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course.
True.
So, forget about Ethan Ampadu. Yeah.
So if
that's mental.
So who's to say they might not fancy going in for Ampadu in the summer? So
great. Nick, I'm going to have to pause you. It's all great stuff. I'm just going to have to quickly pause you, though, because we need to read out these amazing, incredible, kind donations to the Big C. Stuart Chase with a £5. Keep it going, guys. Great job, OTBC. Thank you so much, Stuart. Indy 3 Stripes, a £5. Looking forward to seeing you next season. Leeds United fan. Respect. Thank you so much for £5. All of your money today and yesterday goes towards Norfolk and Waveney's cancer charity. Thank you very much for all of your kindness. Neil is in the house as well with another £5 for Big C. If we could buy Skip, how much would Norwich be prepared to pay for him, given the amazing season he's had? Look, Neil, I think we've probably already covered it. I think it's going to be a nigh on impossible job, sadly, very sadly. But you never know. Maybe the club can pull off a wonder signing, and I think Nick's got a great point there. You know, maybe Ampadu, maybe we will get back in for him. Who knows? Who knows? Jack, how are you feeling, mate?
Good. Nick's got me pumped. 2.5 hours left. I feel like we're very much on the home straight. We've got a schedule, Nick, of all our guests that we've had on, and I was targeting Nick Masheter. I think once we got to Nick, I'm good. I'm good now. I can get it done. Yeah. You should have seen me at 4 o'clock this morning, Nick. It was a sorry sight.
That wasn't good. 2 till 4, not good.
Let's get.
A few hours. I was actually asleep.
Let's get a question in for Nick. Here we go. This is a player we haven't spoken about. Lungi, Jakob Sorensen. I mean, we've touched on Skip. We won't touch on him again. Jakob Sorensen, Premier League ready?
Oh, it's again. It's like Barleyman, but I haven't seen anything of him, unfortunately. I think he came in earlier in the start of the season, played a couple of different positions, didn't he? And did quite well. I think wasn't he used it as an auxiliary left back at some point, was he? Yeah, that one. I just don't know. He's young. He's got good credentials. Under 21 international as well, isn't he? With Denmark, from what I can remember. But whoever comes in is going to be compared to Ollie Skip, and will be Ollie Skip's replacement if they don't manage to bring him back. So they got big shoes to fill, whoever it is. But that one I can't, unfortunately, because I haven't seen him live or enough. I can't say.
No, that's fair, mate. And Keith asks, what happens to the likes of Mario and Steeps? I mean, let's add Leitner and Tribal into that list, who, of course, Tribal's on loan. Leitner's not got a club, has it? Well, he's with Norwich, but they didn't manage to find him a loan deal. Them kind of early Farke signings, surely they're not going to be thrown in the deep end again, are they?
No, I don't think there's any way back for them, sadly. It's just the natural evolution and the ruthlessness of the game, really. That you could be key and core at one season and then find yourself out in your rear and ostracised to a certain extent and at the next. So no, I think it would be a real struggle to see them coming back. Leitner has loan options. I think that's probably the most likely outcome for him to go on loan. And we'll see what happens with Tribble. I haven't seen, again, I have no reason to watch Blackburn, so I don't know how he's done this season. But if you're being sent out there, then you're not going to be able to come back and play for Norwich in the Premier League, are you? So
no.
With the other guys, Stephen's almost forgotten about, isn't he? Really?
Yeah.
And he was. I was a couple of years ago. Well, over probably 2.5 years ago now. I think they were looking to get rid of him after the first season. I think before he then obviously came back and found a little bit of a niche for himself and played really well in the title-winning side. So he you could argue he's always been hit and miss really for Norwich, even though that when he has come in, he's done relatively well, but it's probably just not been as much. So it's the natural ebb and flow of football, and to see those guys go wouldn't be a huge surprise because they were great. These were the guys that came in on £2,000 or £3,000 a week to sort the problems out that the club had previously, and they did a job. And I think they should be remembered for helping build the foundations of possibly two title-winning sides, two title-winning squads and seasons. So they shouldn't be forgotten about, and it should be appreciated, especially if you look at sort of the foreign continental buys gone by that perhaps haven't worked. And I'll go back to De Velde and De Ward and things like that, players like that from the late 90s, early 2000s. But I think if you want to progress, then there needs to be a turnover of players, and those players will probably be part of that turnover.
Nick, as a Norwich City fan, again, taking your journo specs off, what's the mindset as a Norwich City fan, in your opinion, going into next season? Should the expectation be higher, or do you think it is literally just a case of surviving again?
First and foremost, it always has to be survival. If you're coming up from the Championship, regardless of what you've done previously, it has to be about survival. It's always the biggest thing is it's not always how good the Manchester City, Manchester United, Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, whoever. It's not about how good they are. It's always about how much better Burnley and Brighton and Palace are against you. That's always the sort of barometer of how good the league is. So the expectation will be higher because of how well they've done this season. Although I must reinforce, and I've said it to you before, Chris, I think this league is bang average this season. The Championship is not as strong as it has been in previous years. Norwich are head and shoulders above the rest of them, but they should be because they've got a big budget and the best players, and they've got a cohesive unit that have played together for at least 2 years. So anything less than promotion was a massive failure this season, considering what they've got behind them. I think Barnsley have done it's fantastic to see Barnsley there and a different team doing what they're doing. But, and there's always a caveat, if QPR and Norwich brushed aside QPR yesterday, if those guys are challenging for the playoffs, it's not a strong division. It's not a strong division. So they should have got up first and foremost. But going into next season, the expectation will be higher. I think if they have another season like they did last time out, that will raise some serious questions about the manager, whether he can step up, and those above him, whether they can give him the tools properly to be able to survive. If they finish 17th, you have to say it's a great season, because that means they've stayed in the Premier League. You get the TV revenue, you can then progress. Will it be coming up and finishing 12th under Paul Lambert in the first season? No, because it's a different Premier League era, I think. And as I said before, that Lambert team knew how to do the dirty stuff. They had the dark arts. I'm not quite sure this lot do, because, but there you go. 17th is a success, because that means you've stayed up.
100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah, get a little bit more money in every place. I think in last count, it was about 2.6 million for every place, wasn't it? Something like that. I'd have to check. But you still get the TV revenue, still get the same amount.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 17th or 14th or 12th, I don't think it would make much difference, because they've always said they want to be a team, a top 26 team in the country, didn't they? Being in the top 6 of the Championship or the Premier League, that means it would be job done, wouldn't it? Again, so 17th or higher is a success. Relegation, I think you would then have to call into question the manager ultimately as well, whether he would be able to step up and do it.
Wow. Sure. Nick, thank you so much for joining us, mate. It's thank you for, well, you were up, but thank you for coming on and speaking coherently for 40 odd minutes. We really appreciate it, buddy. And if anyone wants to follow Nick, at Nick Masheter for all your latest Norwich City scoops, well worth a follow. Nick, have a good rest of your day, my friend. Hope the puppy is behaving.
It's starting to whimper now, so I better go and check on it. Unfortunately, it's I got vetoed. I wasn't allowed to sort of call it Hux or anything like that. So, yeah, unfortunately, there's no Norwich connection with that one. But yeah, no, best of luck, guys, and you're doing really well, and it's for a great cause as well.
Thanks, Nick. Good to see you, buddy. See you later.
Thank you, Nick. Brilliant stuff. Nick Masheter. Wow, the big guns have arrived.
I'm going to do a quick stand again. That did me well last time.
Yeah. So our next guest is Dave Carolan.
And he wants a fight, doesn't he?
In the Millwall coaching staff, and he wants to fight with Jack Reed, which I'm behind. To be honest with you, I'm 100% behind. I want to see him.
Why does he want to fight again?
Because you said that you said that he you said that he was a physio. So you got his job title wrong, which didn't go down too well.
Physio, sports scientist. Come on, lads. Joe Smart. Thanks, Joe. You should both be proud of your contributions throughout lockdown, and now with this phenomenal amount of Big C. Just finished a night shift, so feeling tired too. Keep on going on the Ball City. Up the Tony. Thanks, Joe. Up the Tonnies, indeed, my friend. Hope you're doing well. And get some sleeping, buddy. Get some sleeping.
2 hours to go, people. Welcome aboard.
How you feeling?
My lower back is in absolute tatters.
Okay.
But yeah, like I feel.
How's your body feel like? Other than your back, how's your body? It's nice to see the world open up again. We've seen the full circle, haven't we? The circle of life.
Yeah, that's been nice. But yeah. I'm absolutely knackered, and I'm counting down the minutes now. 2 hours to go. We've got a fantastic guest who I know can talk for Britain in Dave Carolan coming up very shortly. And then, Jack, we've got a special announcement, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, well, look, just let me show you once more. We got sent a top secret gift from Norwich City Football Club. It arrived in this box. I've been told that there's something in it. It's not Wes, and it's not Ollie Skip's contract. So that's them rumours shut down. But we can only announce it at 9 a.m. So stay about till that. Also, 650 of you involved. It's been so nice seeing Britain wake up. You know, Piers Morgan was once the man waking Britain up. Now it's the Reeves. You know how the turns table. Indeed. Right, let's get some comments in. Das Capitans. Morning, boys. Is standing the new face washing? Yeah, face washing is so 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So 3 a.m.
God damn it.
Phil Atherton. Lost my dad to cancer when I was 16. Had to navigate the tough times in life without him. You guys are a beacon of positivity, and many people will be helped by your efforts. On the Ball City, HMS Pistol League. Phil, I'm sure you've done a very good job at navigating it, my friend, and I'm sure you're thankful for the opportunities that you've learned from that. It sounds as if you've taken it in the right direction, which is absolutely brilliant. Chris, I've just seen Michael Bailey tweeting us.
Is he?
What's he doing? He's having breakfast and he broke his phone. It wasn't that long ago that he was playing that funny old recorder thing in the car park at Carrow Road, was it?
I mean, honestly, and by the way, it's actually worth saying, people, that definitely not today because we'll be sleeping, but Monday/Tuesday, hopefully, Jack will be cropping up a new highlights video, won't you, Jack? From this, we've had some great laughs during the night, and Jack will be puzzling it all together for a nice, easy watch, not a 24-hour watch, so you guys can just look at the best bits and ignore us almost dying through the night. Thomas,
one of my favourite moments, Chris, was when Jack Totally Tete was talking us through savers. That was the moment when I was just laughing at everything, and that was a real high point for me.
I mean, all of the guests though, they've all done their own little thing to get us through, and most importantly, serve the people in the comment section. Thomas Payne, £10 to the Big C donation from my dad. He says you're doing a fantastic job and that he enjoys everything you do. Well, Mr. Payne, Father Payne, absolute legend, all aboard. Thanks so much for your donation towards Norfolk and Waveney's cancer charity. 659 people now watching the 24-hour watch on. We are almost at 2 hours left to go. 2 hours 15 as things stand. The bulk of the work is done, but we are flagging.
Yeah, but this is the business end of the season, Chris. This is when boys become men. This is when playoff contenders become champions.
Yeah, I like that.
This is when Ricky Van Wolfswinkel becomes Timu Pukki. This is the moment when we pull together and we give it a push on the last phase. I'm going to do some boxing to keep me going.
Yeah, I like that.
Because Dave Carolan's coming on, need to get ready. He's been firing some shots my way all evening. And look, I stand by that he's a physio. Right, I'm going to quickly go to the toilet for a nervous wee because I'm a bit nervous what our good old pal Dave's going to say.
Yeah, you go to the toilet whilst I occupy the great people of Talk Norwich City. Ladies and gents, now is a very good time to talk you through the donation options. We have hit £15,000. That's right, £15,000. Our next target is 15,500. Can we get to that by the end of the 24-hour show? I think we can, but we need your help. Here's the ways that you can help us get there. First of all, head over to the Talk Norwich City Twitter account and retweet our pinned tweet. It gets as many Norwich fans seeing as possible. It's got the watch link and, most importantly, the donation link. So even if you can't donate, retweet our pinned tweet on Twitter. You can do exactly what Steak and Kidney have done. And by the way, Steak and Kidney, thank you so much. You've always been my favourite pie. That's £20. Thank you so much. It's massively appreciated. And it goes to the Big C. That's a YouTube super chat. Alternatively, you can use the description, the link in the YouTube description, or again, head over to the TNC socials and click the link. Another thing you can do is be entered into a prize draw to win a signed Norwich City shirt from the champions elect. Text OTBC to 70970. That's text OTBC to 70970. All donations are £5. And of course, as always, please ask the bill payer's permission.
Chris, 22 hours on, my friend. That still sounds as good as it did an hour in.
It's the most important bit, mate. We need to get these donations up, mate. It's really important.
I just want to say, the last hour is going to be pretty chaotic. So I want to get my thank yous in before then. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in, whether you've been here for 10 minutes or 10 hours or 20 hours or 24 hours or so. There's been a select few, including my mum, who has done a wonderful job of keeping me fueled. She sat downstairs. She's brought me up fruit and coffee and tea and chocolate and cheese and peppers and carrots. And without her, I wouldn't have been able to do it today. So thanks to my mum, and thanks to Becky as well, Chris's lovely fiance, for putting up with our nonsense all season. It isn't just us that carries this out. And Jen, my lovely partner, for putting up with me shouting the flat down every weekend. It's been a collective effort from all involved. And I think this has been a really nice culmination of that. We'll win the title next week. We've got well over 15K in the kitty for an important Norfolk cancer charity, and hopefully we've been able to bring some people together along the way. So a big thank you from me, from Chris, and from everyone involved. And we've just had, I think a good friend, James Bensley, the dog's barking. I think James Bensley's at the door with 100 quid in cash for Big C. So thanks to Crab Sticks as well.
Unbelievable. I'll say my thank yous in a minute, but before that, Jimmy Holdham has chucked in another 24 quid to the Big C. Jimmy, you're a legend. Thank you so much for your support, mate. I really do appreciate it. Matt Loveday, $5 for Big C. Good to see you both still going. 2 hours left. I'm at work, but I'll be watching until the end. You boys are something special. Look, I think it's, Jack, you're right. Now is probably an appropriate time before it gets a bit mental at the end to say thank you. Those of you that read the EDP article will understand my reasons for wanting to do this and to raise money for Big C. I don't mind sharing it on camera. My mum died in 2007 of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma cancer. It affects me every day, still to this day. And that's why I'm so passionate about helping people through the grieving process. Big C do that. Big C helped my mum massively before she passed away. So every single penny that you are giving now is not just raising money for Big C, but it's also helping me through that process as well. So a massive thank you to everyone that's doing that. It's massively, massively appreciated. And look at this, more donations are coming in as we speak. Dan Payne, £5 more to the Big C. Morning, guys. Amazing to see you both going strong. I wouldn't say going strong. I'd say absolutely done in. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. Cheers, Dan. Really appreciate that, mate. Jack, we're almost time for Dave. Let me see where Dave is.
Yeah, let's see where Dave. I think he might have be running scared. No, honestly, everyone, thank you for tuning in. Like, the viewing figures have been phenomenal as well. Actually, it's 10 to 8 on a Sunday morning. You should all be in bed, and yet there's 650 of you involved in the chat this morning. Also, we've just had an update, Chris.
Right.
A really exciting update actually from Big C.
Right.
Now, of course, we had Ben Gibson donate 500 quid.
Right.
We had Tim Krul. Oh, that's the other thing. We've got to auction off Tim Krul's shirt from yesterday. He's donated that.
That'll be coming. That will be coming.
I've just done a message from Tom at Big C to let us know that Oliver Skip donated 250 quid.
Oh my God!
Really? Oliver Skip donated 250 quid.
Wow.
We missed all of that. So thanks, Oliver. Not only for the professional performances this season, but look, we've covered some really touching subjects from past and present Norwich players of selfless acts, and these boys have dug deep, not only on the pitch but financially for Norwich City this season. So I don't know what to say anymore, but thank you so much, Oliver. Oh, I've been delivered Are
you being delivered a wedge of cash?
Oh, this is from Carl. This is from Carl Layton, who good old Carl. He didn't want to donate online, so he's giving me some cash. 20 squids in the Big C from Carl. There we go. Oh, that's got my address on. That's not ideal. Carl, there we go. Carl Layton, 20 quid in the kitty. Thanks, Carl. Really kind, mate.
Absolutely brilliant. And just in case you missed that, Oliver Skip last night donated £250. All of the boys have been back, and it's great to see these Norwich players getting involved as well. James Pollard with a £5 for Big C. Well in, boys. Superb effort. Lee Boswell, thank you so much, Lee. You played a massive part, Lee. Your shirt is the reason why the donations have been going up so much. So thank you, Lee. Lads, you guys are legends. 22 hours in and still smashing it. I hope the shirt helped a little bit. Yeah, it sure as hell.
Mate.
You deserve
well over a grand, Lee. Well over a grand.
It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Wow. Incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff. We are going to be joined by Dave Carolan in 5 minutes' time. Jess. Oh, Jess, no, please don't apologize for this. I don't like this. You don't have to donate anything. Please don't feel like you have to. And Jess, your £2 matters just as much as someone else's 50. Every little helps, and it's an absolute huge honour for you to feel the need to donate that. So, Jess, I salute you and thank you so much for watching and your support. Ollie Bedford, the same goes for you. Brilliant stuff. Really appreciate your £5 towards Big C. Jack, I think our next guest has arrived. I think what I'm just going to do is let you two battle it out.
Of course. A big welcome to one of my favourite ever Norwich City physios. It's Dave Carolan.
Morning,
hey,
boys. Morning. Fantastic work from you two overnight. Glad to see a little bit of banter about being a physio has kept you going, Jack. It's kept you perked up the whole way through. Fantastic.
I liked it. I was looking forward to this kind of beef because my energy levels may have dropped. I deeply apologise for calling you a physio. You're of course the finest sports scientist.
You might as well call Emi Buendia like a decent fullback. It's just a different role. It's just a different role. Anyway, no, it's not a diss on the physios. They do a great job, and you can't win the season, you can't win a championship without a good good backroom team, and certainly to do it 2 years out of 3 at Norwich, the guys there have done a fantastic job. So you have to say it's off to them. Christo McGalla, Chris Burton, and all of the guys. Damien Bowyer, and I know obviously quite a lot of them from being around the track. God, 25 years now, so it's full credit to them and the energy that they're bringing as well to allow the team to go out there week after week and game after game, especially in this season. I know it's hard for the fans. Obviously, you guys haven't been to games, but even trying to prepare players for games and get them back out, and you're probably going to have about 25% of the squad who are teetering on the brink every game this year, and without a really good medical team, you really would have struggled. So, hats off to them.
Definitely. What's new with you then, Dave? I feel like I know everything. Chris is always like, Dave's up to this, Dave's up to that. You two you've got like a lovers sort of affair going on.
Look, there's just some private chats that happen. You're not in circle of trust yet. We won't talk about circle of trust. Circle of trust bring back bad memories, but no, all good. No, we've had a decent season at Millwall. Obviously, we're in a kind of the lower reaches of the budgets. But what we do have is a great group, and I know everyone says that. Like, I was listening to another club interviews last night, and everybody says we have a great group of lads. But we genuinely just have such a really tight-knit group that allows them to kind of, as a cohesive group, overperform really on where they potentially should be. But that doesn't take into account what they're like as a collective when they come together. And real echoes, maybe not championship winning echoes, but the team we had back in 2002. At Norwich, no expectation to get to the playoffs. Kind of probably going to be another mid-table finish with 16,000 fans in the seats at Carrow Road for the whole season, and then it just clicks. And that cohesive group that we have at Millwall, very much similar. Maybe without the top end quality that you probably had with some of the players that we had at Norwich at that stage. But we're certainly looking. I get the feeling that we're building for something that's going to be even more positive next year and even the year after.
Absolutely, mate. And it was Watford yesterday, wasn't it? How were they? Of course, a narrow win. I mean, we were supporting Millwall yesterday, so all of our viewers were letting us know what was going on.
Supporting Millwall yesterday, I really saw them all. Yeah.
It sounded like a close game.
Yeah, I mean, it was the 4th game in a kind of run from hell for us because we played Swansea, Bournemouth, Brentford, Watford back to back. And yeah, we probably, the only game we didn't really perform in, I'd have to say, was the Bournemouth game. Bournemouth came with their A game, and they were excellent. Watford, very much a different proposition yesterday. It was a close game. We certainly deserved a draw. Probably could have won it. The penalty they won. I mean, it was pretty much a stonewall penalty. So we have no complaints on that level. But we ended up 4 academy players on the pitch at the end. So we're building for next year. They're going to get automatic promotion. As you'd expect, they're probably a little bit nervous on the day because, there's a lot at stake for them. So maybe we didn't get the best Watford like we got the best Bournemouth, but we certainly gave a good account of ourselves. I have to say, Bournemouth the other night, no disrespect to present company, but they're probably the best team performance I saw against us this year. They were outstanding. Like we really couldn't live with them. That was a tough night at the office Wednesday night.
Great to see so many of you donating as Dave Carolan has joined us. Jimmy Holdham, another £5 for the Big C. Meant to say thank you so much for this year. I've had such a bad year, as we all have, and you guys have been my crutch. Oh my God, wow, Jimmy, that's so kind. Thank you. Book the boat. Jimmy, I salute you, mate. We're always here for you. Only a DM away, and I absolutely mean that. Jack, £5 for the Big C. Good morning, lads. Collapsed at 3 a.m. Only a couple of hours to go, indeed. 2 more hours to go. Exactly 2 more hours to go. And don't forget, at 9 o'clock, 59 minutes away, we have got a very, very special announcement, and it will be exclusively revealed on Talk Norwich City.
It's not me doing the next hour, is it, by any chance?
No. Jack, what's this one saying?
Great job, lads. You've won promotion. Now you're pushing along the last straight for the title. Great guests and worthy of whatever donation people can afford. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. What does a match day look like for you at the moment, Dave? Has it changed at all with kind of COVID regulations?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, the red zone is as tight as Norwich's back four. Really, you can't get you can't really get out. You go into a strange world. Where it depends. Like you go to Watford yesterday, where it's still in the home dressing room. You go to other clubs and you could be in any part of the ground. Reading was pretty bad. The kind of facility that we had to change in there. We've been in porta cabins. We've been in concourses. So it's a very different feel for the players, and it's interesting the psychology that some clubs have gone to try and upset you. I think that's what happened down at Reading. They put us in the furthest point from the pitch. The squad, the staff, even the team were split among 2 rooms. So kind of trying to break up your cohesiveness. And then, certainly just the atmosphere. Well, there isn't an atmosphere, it's literally watching almost training ground games, but expecting the players to perform at the high levels, and credit to all the players around the league. They all have, applied themselves really, really well in what is a challenge for them. It still does make me laugh every time when they score a goal and they run to the corner where the fans should be, and there's nobody there, but no, it's been a real interesting experience. And the way the games have gone, because you're kind of going Saturday, Tuesday. I think in 1 week, one period we had something like 11 games in, kind of 8 weeks or something like that, or even less than that, 7 weeks. So yeah, it's hard getting both teams back out there and get them running and try and play a decent game of football as well, which hasn't always happened. I heard Nick earlier saying that the league was pretty average this year. So I think you have to give a certain amount of understanding to what the players have been through. That has meant the quality hasn't always been the best. It's not a diss on, it shouldn't be a diss on the players and the managers who've tried their best in a really, really tough schedule to play their best football. And then say it's an average league. That's a harsh kind of thing on players who are really, at their wits' end, really.
Wow, fighting talk from Mr. Carolan. And by the way, we've not
you asked for comment. Bringing the heat.
Dave, we've not even brought this up yet. Well, we have sort of. Jack. Well, we have sort of. How are you going to allow that physio comment from Jack to just sit? Are you just going to let him get away with that? Like, I feel like he's got away scot-free, really.
I tell you what, I could do with some physio work from Dave. I'm in bits.
Well, if you'd been fitter, Jack, you would have been like straight to you wouldn't have to, need a physio. That's what we're here for, that you don't end up in that situation. You should take a leaf out of Chris's book and get fitter.
Well, he's been moaning about his back all the whole time. And you're best mate, so what's been going on there?
Carrying muscle mass, you know. Maybe he's been carrying you, you know. I don't know.
Right, hang on. Kick from stream. Yeah.
I thought you'd been serious then. Dave, one of the highlights of this 24-hour stream, as many people have said, is Lee Croft and Darren Huckabee on together. It was like the band of brothers were back, and Hux and Lee Croft went over a brilliant story from Colney where Hux set a trail alight to Lee Croft's trainers. I feel like back in those days, the worthy days, what I remember of Dave Carolan days at Norwich City, you must have had some really interesting stories to tell from Colney back in the worthy days.
Yeah, they were they were very special times with the group we had. Again, like you had people like Crofty come in and in his Jeep, or you know, we'd be jogging around the pitch in the morning. I might have told this story on the podcast, but you know, we used to do a lap of Colney to kind of get the guys warmed up, you know, as part of the warm up, and they'd always have a chat. And at the front, Crofty was always at the front with Hux, and you know, Flem was always at the front as well. And you know, a bit of banter would be flying around, and then Crofty would just come out with like mad statements, like, you know, lads, did you know there's monkeys in the trees in Wigan?
He loves that. He loves that line.
I know. Yeah. You know, it's like, Crofty, what are you talking about? But it set off the lads in the morning. And again, you know, training. There's a great phrase I think Steve Foley used to have, which was, "Let's have a laugh in training, but don't make training a laugh." You know, it's serious work. You know, let's have some serious fun while we're doing it. You know, and Crofty certainly did that. Hux was great value because, not only a great player, but you know, he got the place going as well. You didn't want to be on a 5-7-a-side team getting beat by Hux, because he just like gave everyone hell. You know, it was fighting talk all day long, especially if him and Flem were on the same team. You know, there was just banter flying all over the place, and it made coming to work every day with those guys as good as they were, as demanding as they were. They were great fun to be around. In terms of other stories, I mean, yeah, Nigel had a kind of face for the public that you used to, you know, see in interviews. You know, and I think sometimes what is presented to you as fans from managers can be very different, obviously, to what they are behind the scenes. And yeah, I was at the end of a few of Nigel's practical jokes over the years as well. You know, there's obviously the story you must have heard about Paul Crichton nicking Worthy's, you know, hubcaps.
No.
So Nigel had, you know, his club issued car from whatever the car dealership was in Norwich. I think it was a Mercedes-Benz. So where we used to park out the front at Colney, and all the players parked at the back, and most of the staff, but Nigel and the other senior coaching staff parked at the front. I was at the back before you start, Jack. Yeah, I was down the back where I should be. And I
wasn't going to say anything. You brought that on yourself, mate.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, I'll take that. I'll just remove your ability to harm me. There you go. Anyway, so Nigel drives in one day, and then when he goes to get in his car in the evening, he's got no hubcaps. You know, it's before alloy wheels were there, and all 4 have been removed from the car. And so obviously he comes in the following morning and, you know, lads, where's the hubcaps? And nobody is admitting anything. And then as he gets into his car that evening, there's 1 hubcap replaced. And then over the days, it's 1, and then it's 2, but they're on opposite wheels, and it just keeps getting swapped out. And basically, Paul Crichton had been nicking his hubcaps across the week and just sticking them in, you know. And then one morning comes in, and on his desk at like 6 in the morning is all 4 hubcaps returned. But, you know, that was kind of tomfoolery that was going on all the time.
Does this stuff still happen in like Millwall, for example? Are these practical jokes still occurring now?
Yeah, of different forms. Yeah. You know, so it's a different time now, isn't it? Because everyone's got a phone. So if you try and do something, somebody's probably going to record it. You know, not saying the players are going to go out and record it, but there's just like our training ground is very open. Like we literally are next door to a residential street, and they can see the full training ground. Like Bielsa would not have to have hidden anywhere to look at the and he could literally have practically walked into the place. You know, it's so open. But yeah, lads still go up to practical jokes. It's just how serious they are nowadays.
Let's
absolutely.
Kreitz was the life and soul of that dressing room, because if he wasn't cutting up Craig Fleming's shirt during the game, or Flem wasn't cutting up his socks at training, that kind of stuff still goes on.
I would have never have thought that. Let's go to the comment section. There's been some more very generous donations to Big C. Alex Lampert, sorry. Well done, lads. Great effort from you both. Thanks so much for your £5, Alex. JJKW on YouTube has put 20 quid into the Big C kitty. Well done for staying up this long. I'm 10, writing on my dad's computer, and I really like NCFC. Thank you for your support and giving the chance for fans to share their opinions and love of NCFC. Love from Hiroshima Canary. I hope you had the bill payer's permission. Thank you so much for your donation. Look at this, absolutely incredibly kind donation. £50 more or less from Clinton Button. What a name, by the way. Name of the 24-hour live stream. That Clinton Button. Love it. Inspiration. All the best. Clinton, check your security. Love it. Well, we're getting businesses donate now. Absolutely. Well, tell you what, Big C might need security after this. The amount of money that we've raised them is absolutely fantastic. £20 from Chef Daniel just in the door. You should be proud of yourselves. I've lost most of my close family to cancer, and this amount of money will positively affect so many people. Thank you, and everyone involved, so much. Well done, Chef Daniel. Well done for you too. Dave, this is where I need you to talk because my voice is going.
Did you take the honey like I told you?
No, sorry, mate.
My voice is going strong. Who's the health guru now?
Well, I can't train vocal cords, can I? I'm just giving advice.
I'm not accepting this.
Jesus Christ, Jack.
I'm not accepting this. My voice is going strong, right?
You just said talk.
Jack, you've had your mum giving you potions and lotions and probably back rubs and teas and coffees and everything all night long, right? So come on. Dave, next season, in your humble opinion, what do Norwich City need to do to toughen up and stay in the Premier League?
Wow. Yeah, big question. I mean, I think as everyone would expect, it's who you beat around you, isn't it? Who's going to be in that kind of league that's expected to try and battle it out at the bottom of the league. And that's not trying to be disingenuous to anybody there, but that's probably the expectation. I think trying to keep someone like Oliver Skipp, certainly he has been fantastic signing. He's made the team tick along really well. So trying to even secure that as a kind of loan signing again for next year would be fantastic. And certainly trying to keep as many of the players that they currently have who've been performing in the team. There's the natural rotation of the team, and people who've been probably favourites for a number of years will probably have to leave, and they'll probably leave with everyone's well wishes because they've been part of squads that have had 2 championships. But it's the natural ebb and flow of football is that you're going to have rotation in the team, and probably for months now, the recruitment team will have been working hard identifying people who are going to be suitable to come into the team, and a lot of that now is character as much as their physical capabilities or technical abilities. Can they come in and fit into this squad? Great credit to the work that's gone on behind the scenes, though, to make Colney such a much more attractive place for a player to come. That's their place of work, 300 days a year, and I think the upgrade since the last time they were in the Premier League, you only have to go there now. It is a Premier League class training ground once more. Having probably gone through a period of maybe 15 years where it had kind of fallen below that standard, it's now been brought back up to that standard. So I think there's been great credit to work that's gone on over the last couple of years to kind of prepare for this moment. And I think, I've listened in over the whole. Not the whole evening, but over different parts of the evening. And I think most guests would probably say now is the time for Norwich really to kind of kick on. You can't Premier League and say, we're going to try and be a self-financing club, and we're going to try and do our best. Really now you've got the bedrock now to really say, how do we depose a Burnley, a Southampton, or any of the other teams that come up? You need to make sure Watford are below you. You need to make sure whoever else comes up, which could be any of the four. They've each got the good reasons to be up, and then you've got to pick up one or two other clubs. Who's going to have a bad year next year? Are West Ham going to be as strong next year as they were this year, or is this their blip year? So really targeting those teams is going to be important to stay up. And of course, how do you secure the manager? The manager is he in his last year of his contract?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, it's up for renewal now.
So,
I think so. Unless I'm wrong, let me know in the comments.
There you go. So I think I asked you privately at one stage, Chris, what choice would you have of, there's how do you secure that some of the key people around the club who've been instrumental in getting the club to this point, how do you secure them for the future? So the big decisions to be made, I think, in this close season, and whatever these reveals are. Maybe you're revealing at 9 o'clock and I'm just setting it up perfectly,
Ooh, maybe
that's the announcement. Who knows?
Maybe.
But I think, there's some of the key things I think that need to be addressed is making sure the recruitment coming in is good. And that goes without saying, but also ensuring that the people who've been involved in it are either tied down or whatever the club decides to do to try and secure their services.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting you mentioned Colney, Dave, because obviously that was the place in which you worked for so many years, and that has been the thing that is where the promotion money last time has gone into no longer porter cabins and conservatories, as you say, state of the art Premier League ground now. That was needed, right? Because it was the same when you. Remind me of the years you were there. Sorry, it's been a long night.
1998 to 2008. Yeah. So
it would have been the same from 98 to what it was when it's just got refitted, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, we did make small improvements. I mean, we identified it pretty early that it needed upgrading even then, because as you network around, the backroom staff of the country, you do go to other training grounds, you see the improvements you're making, and it's a little bit like everybody's taking a step up each time. So we knew that other training grounds were pushing on. Bolton went for a porter cabin type setup at their training ground, but they did it in a very different way. It was all modular buildings that were stuck together, and it looked really well. But suddenly they had an analysis room. They had a war room for staff. They called it under Sam, but they had different therapy rooms. It wasn't just the physios had a room. The aromatherapists had a room. The psychologists had a room. So we identified that the training ground was going to need to be improved at some stage, and it's just what the club could commit to. People, you guys are too young to remember, but we had the famous ITV digital fiasco where they literally pulled out of football, and we had a meeting at Colney where effectively we were told like the club is, in a real dire situation because the money's just been pulled straight away. And those were the days we had identified as trying to improve Colney. And there was an original, the current main building as such now that you see at Colney had plans for like a mirror image of that to be built. Which are all drawn up, and then in the middle was going to be a big kind of almost a courtyard area where it was going to be the kind of canteen area, meeting area. There were going to be accommodation block and so on, and all of that got shelved. So it wasn't until we got promoted in 2003-04 that even any idea of improving Colney was even being really thought about. So I went down to see Sean O'Hara, who was the then finance officer, and Neil Doncaster, and said and this was with Nigel's kind of backing to say we need to improve Colney. The training facility needs to be better. The gym used to be, I think it was 3 meters by 5 meters. No, not even that big. 3 meters by 4 meters was the gym area at Colney. That was tiny. And we're trying to train. We just recruited Thomas Helveg from AC Milan. And we're asking them to train in a shoebox, you know. It's not. We had a bigger gym at home in Milan somewhere, you know. So we went down, and the only way they could afford it, at least I was being told, was we did a deal with Anglian Windows, who built a conservatory at Colney, and they were given like the naming rights for the next 6 years of the Player of the Year due as payment, you know. So we didn't have much money, and probably that's why that achievement back then, with no money, you know, load of loan players. Like if you look at the loan players we had in that year, you know, obviously Hawks and Crouchy stand out, but you had Kevin Harper, you had Sven come in, you know, you had Kevin Cooper come in, often not spoken about what effect Kevin Cooper had when he came into the team the second part of the season, you know, was a real influential player. But that's what we were doing. We were kind of scrimping and saving to try and get a team together that ended up winning the league, but Colney was nowhere near ready. And that, I think that's a big part to really why Norwich probably ended up stagnating for a number of years then afterwards, because even though the team got there, the whole club hadn't got there. Certain parts had.
Yeah, well, let's hope that's the next step forward now for Norwich City. Chris is just going for a little break. We'll get a few more comments in here. Nick Taylor says, fantastic effort, guys. Such a fantastic charity in a strange week for football. This shows what true fans are. You're both a credit to the club. Dave, I assume Nick's referring to the Super League there. Of course, that's been the big news over the past 7 days. From your point of view, I mean, you're a man working within the industry. What did you make of it, of the proposed plans?
I mean, it was really a non-starter, you know, as soon as it came out, kind of almost for the second time. You know, they obviously had a go at it a year ago, went back with their tail between their legs, came up with a new plan, a new and supposedly improved plan. But I think it was far from that, wasn't it? You know, and you only had to see the power of the fans and the power of the media, really. Obviously, it was interesting. Obviously, everyone at Sky and kind of BT Sport jumping on the back of this is a terrible idea as well. But that was almost like the jilted girlfriend, wasn't it? You know, kind of, because they weren't part of the discussions. So it was very much in their interest to beat this drum really, really hard. And yeah, certainly we understand that. The big clubs are going to look to make more money, aren't they? Let's be honest, you know, they are businesses now. You know, I think the idea coming from one end, the fan thinks it's our club, you know, it's a part of our community, and that's absolutely 100% right. But the idea that you can compete at the top end of world football with the fans funding it is probably fanciful in the best. You know, you as a group of fans, you know, with even all of the people giving all of the money every week to the club, you're still not going to touch the sides in terms of the wage bill. So that's been driven partly because, you know, player wages and, you know, transfer fees are spiraling out of control. You brought the heat now, Chris. Brought the heat now with the cat. But yeah, I think it was just never going to be a starter, was it? You know, and fans very quickly let their voices be known. And the clubs, you know, it was an interesting one of actually Chelsea, who are the only club out of the 6 in the UK who are the ones who have got no debt, were the first ones to pull out. You know, so they got out. Something. Yeah, and they realized, okay, we didn't need to do this, or we've been caught out doing this. So, I mean, it is what it is, isn't it? You know, they'll go away, and it'll be like London buses. There'll be a third attempt soon enough. Don't worry about that.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. We've just had a big donation coming in from Christopher Rayner. Christopher Rayner, £75. Congratulations to you both. You're a wonderful enterprise. You have been a joy to spend time with all season and made the lockdown a little more bearable. Cancer is a scourge. Glad to contribute. Thank you so much, Christopher, and thanks for all the support this season. We really do appreciate it. Toby says, Chris, what are you doing? My dog is sat next to me and just went mental when he saw the cat. He was calm earlier.
Yeah, sorry, Lily. This is my little cat Lily, but she's not seen me in so long. She's desperate for a cuddle, so I thought I'd let her in now.
It's a very loving look Lily just gave you there.
Yeah.
soon as we're almost at the end now.
I did bring you some caffeine shots, you know. But
could have done one of them, mate.
You virtually.
Dave, when did I book this in with you? You could have sent those in the post, surely.
Could have. Yes, didn't think of it at the time, you know. But that was at the point when we were falling out over you trying to get me into the graveyard slot at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I kind of I've lost a lot of respect for you at that point, you know. Being used as some kind of early hour filler, you know. But
he said you might be out clubbing, Dave. That was why you might be up.
Well, that's why I was listening to your very interesting conversation about savers at about 2 o'clock this morning. What the hell was that all about? Come on.
Dave,
going through how to upsell at Savers with totally
Dave, we have to go there. We have to go there. It's the only thing we could do. It's the only thing we could do. This is a lovely comment in from Simon Thomas. Morning, Dave. 2 things. I still remember you beasting me at Colney when I came to film with Blue Peter. 2, great to see your boy dating my niece Olivia. Wow. Hello. What's going on here, Dave?
Well, which one do you want me to deal with first?
Well, both sound spicy.
Yeah. What a great day we had with Simon Thomas. There's 2 stories here about people in the media coming to Colney. Simon was fantastic. So as part of his, if I remember it right, I'm sure he'll correct me if I've got this wrong, but on his final show for Blue Peter, effectively, you were allowed to almost create your own show. So Simon, being a true Norfolk boy, came back to Norfolk and was able to go to some places and do some things that he was allowed to do by the program and such. So he got in contact with the club. Could he come and do almost a day in the life of a professional footballer? And a big part of the day was, right, we'll take him to the cleaners. We'll do the full fitness test. You know, he's going to experience this lock, stock, and barrel. So we had training slightly later that day, but Simon had to get in. He did a full lactate test that we do with the players. All right. So ran on the treadmill for whatever it was, 20, 25 minutes. He was a fit boy then, Simon. He was like, I think he had done a few marathons or was in training for the marathon. So his endurance was really good, but he did that. And then he went training with the lads, and the lads just were merciless, you know. And then I did some extra conditioning. So he's done like a full fitness test. He's done a full training session with the players. Then he did some additional conditioning with me. And then we did more fitness tests in the afternoon. I've still got the video upstairs. And he was fantastic. You know what? He was a fit boy back then. But as with most, I don't mean to be disrespectful, most people who are fans think, I could do that. And they very, very quickly find out that probably within 20 minutes of starting training with players, you know, full professionals, you can't do it. You know you're so far away from the level.
Dave, that is such a good point. I'm very blessed and lucky enough to have played at Carrow Road. Cheesy Geezer, who's a friend of the channel, tends to book hire out the pitch for an afternoon. And goodness me, you really appreciate a big long through ball when you're on the Carrow Road pitch. It's even that in itself, you're thinking, bloody hell, they're miles away. How on earth am I going to ping the ball? But when you're in the stands, you're like, it's obvious. Just play it. So there you go. Let's just quickly get some more donations in. Andrew Howson's donated a £5. Thanks so much, Andrew. Really appreciate that. And Andrew Nickerson, wow, absolutely phenomenal donation. Thank you so much. Morning, guys. Congratulations on so much money raised for such a good cause. Well, Andrew, you've just done your bit, and it's an incredible amount of money. Thank you so much. Oh, cats destroy my office. £50 to the Big C. Thank you so much.
I think the thing, the second part of Simon's there is my son Elliot dating his niece. Yeah, that's come on the cards over the last couple of months. So there's a happy boy. There's now parents running people around the county. But good news is, Jack, he's also going to go to uni to be a sports scientist.
Oh, really? Following in the footsteps? You must be a proud father.
The next generation. But some of the fun I have, so I brought along a few things. So some of the fun I have, obviously, because it's nice to be able to go around the clubs, and because I've been doing it a long time, I know a lot of the other staff. So I've managed to get them a few things across the year, you see. So some of these players you might recognize.
Oh, Chris Martin.
Oh,
from,
Chrissy Martin. Okay, love. Oh, that's a good.
Right.
Good
Okay.
effort.
So there you go. Right. Which player would I have got from this club?
Hilks? No, he's not there anymore.
This season. Come on. I want to be up there with Spud's quiz. Spud has a quiz, then you buzzing off it. Which
Josh Murphy. Josh Murphy.
Oh, very good. Very good.
I'm awake, Dave. Give me another one.
Right. I'll save the best one to last now. Then a few other players at other clubs. This guy was decent though. He was all right. Ben
Rama. Yeah, he did all right, didn't he?
He's all right. But this is the one he likes. Like, so this one's not even been washed yet.
Oh, a real smell about it.
Well, considering all things, this is probably the one he'll probably have to wear around Bournemouth because that's where he's looking to go.
Okay.
Oh,
nice.
Oh.
What does it smell of, Dave? Give it a sniff.
Cinnamon, bergamot.
Oh wow, yeah.
Premier League.
Tom Ford.
Yeah. Does it smell of Premier League? Does it stink of Premier League, Dave?
No, it smelled of couldn't score against Millwall.
Oh, do you know what, Dave? This is really interesting.
Yes, Jack. There you go. It's another punch. He's on the rope.
This is a really interesting point, though, Dave. Norwich failed to beat Millwall in both games this season. Talk to me.
We had to give him a chance for mid-table, Chris.
Failed to score.
Dave, how did you unpick the Norwich City? I'm actually a bit annoyed at you. In actual fact, why is this guy on our stream right now?
To be fair, we should have won at the Den as well with that last minute.
Yeah, you should have done.
Yes.
I did watch back the stream, and I think it's only been a few times this year where Jack has gone like literally dumb. But that was a moment. The other one was the other week when there was the late goal, and that was reasonably amusing. for 2 minutes, he spoke not a word. How do we do it? Yeah, I mean, those type of games we've been generally decent. Like against the top 8 or so, I think we've lost out of the 16 games or whatever it is. I think we lost 3 or 4 of them. The big effort for us next year is to turn the draws into wins. So we're a tough team. We're a tough team to beat. But yeah, that extra quality probably in the final third is going to make the difference for us next year. And certainly when you come up against a Norwich team, they move the ball so fast. I think in terms of the physical stats of all the games we played this year, Norwich are in both games, I think, are in the top 6 for us in terms of the physical expression that we have to go through in the game, because they're a high possession team. So they keep the ball moving. The ball doesn't sweat, as Steve Foley used to say again, so they keep the ball moving so fast that they keep moving. They keep trying to move you. And I think part of the key to trying to compete with Norwich is stopping them moving you as much as possible, but you get the ball into Bundia in a tight space. He's clever enough. He's technically good enough to be able to unpick even the best of defenses. So certainly one of the games, him getting himself sent off the game before, you're certainly kind of thinking, well, that's one major less problem for us to have to deal with. So I think going back to earlier comments, which is not having all of your best players available for every game over a course of this season has probably hindered smaller squads like ours a lot more than teams who've had larger squads. So it's not really a surprise across the season to see Norwich, who I think at one stage is 38 players across their squad, Bournemouth, Watford with really large squads, be able to maintain their momentum when injuries have occurred. They've had the backup behind them to be able to then roll with the punches. You think at one stage, I think you guys had like 11 players out, but the guys who came in had good enough quality and were ready, and they came in and everything just kept rolling, didn't it? So you look at the end of the season, you've got the young guy Omadeli from, another great Irish player coming through at Norwich. you know, he's come in and looked like seamless. Obviously, coming into a winning team, a high quality team, you know, it's easier for a young player. Max Aarons and Jamal Lewis and those type of players have come in at times when the team's been reasonably successful. So it's been great to see those guys get their opportunity. But yeah, I think that's for us next year. It's going to be trying to make sure we get a bit more extra quality. So when we do hold a Norwich kind of at arm's length, we give ourselves a chance of scoring. Like yesterday at Watford, we should have beaten Watford, but we just didn't have enough.
Yeah, cheers for that.
Well,
and we could have wrapped up the title if you'd done your job.
Hey, you know, just don't concede late goals at Preston.
Oh,
good, good.
Dave, I've got to be. I don't need this at this time.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm just giving a bit of spar. You know, it gets your adrenaline going. We're trying to get you through to the last hour. You said you wanted energy.
Yeah, and you're giving it, to be fair. And yeah, credit where credit's due. Dave Carolan is still with us. What a legend! And Paul is another legend. A £20 donation to the Big C. Honestly, guys, every single donation counts now. Every single comment counts. Keep commenting, keep donating, keep retweeting our tweets on Twitter. Let's make this the most special thing we've ever done on this channel. To be fair, it already is. Wow. £10 again. You guys have done a brilliant job all season. Much appreciated by the fans. Excellent work. Really appreciate that. So many lovely donations. Dave, Norwich City, like, who when you were in the Millwall in the Millwall dugout / bench / stand watching Norwich at the Den, was there a player that wasn't Timu Pukki, Todd, or Emmy that particularly stood out for you?
I think, as I said earlier, I think Skip has been so good for Norwich this year. You know, he's that type of player, but very much in the kind of Gary Holt kind of mold, gets on with the game. You notice them more when they're not there. You know, that not only his quality, but he keeps everything ticking along really nicely. What's fantastic about Skip, I think, this season has been the fact that he's not played any, if much, league football before this season, and he's come into a team that had obviously a tough time the previous year. Obviously, Operation Restart wasn't a great period in the kind of the recent history, but he's come in and like deposed some players who've been like pretty solid for Norwich over a number of years. You know, so you've kind of at times had Rupp come in and out, and you've had Vrancic come in and out, and you've had Stiepermann in and out, but Oliver Skip's just sat in there, and he does a lot of work, which again Holty would have done, breaking things up. And you know, he's probably a bit more of a technical player than Gary was. Gary has probably had a lot more, maybe physically, I think, than Oliver, only because he was a bit more. Gary is more mature at that stage. But no, I think Skip was really, really good. You know, but on the night when I got the shirt from Glyn Lewis, I got it from Glyn Hanley's shirt. How he was managing the referee on the night was a joy to behold.
Who, Hanley?
Yeah, let's just say without fans, you can really hear how players talk to referees. Which, to be fair, is probably good. There's not children present when they hear how some players across different teams. Some people have very different styles of captaincy and leadership on the pitch. So hearing different captains and how they try and manage referees has been really interesting. And Hanley's got a real he's got a real like strong voice, you know, and when that's kind of Scottish lilt comes out and he wants to make a point, I think everybody in the stadium understands he's making the point, you know. So Michael Bailey, I'm sure, would understand that from his perch. He would have heard similar kind of things.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard some fruitful language. Let's just go to some quick donations. Jacob Scott, £2. Thank you so much, Jacob. JBNCFC Daddy. Oh, look at that profile picture, by the way.
Hold on, Chris. You can't just skip over what he just said.
Who?
Go back to the previous guy. Yes, yeah. See?
Mate, there's so many. I can't keep up with them, Dave. Right, okay. Hope the family well, Dave, mate. Are they well?
Yeah, they're great, mate. Yeah, they're all asleep.
Yeah, good. NCFC, Daddy, £20. Thank you so much. Great effort, been great entertainment all season. Book the Horning paddle boat. Wow, HMS Pistol League all aboard on the Broad. Wow, that is yeah, I'd love that. I'd absolutely love that. Thank you so much. £20 to Big C. Another £20 to Big C. Tom Williamson, you guys are absolute legends for doing this. The sun has come up, so you're just
Circadian rhythms.
Circadian rhythms have been reached.
Yeah, the ebb and flow of your life form.
Dave can read out some of these in a minute because my voice is going. Thank you so much, Tom Williamson. That is an incredible donation.
Need, mate. No problem. Josh, I can read that one out.
Cool.
There you go. Woke up this morning feeling fine. I've got 9 a.m. watch along on my mind. Churchy, I'm on at 8, so you should be on at 8. Keep going, nearly there. Yeah, you two are legends, by the way. Just noticing on your hat, Jack, you're the captain. What does that make? Sorry, Chris, you're the captain. What does that make, Jack? Is he that first?
I'm the apprentice, Dave.
He's the pot washer.
Yeah.
Pot washer, right, okay.
An important role upon any ship, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Henry's arrived. He says, amazing job, guys. You've done everyone in Norfolk so proud. Wow. OTBC. Any players in the championship Dave thinks that we could/should sign to bolster our squad for the championship? I think, do you mean the Premier League, Henry, or do you mean for Millwall? I don't know which one, but Dave, talk.
Dave, talk. Yes, good. Order received, sir. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's so many players. If you go to the Premier League, yeah, you probably do have the opportunity to have a look at which players in the Championship you'd want to take. I mean, I wouldn't want to take any of our Millwall players because we've got such a strong group, and we don't want to lose anybody from it. But we will, as I said, like we'll obviously have people come and go. We've got a number of players who I think would actually do okay if they were in around the Norwich squad, and fit right in with them. People like Jed Wallace and Jay Cooper, and even Bart. Bartosz Białkowski. He's an outstanding goalkeeper. I know you're going to say Ipswich. You're going to say that.
Nowhere near. He gets nowhere near. I'm not having it. Not having that from you, Dave. But yeah, no, absolutely.
I'm just saying. Some players are going to be too old.
Alicia Ayres, and lovely kind donation. Thank you so much. Well done, lads. I'm not a massive footy fan, but you've been thoroughly entertaining. Well done. Yeah, this isn't just about footy. This is about raising money for charity. Thank you so much, Alicia. That's incredibly kind. Ross Ingleson, another £5. Incredible stuff. Well done. We are almost at a 9 o'clock announcement, folks. A very special announcement. Norwich City have sent us something in the post, and we will be revealing whatever that is at 9 o'clock. So make sure you are there for that one. Dave,
it's a giant check, isn't it?
I know. Yeah, for the Big C, should be. Dave, I know that deep down your blood runs yellow and green. You've been great today, mate. Have you got any final words for these fine Norwich City fans watching you today?
Well, I think Carrow Road is going to be the place to be for the first game whenever it opens up, isn't it? And I think whatever happens next season, the fans have got to go back and enjoy seeing the team again, and whatever the situation they might be in, they could be losing a game. Something might have happened that causes the natural reaction on the stands to be a little bit down. And every stadium can go that way, is to remember you've had best part of 12, 14, 15 months without football, and bring all that positivity that you guys have helped engender across a whole season through the watch-alongs. Everybody needs to bring that back to the stadium when they next get in there. And at home games, certainly when you go to away games, just remember all that positivity that you've probably had this year. Bring it along in buckets and spades next year, so that you can throw it onto the pitch. It makes a massive difference to players and to staff to know that they've got the fans behind them. And you just never know in football, when at a crowd can inspire a team, and you can be in a bad situation and you suddenly hear a call go up, and whether it's from the River End or the Barclay, generally speaking, it's never the River End, is it? But if the Barclay suddenly sparks up and they hear the fans kind of getting behind them, it does give everyone a lift, that they feel that there's another 26,000 people who are pushing them forward. So yeah, bring your positivity, enjoy the team for what it's going to give you, because everybody's out there doing their best. Nobody's purposely having a bad game, but just bring your positivity next year and enjoy, and give the guys a break. They've also had a year of not having crowds, and they're going to have to get used to that again. And the last thing you want is, when they do something wrong, to suddenly feel like, oh my God, you don't want the players to suddenly feel it was better with no fans, because that's not great, is it?
Brilliant. Dave, thank you so much, mate, for coming on. We really appreciate it. You've been the joy we've needed for the last sort of hour or so. So thank you so much, mate.
No worries, boys. Listen, you've done a fantastic job here. I know I might be separate from Norfolk for most of the time, but seeing the work that you've done to inspire the local people, to keep them in a real positive place across the last year, it's been a joy to watch and to support, and to have a little bit of banter with you too. So keep it going. You're 1 hour and 15 minutes away. It seems ages ago then I was listening to you, and you were like on hour 7 or something like that, and you had to put up with Michael Bailey at midnight, sat in a car park somewhere. That didn't look
his phone as well. He's broken it. He dropped his phone and smashed it to bits.
Oh wow, that's freaky, because I dropped my iPad yesterday at the game and smashed my iPad to bits. So you see what happens when you don't have fans. That's what Super League has done to us. Breaking stuff.
Dave, have a good day, whatever you're up to, mate, and we'll chat again soon. Have a good one, buddy.
Take care, guys.
See you, mate.
Cheers, Dave. Dave Caroline. What a legend.
Chris, I quickly had to go to the door because the brilliant James Bensley of Hemsby Beach Calf dropped off 100 smackers for Big C.
Oh my God! Wow, we're getting cash donations now as well.
That will be going in the kitty. So everyone at Hemsby Beach Calf, Benny's Burgers, the Hemsby, Jack Seafood, £100 for Big C. That's going in the kitty right now.
Right, Jack. We've just had a message from Big C. Please, can we get the new Big C total? Am I going to? We've just had a message from Big C. 11:45. I think we should update the total, and that will be for now our total, although we must emphasize that there will be an updated total that will be released on our socials in the next 48 hours once we can do all of the maths and get all of these incredible donations together.
So we've just had a message from Big C. The raffle and the link is at 14k.
Right.
So I'm relatively confident in saying we have now surpassed £17,000.
Boom.
Easily. That's the minimum.
Boom. That is absolutely insane, everyone. 17.
Apparently, Big C have had so some people have been blocked out for unusual activity because of the amount of donations that have been.
Oh my God! Wow! There you go, people. There's no more targets for me. 17 grand, done. You guys have been absolutely phenomenal. Robin Frost, $5 Aussie. Thank you so much. Would take David Steeps and Branchich, and would Chris take Tony if No. I wouldn't take Ivan Tony. I wouldn't. Not after his antics post-match. Not the type of player Norwich need behind the scenes, in my opinion. Thanks for the super chat, though, Robin. Jordan Rumbles, £10. What are they saying, Jack?
Brilliant all season, boys. Couldn't believe when I checked the donation banner this morning. Yeah, that's an estimate as well. We've also still got to auction off Tim Krul's match-worn shirt for the game against QPR, Gunny's 2003-2004 championship-winning medal, and Clive Tilsley's Bayern Munich Norwich City commentary chart donated by Simon Thomas, which is absolutely phenomenal. Will, good morning, legends, pride of Anglia. Now, I wanted to get Dave off 10 minutes before he was meant to be for one reason. We've got a big announcement at 9 o'clock, which we've been, working towards, and it is in this box.
We've got a video as well to accompany it at 9 o'clock. So 10 minutes, get your guesses in. I've seen a few. Not many of them are right so far, so keep on guessing. And there we go. Chris, before we do that, I'm going to quickly go to the loo, and I'm fully back in action.
Okay then, mate. Oh, God, my voice is going. This could be interesting now. Will, I don't think we've read out your super chat yet. Good morning, legends, pride of Anglia. There you go. That's as much zombie nation as I can give you now. So much love coming in the comments. It's just absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure, guys, I'm pretty sure that I know Jack said 17, but I reckon we're not kicking a pants off £20,000, which is just absolutely phenomenal. Cannot wait to go to sleep. I must say, I cannot wait to go to sleep now. That is for sure. 1,100 of you are still watching the 24-hour TNC Watchalong. A lot of you would have, of course, just about tuned in for the very special announcement coming at 9 o'clock. We've got something to reveal. The club sent us a couple of boxes, and we will be revealing what are in the boxes at 9 o'clock. Don't forget ways you can donate today. You can text OTBC to 70970. That's text OTBC to 70970. That's a £5 donation. Please do ask the bill payer's permission, or you can do a direct link, or you can do a super chat, or you can keep your money because you've already raised enough, and it's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. Jack, are you ready for this?
Mate, I'm so ready. I've just seen that we've also hit a highest view count, well over 1,000 people tuned in. So much support coming in on socials and the donations flying through. Genuinely think we've got a real shot at reaching 20K by the end of next week, which is going to be phenomenal. Both of our voices going at this stage, but look, we've done the training now, and now we run the 100 meters. You know, this is the easy part now. We've done the hard bit. I've done the hard graft. Also, if people haven't seen, to give my voice a quick break, this is what we were sent by well-known impressionist Darren Farley. We had a lovely message from Daniel Farker in the early hours of this morning.
Yes, of course, I have a very important message for two of the greatest Norwich City legends of all time. Not Pookie, not Wendy, no, of course, I'm talking about Jack and Chris, of course, from Talk Norwich City, for the great job they're doing to raise money with a 24-hour watch-along. Of course, an incredible job they're doing to raise money for a great local charity, the Big C. Of course, boys, your family is so proud of you, and everyone is what you're doing. It makes absolutely great. And Delia, when I speak to Delia today, of course, she was so excited, she asked me to pass the message on. She said, "Let's be having you, Jack and Chris, the legends." That is what she asked me to say. So, boys, fantastic work. I will donate all my transfer budget, all 27 pence of it, right into the boys at Talk Norwich City to help the great charity Big C. Well done, boys. We're also proud of you. Enjoy the rest of your watch along, and when it's finished, of course, tonight come to Carroll Road for the largest portion of my big German sausage you'll ever receive. Because, of course, we can have sausage sandwich. That'll be so nice, Delia. I've promised to make it nice on the barbecue. Have a great time. Talk Norwich City, the legends, Jack and Chris. Doing a great job, boys. Of course, it's a great example. Promotion, Canaries, Carroll Road, Norwich City. It's a great time, of course.
Amazing. Amazing.
Got that. That just sums up the absolute ridiculousness of this live stream. 1,153 of you are watching. I must apologize because we are both absolutely cream crackered. Our voices are now going. I don't know about you, Jack, but I'm done. I'm absolutely done.
Yeah. My voice is really struggling actually at this stage. I feel a bit out of breath as well, which I shouldn't be. But there we go.
Mate, you're right.
We've got a big announcement in 6 minutes' time, so stick about. We've got a nice video. Make sure you check our socials as well. There's something dropping at 9 o'clock, which is in this very box. What could it be?
Yeah.
Sent to us by the club, hand packaged by Grant Hanley. What yours, Chris?
You would, yeah.
Okay. Kablam
Cablamo Film. So surprised how coherent you guys are, considering how long you've been awake. Feel free to spout some gibberish for a bit. Well done. Are we coherent? I'm saying things and I can't really hear what's coming out anymore, which, to be honest, that happens a lot. Thank you so much, Cobbler. Rob, thank you, Rob. Amazing work, lads. Keep going. Only half an hour, only an hour left. Straight on the Lakins at 10. Chris, what's your plan at 10? Straight to bed?
I am saying hello to my fiance that I've not seen in 24 hours, and then I am putting my head on the pillow and going to sleep. Well, I'm going to try to anyway. Although I might get annoyingly a second wind with all the adrenaline because the donations are just off the scale. You know, £17,000. I mean, and that's a guesstimate, and that's probably under egged, by the way. I think it's probably a lot.
We just don't want to over egg it and say we've raised 25 and we actually haven't. So
we
to underestimate and then over deliver, isn't it?
Yeah, we will be announcing the proper total for Big C, but it's definitely at least £17,000, and that's because of you guys. Anyone that's donated £1, I know loads of you have donated £100, which is incredible. Even more of you have retweeted our donation link and sent it to your friends and family. You've all made a massive difference to this charity, the Big C. It's the only time you'll ever see me in blue and white. You know how I feel about those colours. Oh, Jack, my voice is absolutely screwed.
Okay, just don't speak for a few minutes. We'll have a nice couple of minutes at 9 where we haven't got to speak, which would be lovely. I'll have a little spin through what we've got here. I'm really up for the Kieran Dowell chant. Kieran Dowell, 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 Dowell. 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 Dow, 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 Darren Dow, Darren Dow, Kieran Dow, Darren Dow.
Oh my God!
Mick Bell, great effort for this stream, and thanks for keeping the football spirit over the last season. I think everyone agrees it would have been nowhere near as good without you. Thank you so much for your kind words, Nick. Tristan Sanders with £20. Did you expect to raise this much cash? No.
Nope.
We wanted to do a grand. We want to do a grand, and we've done probably nearly 20. Phenomenal. And there's people like you, Tristan, that's made that possible. It really is. Tom, Chris and Jack, you are two utter legends. What you do for the Norwich City community and wider local community and football fans nationwide is inspirational. Nearly there. Keep it up. Right. 90 seconds until we've got our announcement. Thank you for everyone that's, well, I say it's our announcement, it's the club's announcement, but we're doing it. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in. We've had fans donate from Angola, Madagascar, South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, everywhere, basically.
Well,
one final donation read before we get to the kit. Alice Rose.
That's my boss.
Thanks, Alice. Thanks, Chris's boss. Inspiring work both. Premier League, here we come. On the ball City from the Rose family. Alice, Chris has said nothing but good things about you. Thank you, Alice. That's very kind of you.
Thanks, Alice. Thanks, boss. Appreciate that.
the best Norwich City, best Norwich City podcast. They're going to miss Norwich City. The best Football League podcast out there, not the top 20. Right. I need to prep for this. Right. We're going to be a bit quiet for a couple of minutes.
Are we, Jack? Are we opening the box first, or are we doing something else?
I'm playing a video in.
Oh, a video! Wow, a video at 9 o'clock. There is so many donations still coming in. Let's quickly get them up on screen. Christian Hubbard, £10. Thank you so much. It's all for the Big C. Hadley Rutherford, £5. Thank you so much. It's all for the Big C. Jimmy Anderson, £15. Thank you so much. It's all for the Big C. Joe Nursey, I don't know what currency that is, 595 something. It might be hundreds of pounds.
Maybe.
Whatever it is, I really appreciate it, Joe. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Martin Olsen, fun fact for you, almost killed me by reversing out into the road without looking with Leroy Fur. Fun fact. Thank you so much, Joe.
Chris, call it quits for there.
We're done.
We'll get back to the donation shortly. Give us... I can't break the embargo.
It's time, ladies and gents.
Oh, there we go.
And we are.
Things have been a little different lately. You have stayed home and stayed safe, but you've always been with us.
Well, the stakes are huge, aren't they, for Norwich? Experience could be key. They're going to have to create their own tempo.
This season has not been the same.
Can Tim Krul save the Canaries? He can!
We found the confidence to turn it around and actually win the game.
Runs up to the ball now and puts the penalty in!
And I think we haven't looked back ever since.
Mario Vrancic who curls it beautifully into the top corner! Mario Vrancic into the great chance for Josh Martin! Oh, he's got it!
You know, scoring a goal and scoring a winner was like something from a dream, really.
Vrancic made another good run. Back heel to Max Aaron! Yes!
Big call for me. They reached 50 goals in Norwich.
Deflected in! I think Pukki might have turned that one in.
Yeah, the defence dropped off a little bit through Timo's movement and I just unleashed, and yeah, it was nice to hear a bit of a cheer.
Yeah, I can't wait for that first song just before kickoff.
The fans are like the 12th guy in the team.
The atmosphere, the fans are giving makes our job easy, I would say.
Football is for the fans and 28,000 at Carrow Road, so we can't wait for them to be back.
Football is not the same without the fans.
This one is for you. A reminder of what you mean to us.
Boom. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. That is a beauty.
Ladies and gents, Jack, what is it? Talk to me.
So we have a very special kit. We've got a home kit and an away kit, or blacked out goalies kit. No sponsor, just goodness. A celebratory Norwich City shirt for 30 quid, cheaper for juniors, very slash price, and £5 from every match shirt goes to the Atmosphere Fund at Carrow Road. It's a genuine beauty. And also, you get a letter from Grant Hanley in there to the fans. I'll read it for you. On behalf of all the players, I'd like to say a massive thank you for all of your support this season. We know that this has been a very challenging period for our supporters. Whilst we've all enjoyed being part of the team this season, it hasn't been the same without all of you inside the stadiums, both at Carrow Road and the away games. A constant topic among the lads this season has been the return of our supporters. We've all felt your support from afar, and it has been very much appreciated. It is this support that drives us forward and allows us to push on through both the good and bad times. This shirt has been designed by the club as a thank you to recognise your support. We look forward to wearing it for our last home game of the season against Reading at Carrow Road. Football is not the same without you, and we're looking forward to the day we can welcome you back to Carrow Road. Enjoy the shirt, and thank you once again. Grant Hanley.
There you go.
Now, 30 quid for the shirt. If you want it and you want to buy it, it would mean a lot if you use the link in our TNC Twitter account. Basically, the club were like, Jack, Chris, we want you to do the deed with the kit on the live stream. We've got a little link, which is brilliant. So thank you to the club for involving us on this. And thank you for the club actually throughout the season supporting us on different projects that we've tried, and yeah, it's been a phenomenal season.
And can I just say, if you like what you see, either the blacked out goalkeeper's kit that I'm sporting here, or the Norwich City home shirt that Jack is sporting, head over to the TNC Twitter account and click on our link and go and grab yourself the new Norwich City commemorative shirt. This is a season that we'll never forget. We will never forget. Make it special. Grab yourself a shirt. It's going to last a lifetime. It's well worth it, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, there it is. Timu, Todd and Tim. That's a mouthful. As you can see, that the player shirt there, the one I've got on, and the blacked out Norwich City goalkeeper kit. This is a special edition kit. This isn't next season's kit, and this will only be worn once by the players against Reading at home. So that will be next week. The players will be wearing this. It's quite noticeable actually, because it hasn't got a sponsor. The sponsor's been taken off. It's just a celebratory shirt. It's slash price £30. £5 from every sale goes to the Norwich City atmosphere group, which is marvelous. And the club website is in a queue apparently because everyone's flying over. It is also worth noting these are limited edition. There's only 5,000 of each shirt made. I think they usually make, what was it, like 60k or something? 60,000 shirts, something mad.
Don't know, can remember, mate.
Yeah. So there we go. The special edition Norwich City shirt. That was our little announcement. Genuinely brilliant. Lovely idea from the club. I love it. This is my kind of shirt. A real nice memento for the season.
And I was, and just so you know, a bit of behind the scenes action here. When the club kindly communicated with Jack and I over this, they said to Jack and I, right, who wants the home kit? Who wants the goalie kit? And Jack went, I'll have the home kit. And I went, oh God, he's got the home kit. Honestly, I love this blacked out goalkeeper's kit. It's almost like a Dortmund vibe. And I am genuinely
the blacked out kit.
I love it. It's so trendy. It really is. I absolutely love it. What an announcement. Norwich City dropping a big one there. And as Jack said, they will be wearing it for the game, Jack? Reading game.
Reading at home, yeah. Worth just one more. We're not being paid per shirt sale here. But if you do want it, use the link in our Twitter bio. Just a quick bit of visibility. The club are paying for this, and we're going to be throwing a chunk of that towards the Big C. They've been very kind. They're donating a large, £5 for every shirt sale to the Atmosphere Group, flags, all that kind of good stuff. And they've also been really kind to support our endeavours and throw us a bit of cash as well. So we really thank you, Ben Kensel and Sam Jeffrey from the football club especially, who's got that over the line. They've been big supporters of what we've done this season, which is a massive help for everything we've done. Right, that's my Dragon's Den pitch over. If you like it, get it. If you don't. But there won't be many left. That's all I'm saying. Chris, 50 minutes to go, mate. We're on the home straight.
Yeah, mate, I'm trying to keep up with social media, but it's practically impossible, to be honest with you. Everyone's loving the new shirt, and I'm not surprised. Everyone's obviously getting in those donations for Big C. £10 from Jacob. Thank you so much. What a shirt to win the title in. Love that. Huge respect to you both. Fantastic effort. Dan Gibbons is in as well. 20 quid. Incredible job. Not a Norwich fan. Oh, well, massively respect that, Dan. Top man. JJ Allerton. £20. Thank you so much. It goes to Norfolk and Waveney's cancer charity. Jack, are we allowed to put our sponsors back on screen yet? FYI.
Sorry, mate. Did you say something? I can't hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Oh my God. This is getting too much now. Right. We need this over with. 50 minutes to go, and we've completed the TNC 24-hour charity live. Goodness gracious me.
What a journey. Let's go from the start, shall we? So we started at 10 a.m. For people just tuning in, we've got 1,300 people. At 10 a.m. we started. That feels so long ago. Well, it was so long ago. It was yesterday. We started with Old School Marky and his kids doing a song. We moved on to Hodgie the Hack and Steve Sanders, Simon Thomas, Mick Dennis, Huckabee. Actually, let me thank all of these people. Darren Huckabee, Rob Butler, Chris Gorham, Cheesy Geezer, Craigo, Brian Gunn, Jake Humphrey, Spud for that brilliant quiz, Rafa Reeve, and Elliot Bennett, Russell Martin, Andy Rivet Karnak, Connor from the One Leeds fan channel, Sons of Mark for their brilliant acoustic set,
So
Chris
good.
Elliott, Simon Thomas again, who came on with Darina, Swansea Amy, Dean Ashton, Michael Bailey. He was in the Carrow Road car park in the late hours, totally tete for a wonderful late night chat about everything. Then we went to our international Canaries. We went to Brazil with Lucas. Then we went to New York with our New York Canary friends, Michael Hoffer from Georgia, Atlanta. Oliver Hill was up before the birds to join us from Norwich. Then we went back to South Africa to join up with Michael Abrahamson. Then we had the latest transfer roundup with Nick Masheter. Had a bit of back and forth with Dave Carolan. And that brings us up to the present day. £17,000 at least later. 23 hours, 10 minutes on the clock. 50 minutes left to go on this marathon. 24-hour TNC stream. The donations are flying in. What's the latest one we got up to, Chris?
Well, can we get it up on screen now?
Yeah.
£17,000. £17,000. You guys have helped to raise today. £17,000. My voice is gone. I don't know what to say. I can't thank you enough. It's obviously very overwhelming. This is what happens when people come together and do good. Simple as that.
Yeah, massively. And look, we couldn't have done it without all of our guests, without my mum, without Becky, without all of our lovely family, Jen, who supported this crazy vision of ours from the off. And, it's been a journey and it's been hard work, but it's been so worth it. The amount of money we've raised, the amount of friends that we've made and other people have made. Like we had Americans at 3 o'clock being like, "Oh, I actually live an hour from you. Let's go and get coffee." Amazing.
Love that.
We had South Africans linking up at 4 a.m. It could have been a dream. I don't know.
Still, the donations are coming in thick and fast. And Jack, I think we're going to hit 20K. I'm saying it now. I think we're going to hit 20K.
Yeah.
Harry Matthews, £10. Really appreciate that, mate. Top man. Stuart Addison, drum tuition. Wow. Seamless plug. £20. Justin Brock, £5 to the Big C. Tom Pawley, £5 for the Big C. Thank you to every single one of you right now. Oh my God, wow, £50 to the Big C. Well done, lads, for getting through it from sunny Pakefield. We can get a shout out for the lowest off Canary fans.
Yeah.
Suffolk, but Norwich through and through. Well, there you go.
Yeah. We love Pakefield. Reeves are born and bred in Pakefield. We love it.
Big up the Pakefield. Why not? Big them up. Thank you so much for that £50. I really appreciate it. And I know the charity is so grateful. Alex Memory, cracking second name, by the way, £24 for Big C. Had absolutely no doubts you guys would smash it. This club is such a community, and you guys have shown this more than ever over the last 24 hours. You both deserve a nap. I tell you, I'm out for days. I'm done. Don't expect any replies from me, people.
Maybe not now, but at the end of the stream, I really encourage people actually to head. The link that we've got in our description takes us to the Big C fundraising page. Like, even if you don't want to donate, just go over there and look at the names, at the messages. It's all being documented there, and as well as the thousands and thousands of pounds in super chats and raffles. It's just such a wall of goodness.
And it's worth noting that in that wall of goodness is Oliver Skip, £250. Ben Gibson, £500 to the Big C. Norwich City players have gone in their pockets and they put their money in for a local cancer charity. It's absolutely unbelievable, and we cannot thank them enough. Will Watts, £10 for Big C.
Oh, thanks, Will.
Tim Atco, £5 for Big C, and thank you so much to Will and to Tim. Really appreciate it. Dave Carolan has just been on, and what a lovely donation. What's he saying, Jack?
Brilliant effort. Well done, boys. Great stamina and smiling all the way to the finish. Winners. Dave, we love you, mate. We love you lots. And thanks so much for giving up, an hour of your time at silly o'clock on a Sunday to have a chat. Where are we at with the thing?
Oh my God. I mean, this is going to be over 20K, isn't it? It has to be. I mean, I can't even keep count of these super chats. Dave, Ali Nash, £20 to the Big C. Thank you so much, Ali. Watching from South Devon today. Big up to the South Devon Canaries. Neil Luther, £5. I salute you, boys. I salute you, Neil. Thank you so much. Alan Montgomery, £20. Come on, lads. It's the 94th minute against Millwall. You've just had the boost of a Jordan Rhodes equaliser. Keep going. You're going to get that last one over the line and go to bed with a smile on your face. Unreal, lads. Alan, thank you, mate. Really appreciate that. Jack, you need to cover me, mate. My voice is going.
Amy, he's already donated. Absolutely smashing it. Almost there. What you guys are doing is incredible. Jen, thank you, Jen, my lovely girlfriend. £1 for every hour. Bloody love you. On the Ball City, thanks for starting TNC all them moons ago. Thanks for supporting it, Jen. You always appreciated. Hybrid Monkey, £10. Come on, the boys.
Luke Elliott, £2. Massive well done, lads. Absolutely smashed it. Lauren, friend of the channel. Shirt has been ordered. Wearing it will remind me of all of the fun memories on the TNC watch-alongs, and can't thank you both enough for them. Lauren, it's not about us. We sit on a screen. We record utter nonsense. It makes no sense. People join in for the fun. We've all needed fun during the pandemic, and that's all me and Jack do. Without you, it's nothing. It doesn't work. This is the power of having a positive Norwich City community. Well, community full stop, quite frankly. Lauren, thank you for your £10 donation. I really appreciate it. Joshua Davies, £5. Brilliant work, lads. Keep it going from Josh and Becca. Brackets, Sheffield Canaries. Big up the Sheffield Canaries. Right, Cheese has put a joke in. My back is in pieces, by the way. Oh, God.
Such a good man.
Oh, I know, mate. I'm honestly in massive trouble now.
Right, one last cheesy joke. Why didn't they make the new Norwich City shirt from cheese?
I don't know. Why didn't they?
Don't know yet. Let's get some more donations in. Joshua Davies, brilliant work, lads. Keep it going from Josh and oh, sorry, read that. We'll read it again. ASK Dodd, great effort, lads. Spirit of the Barclay lower tier, well and truly on show. Quite right, lower Barclay through and through. Brady Jones, awesome watch, lads. Rest up. Oh, I'm gonna rest up, Brady. I'm going straight to bed. Dan, well done, lads. Been following for 6 years. Love the work you're doing with the Big C. Me too. Me too. Jack, almost there, lads. Lost my dad when I was 4 to a brain tumour. It's always nice to see other people going out of their way to make a difference. Jack, sorry to hear that, buddy, but we've all just got to keep punching in the right direction, and hopefully we can make some change. That's the mission.
Sorry to hear that, Jack. Our DMs are always open. We don't just say it. They literally are. So many donations that keep coming in. Jack, have you read? You've missed a few, mate. Dean,
okay.
$10. Incredible. Thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate it. Hayden Yates, £10 for the Big C. Dom Driver, £5, sorry, for the Big C. Thank you to Hayden and Dom and Dean. Fetzi, €10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Absolutely unbelievable. Kieran Dyson, second name of the 24-hour live stream. Keep going, lads. See you next season, the Prem. Barnsley fan. £5 to a local Norfolk cancer charity. Thank you so much. Cheesy's got his answer in finally. Let's just do 2 more chats. Thomas Harrod, £5 to the Big C. He's donating on behalf of his mum, Stu Berwick. Oh my God, that is an incredible amount of money. Thank you so much.
Loads of love, mate. Loads of love.
What is cheesy? Can we find what? Do you remember what Cheesy's question was?
Why didn't they make the Norwich shirt from cheese?
Because fromage phrase.
No, you've lost me there, mate.
Oh no, I'm not there either. Because fromage, right? Because fromage. Oh no, cheesy.
It could possibly be because I've been up for 27 hours. It's probably because it's just a naff joke. We love you guys.
So Stu has just chucked in 50 for Big C. Ski Jump Toes, £10 for Big C. London Predator Angler, great YouTube channel for all of your fishing needs. Well done, lads. Really enjoyed watching through the night. So proud of TNC, the Norwich fans around the world. And you two lads are special gents, nearly there. Big Bad Fishing Barry from Facebook. Big Bad Barry, we love you, mate. You're a legend of the Watchalong. Your £20 has made a massive difference to the Big C today. Austin does FIFA, £5 for the Big C. The Dono train is absolutely going crazy, Jack. Paul Davenport, £10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your support. Matt Swed, £5. Really appreciate your support too. Thank you so much. The charity is so grateful. Paul Davis, £5. Thank you, Paul. The charity is so grateful. George Warden, mate, Georgie, thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate that. It's very kind. £25 to the Big C, mate. I love you and I love Becky as well. Thank you so much. It's incredibly kind. I'm blown away with people's kindness. Oh my God, Jack, you're going to need to take over here after George Warden. We're starting from Jamie.
Can't tell you, Jamie. Oh, okay. Jamie bought the shirt. You lads have done a cracking job this week. We've just had a message actually from the club. Apparently the shirts are nearly sold out already. So be quick if you want to get one. The link's on our Twitter page. Head over there and get yourself on 30 squids for one of these. Absolutely brilliant. Matt Gregory. Well done, lads. Proud, complete, class. The body centre, brilliant, unbelievable, lads. Well done. Your faces deserve to be on the side of an open top. You wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want our favourite. Yeah, no. I'm sure we can make that happen. Please don't. Christian, you almost done it. Once again, all the best from the German Canaries. Hope to see you next season at Carrow Road.
Jack, I think, Jack, we've got to update this total, surely, mate.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
Come on, like, for God's sake, there must have been at least $2,000 now on top of that. I mean, I don't think I'm over-egging this.
Hang on, what we said we're at the moment?
We're on 7. We've said 17, but that was an underestimate.
Yeah, I'd say we're at least 18.
Okay.
I think we'll be above 20, but I just don't want to say in case we're not. But I'm look, follow TNC on Twitter at Talk Norwich City, and we'll have a finalised total pretty much by Tuesday, and then we can start to auction off the other bits as well. So just make sure you're followed on there, and we can get some movement.
Christian, have you done Christian, Jack?
No.
Christian, €10. Yeah. Big up. Ben C, 10 quid. Big up. All to the Big C. Thank you so much. So grateful. Dan Cadell, Dan, how you doing, mate? OTBC off to bed, £5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, mate. It's very, very kind of you. Off to bed I go soon indeed. Just over half an hour until my head hits the pillow. Oscar Bedford, £5 to Big C. Gary Dunger, £24 to the Big C. Brilliant effort, boys. Massive effort from you two all season, especially the last 24 hours. This season wouldn't have been the same without you. And what a shirt, just bought it. Here's the Big C. Gary, mate, that's so kind. And your donation to the Big C is absolutely incredible. It's very, very generous. And I know that they'll be very grateful for that. Chris Dayton, £10 for the Big C. Genuinely emotional. Yeah, mate, don't start me. What an amazing community. We have helped in large part by you two take a bow. Chris, no, it's like, this is the Norwich City community. This is the power of the Norwich City community. This isn't us. Chris Dayton, thanks so much for your £10. It's going straight to the Big C. Bloody hell, Jack. Mark James, £20 to the Big C. Great work, lads. Into Vrancic time. But you are smashing it. All the best from Cappuccino Canaries, Bedford branch.
We love the Cappuccino Canaries. One last look at the shirt then. Fine City in Norwich. Look at that. That's a beauty, isn't it? That's the little fan special for this season. That the hats don't come included. Just to put that out there.
There you go. There's the shirt.
35 minutes left. Come on.
Jesus.
John, JO303N 70N. Amazing job, guys. Keep up the great work from Sam Denton. Jake McNeil. Been great this season. Thanks for the £2. Also, I must say a massive thank you to Sarah Greaves, who was one of the earliest donators in the day. I won't say in case she doesn't want to know, but it was a significant amount of money, £100. So,
thank you, Sarah. It's so kind. Really appreciate that.
Thanks, Sarah.
Sarah's a massive reason why we've absolutely smashed our target today. She deserves a ton of praise. Sarah, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Cool, Jack, I'm really struggling now.
It's okay.
Half an hour to go. We can do it. Come on.
Should we play that video once more? Because that was bloody good, wasn't
it? Go on. Get the video out.
I just fancy a bit of that again. Hang on.
Yeah, go on.
Hang on. Here we go. Have a bit of this. This will get you emotional if you're not already.
Things have been a little different lately. You have stayed home and stayed safe, but you've always been with us.
Well, the stakes are huge, aren't they, for Norwich? Experience could be key. They're going to have to create their own tempo.
This season has not been the same.
Can Tim Krul save the Canaries? He can!
We found the confidence to turn it around and actually win the game.
Runs up to the ball now and puts the penalty in!
And I think we haven't looked back ever since.
Mario Vrancic who curls it beautifully into the top corner! Mario Vrancic into the great chance for Josh Martin!
You know, scoring a goal and scoring a winner was like something from a dream, really.
Vrancic made another good run, back heel to Max Aaron! Yes! Left it away!
Big call for me. They reached 50 goals in Norwich.
Deflected in! I think Pookie might have turned that one in!
Yeah, the defence dropped off a little bit through Timo's movement and I just unleashed and yeah, it was nice to hear a bit of a cheer.
Yeah, I can't wait for that first song just before kickoff.
The fans are like the 12th guy in the team.
The atmosphere the fans are giving makes our job easier, I would say.
Football is for the fans and 28,000 at Carrow Road, so we can't wait for them to be back.
Football is not the same without the fans.
This one is for you. A reminder of what you mean to us.
Boom. Have some of that. Get that in your spidey senses, eh?
That is emotional, isn't it?
Unbelievable.
I'll tell you what else is emotional. The Big C donations still coming in thick and fast. 1,147 of you are watching Jack and I suffer. Maybe this is what you've wanted for so many years. Now you've got it. Live suffering on camera. So many donations coming in right now. It's unbelievable. David Thompson, £10 to the Big C. Thank you so much, mate. Bradley Daily Vlog Snadden. Love it. £5 to the Big C. Joshua Bunn, £5 to the Big C. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Chris, just quickly to give your voice a break, mate. We've been sent a video from one of our guests today.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Paul. I'm just going to play that in. I haven't watched it, so I hope it's not rude. Hang on a moment. Here we go.
Who is it?
Boys, good morning. And from me, Ethan, and myself, just want to say full, massive respect for what you've done over the last 24 hours. I don't know how you've done it. To go to bed late last night, wake up, and there you still are, talking and going for it is just exemplary. Now get some sleep and just sleep in the knowledge that you have done an amazing effort at raising so much money. I think it will be well over 20 grand when it's all counted up, and maybe more will come in, but you deserve every penny of it for what you've done for the Big C. It is massive, and we're so proud of you, and you're just a credit to Norwich City, to Norfolk, to everything connected with this amazing club. And what you've done this season, as I've said before, has been fantastic for the way you brought so many fans together, and you have been epic over the last 24 hours. Sleep well.
Oh, I'll sleep well, Simon. I will sleep well.
What a legend.
Simon's been so great. Also, well, he's been great with me actually. Like, I've told the stories of how he's helped me in like really tough times, and I won't go over them again. But again, we've had so many stories, especially if you were here at about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock with Andy Rivet, kind of about Flecky, and just so many really touching stories that I think have been told and shared tonight. I think, we've been able to share them in a safe space, and I think that's really powerful. So, Simon, thank you for all of your love and guidance and support and money. And what a whirlwind, eh? What a whirlwind.
Simon, thanks, mate. Means a lot. As always, I salute you. Paul Blake, £10 for the Big C. Thank you so much. Oh my God, my mouth slipped. Oh, I'm going to have to scroll up. There's so many. Oh my God, there's so many donations. David Berman, the man with the best cocktail, £10. Thank you so much, David. Really appreciate that. Oh my God, THC Bikes, bloody hell, £100 for the Big C. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm going to cry in a minute. Thank you so much. Bloody hell, Tristan, thank you, mate. Carl Burgess, £10 for Big C. Chris Whitting, £5 for the Big C. Liam, £20. Thank you so much. And thank you, Chris. And thank you, Carl. Thanks, Liam. The charity are so grateful. So grateful. Neil Luther, £5 for the Big C. Thank you so much. Shane Kehoe says, is this the live? Shane, this is the live,
baby.
Shane, this is as live's going to be, mate. 18 grand raised for charity today. Posted by Callum. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. It's very, very kind of you. Thanks to everyone that's voted. Neil Luther, Talk Norfolk Cruising, fan power. This is fan power, by the way. You want fan power? This is fan power. So much money raised for charity. You're very right, Neil, and thank you for your donation. Jack, take over, mate.
Yeah, late to the party in more ways than one. Googled how to use a super chat. Was with the family in the garden when we heard of the promotion. Joyful times and a hard year. Thank you, NCFC and TNC. Thank you, Del Coup. I've lost where that is. Where's the actual chat? Help me out here.
What are you trying to find, mate?
The comment.
What comment?
That one.
What one? This one?
The one that's on screen.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. I just wanted to interrupt with a quick gear change. I've just been sent Paul Cook's quotes from Ipswich's brilliant 0-0 draw. He described Ipswich Town as not being far off a Sunday League team that has won a cup. I knew that would get you back in the game. We're not far off a Sunday League team that has won a cup to play at Portland Road. That was his comment.
Oh my God, they're shit, and I absolutely love it.
And then he said, I know I can't shut up, and I've got to be really careful, but I don't want to go on, so I'll be as brief as I can. Wow, that's what Ipswich does to you. Anyway, back to the important stuff. I'll sit down.
Delq won.
Right, I can take over. I know where I am now, Chris.
Yeah, go on, mate.
Josh Logan. Thank you, Delq. Josh Logan, currently recovering from an ACL. So this has been the perfect bed-bound watch. Great stuff, guys, and a great cause. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. Matt Turner, well done, lads. The season's certainly been one to remember, and what's happened on the pitch and off it with the fantastic work from both of you with the watch-alongs. Well done from all of us. OTBC. Let's get some more in. Tommy Coulden. Oh, it is the man, the myth, the legend, Tommy Coulden. Good morning, boys. I started watching the vids in 2013 after a defeat to the mighty Luton Town. What an amazing journey you two boys have been on. Well done. Thank you, Tom. My favourite Luton, well, second favourite Luton fan. Belinda Seppings, thank you so much for everything you've done this season. Thank you, Belinda. Thanking you, my friend. Simon Dwight, who's just been chucking money at Big C for fun. Congratulations. Enjoy your hibernation at 10. Simon, I have been dreaming of collapsing on my bed since about 4 o'clock yesterday. I tell you what, I knew that this was going to be a challenge, and I found a bit of a second win in the last hour or so. But I tell you what, from 7 until 6, I was in a sketchy place. I think it's really difficult actually to quite. We've got. Well, look, we've sat up for 24 hours. Like, people can do it, but it's been tough. It's been really tough, and thank you for all of you that have kept us rolling with the punches and picking us up off the canvas when we've needed it. Tommy Williams with a £5 super chat. Oh, he's living the dream with Onel there. Thank you, Tommy. A Tipple 78, £24. Guys, keep going. Reflecting on the season. At what point did you think promotion was possible? Bristol City away was when I thought promotion was possible. That's when I believed. James Smith, amazing job with this, lads, and thanks for all your efforts with the watch-alongs this season. Right, I'm going to say it once more. We will have an updated total on TNC on Tuesday. That will cover the raffle, and we'll be drawing a winner of that today, maybe, if we're awake. The Big C donation page and the super chats. And then we will auction off Gunny's winner's medal, Krul's match-worn shirt, and Simon's and Clive Tilsley's commentary chart. So stay tuned to TNC. Although we've said 18 grand, I think it's a lot more. I really do. But I don't want to make any false promises, but I do think it's above. I think we've got to that 20 grand mark, which is bonkers, absolutely bonkers.
There's more. There are so many donations coming in thick and fast still. Jack, they are coming in fast, and I'm struggling to keep up. How far back have you done?
Tipple. I can keep going if you want.
Yeah, there's been some other interesting ones. Keep going, mate.
Yeah. Okay. James Smith, amazing job with this, lads, and thanks for all your efforts this season. Thanks so much, James. The hat's coming off. Jason Ryan. Jason, thanks, my friend. I really hope to get down to Hemsby for a belly button. Incredible effort. The money raised will make a huge difference.
Massive one here from Shane Kehoe, SVK Crypto. £100 donated. Well done, Shane. You are a legend, my man. Thank you so much. That is unbelievably kind. Big C will thank you for that massively. By the way, I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I actually saw Josip Dermic, someone called Josip Dermic, comment somewhere here, and I'm not sure if it's the Josip Dermic, but if it is, then Josip, if you're listening, I love it. Josip Dermic has commented somewhere in here. I've lost it now, apparently.
Big thank you to our bosses. Keep on donating. Bruce at work, thanks, mate. He's donated 50 quid on the page I've just seen. We need to figure out a way of thanking you all in a manner that I will try and think of when I am not fast asleep.
If this is legit, Josip Dermic, big up.
Josip, always loved you, mate. Always loved you.
Thank you very much. Love the tunes.
There is no tomorrow.
There won't be for me. I'll be in bed. Toby, £10. Have you read that one, Jack? Matthew Cox, £5. Have you done these, Damon?
I haven't, mate, no.
£10. Thank you. Frankie, £20. Thank you. Nick, £5. Thank you. Richard Francis, that is incredible, mate. Thank you so much. £20, unbelievable. Jack, I think we need to ask Big C for another. I don't know. There's got to be something we can do.
The page is just updated actually, and that's at 13.5k. So then we've got the raffle, probably an extra 2k, 15.5. I mean, we've raised a shit ton on super chats, haven't we?
Surely it's got to be 20k now.
I would have thought so, mate. Yeah.
Right, come on. It's 20k. I'm not beating around the bush.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. 20,000.
20k. Yeah, we're confident we've raised 20k tonight. Yes.
£20,000 for the Big C.
Boom. Boom.
Bloody hell. 20 more minutes to go, Jack. Stay in the room. Let's get this over the line, big man. So many of you commenting, really struggling to keep up, if I'm honest. I'm so sorry, but I really appreciate all your donations. Dan. Have you done Dan, Jack? And have you done Rory McDermott? Oh, my God. Wow. Dan, first of all, thank you, Dan. Big up, mate. Really appreciate that. Rory, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Guys, not long to go. I hope this helps with the final push. What more can be said on top of the messages? You should all be incredibly proud for what you've achieved in the last 24 hours in the season. A great cause and a great effort. Rory, mate, love it. By the way, quality picture. You look like the kind of guy I want to go for a pint with. Love that, Rory. Very kind. Thank you so much.
I'm going to quick mention to Bruce, who is a respected colleague of mine and friend, and he's donated 50 quid on the page that I've just seen pop up amongst hundreds and hundreds of others. We've had players, we've had board members, we've had people donate that I never thought would even be watching. 20k in the kitty.
Jay Larkman, £5, thank you. Rory, £2, thank you. Lee, £10. Lee, top man, mate, thank you so much. Still waiting for Paul Lambert to come on, though. Lee, the invite is always going to be open to Mr. Lambert. I highly doubt we're going to get him for a while, though, and he doesn't need to on the payout that he's on from Ipswich, that's for sure. Thanks so much for your super chat, mate. Taylor, £10 super chat. Thank you so much for your support. Oh my God, there's so many. I will get back to that one in a minute. Norfolk's Best Farmer, £10. Thank you so much. Andrew C, £20. Thank you so much. Toby, £5. George, £5. I think I've lost my way now. I'm so sorry if I miss any. Stephen, £5. Thank you. Bloody hell. Jack, take over, mate. I need you.
Yeah, I've just seen on Twitter something that our amazing Stephen Lister, the guys that's designed all them amazing graphics this season that you've seen on Twitter, has just made this. Look at that. All the guests from today. Well, not all of them, actually. We've got Sons and Mark. We've got Russ, Hux, Crofty, Darren Farley, Hodgie, NCFC numbers. Oh, he has been busy.
Wow.
Butler with his old glasses. Bailey was in the car park at 1 a.m. Adam Leventile, who's been on the booze for a while. Cheesy, we've still got to give away his cheese hamper. The Brazilian Canary, who put in a hell of a stint. We just let him talk for an hour and he was brilliant. Gunny, Jake Humphrey was in his car. Simon, that's been so supportive. Mick Dennis, who was on twice. I just had to show that to show gratitude to everyone that's appeared on the stream. Right, Chris, we've got 15 minutes, mate, before we're going to have to end the stream. Otherwise, it's going to cut out. So,
yeah.
Final 15 minutes. Say your prayers, everyone. We're nearly there. We're nearly there, people.
20,000, but it's going to be more. We'll announce the official total. We will announce the official total, folks, on the TNC socials in the next few days. Please give us time, though. Obviously, we need to go to sleep now. And then also, Jack is going to cut together a highlights video at some stage as well, so you guys can watch back all of the funny moments from this watch along. So be sure to tune in for that. £20,000. Oh, bloody hell. Jack, thanks so much, mate. I couldn't have done this with anyone else. You've been positive. You've kept me going. You've covered for me. Even your piss breaks. Your piss breaks have kind of entertained me a little bit. You've annoyed me with the service that your mum's been giving you the whole time. Sweets here, food here, drinks there. But mate, honestly, I couldn't have done it without you, mate. I'm really, really proud of you today, mate. You've been incredible. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Well, I think, the same goes to you. I mean, this idea was pushed through by yourself. This was highlighted by a TNC viewer months ago, and we kind of joked about it. Well, I was joking about it. I don't think Chris ever was, but I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. And we've done it. And we've done it to the detriment of health, relationships, and anything else. But there we go. I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. Thanks to Chris for all his hard work on TNC throughout the season. Unnoticed amount of hours goes on behind the scenes for, little reward. Thanks to all of the guests who've come on for completely nothing. Couldn't have done it without them. Over 30 Norwich guests that would usually be paid for this stuff. Not a penny's been spent on guests. Thanks to Stephen Lister, who designed all the graphics. For little reward. And because of everyone pulling in the right direction, thanks to my mum, thanks to Jen, thanks to Becky, Rafa, Cheesy, we've been able to, raise significant amounts of cash, and I guess this is the somewhat of a crescendo to
Jack. We've got to go through these donations, mate.
Okay.
£5 from Stephen Ricks. Thank you so much, Stephen. Really appreciate your support. Mark Boggy, $25. Thank you so much, Mark. Big C, really appreciate your money. Hey, it's my fiance, Becky.
Oh.
Thanks, babe. I love you. Thank you. That's so kind. Love you loads, babe. £20 from Becky. Oh, fuck me, I'm going to cry.
Okay. Where's Becky there? I've lost where we are on the chat.
We're up to Becky.
I can't see Becky, that's the problem. Oh, okay, I've got it.
Wow.
Chaz Cats, absolutely incredible, lads. I think I speak for everyone when I say we're so grateful to have you as ambassadors for the club and the fans. You are heroes who fully deserve fans of the season. You've made the season wonderful for so many. Thank you. Connor Warnes, no. Daniel, Connor, thank you all. Apologies if we've missed anyone.
I've got to look out the window, apparently, mate.
Okay. Who is it?
Spud, the postman who was on doing the quiz, has just rocked up to my gaff with a £20 note.
Oh, bless him. What, delivering your post?
Yeah, that's what he does. He always delivers the goods. It's just unbelievable. 1,281 of you watching. Chaz Tats has just donated a massive amount of money. Chaz, please feel free to not donate that much. Thank you so much. £20. £20 from Spud. The cash.
It's worth noting as well, thanks to Carl and thanks to Hemsby Beach Cap, got 120 quid in cash at my end as well. So we'll get that into Big C straight away.
Daniel, £5 for Big C. Thank you. Connor, £5 for the Big C. Thank you. Ryan, £5 for the Big C. Thank you. David Clark.
Covering, Dave.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dave. Top man. That's incredibly kind. Incredibly kind.
Praise. Oh God, good to see everyone in the comments, and lovely to see you all chatting amongst each other as well. You know, when teachers say just chat amongst yourselves, there's been occasions where we've needed that, which is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Thanks, Rafa, mate. Thanks, Rafa.
That's what we do it for. That's what we do it for, Pap. Love you loads, mate. Oh my God, this is getting emotional now. £20,000, ladies and gents. I cannot thank you enough. I'm sorry I can't give you the excitable energy that I normally do. I'm fucked. Basically, there's no other way of putting it. I'm absolutely screwed. Oh my God, the dono train is getting started again. Totally tete. £5. He says, sorry lads, missed the last few hours. I was asleep. Don't blame you, mate. You both smashed it. So proud of you both. Thanks again for having me on, mate. It's a pleasure. You were brilliant. Thank you so much for your support. Alex, £10 for Big C. Thank you so much for your support. Chloe, £5. Big C, thank you for your support. Oh my God.
You know what's amazing, right, is I think my whole work, organisations in here, David, Bruce, Alex, all of you guys who have to put up with my ramblings on a daily basis. Thank you. I feel so grateful and supported by everyone, whether it's work, whether it's Norwich fans, whether it's, you know, just everyone. Really humbling 24 hours, actually. It's been a real journey. And look, I'm acting like I've climbed Kilimanjaro. I haven't, right? I've sat on camera for 24 hours and chatted about Norwich, which is what I love doing. But
I think my back feels like I've climbed Kilimanjaro.
You're meant to be the athlete.
Nah, mate, I'm done. The problem is that I've done too many sit-ups in my time that I've screwed my back up now. Michael Warden, he's always in the comments. £5 for the Big C. Matt Wallace, oh my God, wow, £50 for the Big C. I mean, Jack, I genuinely think this is. I think we are. I don't even know what to say. There's no way that this is going to be only 20 grand. This is going to be so much more than 20 grand.
Yeah, we've just had a message from Big C, actually, just to say from their end, Tom in particular, but everyone at Big C who's helped initiate this partnership over the last couple of years. They've just wanted to say a massive thank you to everyone involved. And we'll get a final count, but it is looking like well over 20k. Well done, Big C on WhatsApp. Thank you so much. Thanks to Tom, who is meant to have had a weekend off, and he's been, you know, finance and tech and everything, just trying to pull strings, get donations in. We had a moment where where donations were not coming through. We've done it, people. We've done it.
Yeah. We couldn't have done it without your support, and I didn't expect this absolute onslaught of donations at the end. David Minster, £5. Thank you, David. It's really appreciated on behalf of the charity. Jim Memory, £20. Fantastic job, guys. Lost my mum to MS at the same age as you, Chris. Happy to support Big C. Jim, legend fella. Thank you so much. Try not to make me cry, please. I want to get through this without any more tears. God, bloody hell. This is hard now. God, I'm done.
We've got 6 minutes.
Come on, 6 more minutes.
6 minutes. We're going to have to finish at 9:58 because otherwise the stream will cut out and we'll lose it to be able to watch it back, and we don't want that.
Yeah.
And this is spot on. This is why we've done it, right? In memory of those who aren't with us, whoever it may be, whether it's family, friends, whoever you're remembering on this occasion. Well done. Really well done. So well done for everyone for kicking on. Proud of you all. Ben Hay, 10 minutes to go. If that one. New shirt ordered. Getting my last super chat in. Stayed up till pretty late, but just got up in time for the end of your stream. Well done. That's the shirt, by the way. We've released a shirt in this. Well, we haven't. The club have.
Oh my God!
Read that Grant Hanley letter once more, or not?
Oh, mate, that might tip me over the edge. There's also been requests for a TNC shanty to end it. Fuck me. I honestly can't. I'm so sorry, I can't. We'll do it on the Ball City though. I think on the Ball City is appropriate. Don't you, Jack?
You can.
Oh my God, so many tweets, so many donations. Thank you, everyone. Ed, £10 for the Big C. Thank you. Ollie, £10 for the Big C. Thank you. Every single one of these is massively appreciated, guys. I'm so sorry I can't spend longer looking at them. Well done, guys. £20. Thank you so much. Hannah Lloyd, £5. Thank you so much. Ollie, £5. Thank you on behalf of the charity. Amy's mum donates £10. Love that. Amy's mum. Big up Amy's mum. Thank you so much. Lauren, £10 for the Big C. Thank you very much. I mean, fuck's sake, people want the sea shanty.
Come on, we've got 4 minutes, mate.
I think. Oh God.
One last push.
What about Zombie Nation? I can have a Zombie Nation, or I think On the Ball City, because On the Ball City encapsulates.
No, I want a sea shanty.
Oh, fuck's sake, mate.
I want a sea shanty.
Oh my God. Okay. I feel like I might literally keel over at this point.
That's okay. That's okay. We can cope with that. Becky, just word of warning.
Oh God, I'm absolutely fucked. Sorry for the language, those that are watching this with kids. Don't stay up 24 hours ever. It's bad for your health. Oh my God, Jack, can you just jump on these donations, mate, please? I can't. I'm done.
Okay, I'll try my best. Hannah, we've done Hannah, we've done you, and we've done Mr. E. Mr. E, thank you so much for your £5 super chat. Limo S, thank you so much. Joseph, thank you, Joseph, for your kind support. Thank you to Tom Williamson for your lovely donation. Thanks to everyone, and thanks to everyone that stayed up with us. We've had a few people. I know Jen has stayed up. My mum stayed up the whole time. Jen stayed up for all of it, bar 3 hours. Chris, we've got 2 minutes.
Right, let's go for it. Let's finish this fucking thing. Jack, it's been an honour, mate. I love you loads.
Hold on, buddy.
Cool, I'm gonna cry. Hang a minute. Let's do it. We were once a team in the Premier League. We go by the name of Norwich City. Then injuries hit and VAR was shit. So down to the champ we go. Soon may the yellow men come to bring us goals and plenty of fun. One day when the COVID's done, we'll be back at Carrow Road. We've never had to do this before, staying cooped up inside like a run mole ball, cheering City on through the Watchalongs, getting back where we belong. Soon may the yellow men come to bring us goals and plenty of fun. One day when the COVID's done, we'll be back at Carrow Road. Weber somehow kept one hell of a team. Maxi Aarons, Buendia, Timmy Pookie, Todd Cantwell with his flowing locks, a big bad Barning goal. Soon may the yellow men come to bring us goals and plenty of fun. One day when the COVID's done, we'll be back at Carrow Road. Watching football in the Premier League. If I asked you, you would say,
yes, please.
So let's stand together and sing as one this crazy song from home. Soon may the yellow men come to bring us goals and plenty of fun. One day when the COVID's done, we'll be back at Carrow Road. There was once a ship that took to sea to the name of HMS Pistol. Captain Farkas shouted, off starboard, off to the Prem we go. Soon may the yellow men come to bring us goals and plenty of fun. One day when the COVID's done, we'll be back at Carrow Road. Soon may the yellow men come to bring us goals and plenty of fun. One day when the COVID's done, we'll be back at Carrow Road.
Thank you to everyone for watching. This has been 24 hours of the TNC podcast, and we're going out with Ben Gibson retweeting our tweet. Over 20k raised. Hello, buddy. Hello, mum. Well done, everyone. We've done it.
See you later, everyone.
24 hours. See you later.
Finish it. I'm done.